Chapter 1. Ben Richardson jammed himself all the way to the back of the oven and watched the zombies stagger around in the rubble that had once been the lobby of a Pizza Hut. He wanted to kick himself for being so careless. His head had been elsewhere, and they'd caught him completely off guard. If he hadn't turned around when he did and spied them through the busted-out windows at the front of the restaurant, they'd have made a meal of him. But chain restaurants like this usually had canned food in their prep areas, and the promise of something other than pork and beans had been too much to resist. Stupid, he told himself, risking his life for a gallon of tomato puree. But he made the mistake, and now he had to own it. All that was left was to wait. Be quiet and wait. He silently let out a breath and relaxed his muscles, trying to get comfortable. No telling how long this would take. There were 3 of them out there, 2 older men and a young girl who looked like she might have been about 14. It was hard to tell for sure, though. The disease and the malnutrition disfigured them so, and, truth be told, he wasn't such a good judge of how old children were anymore. He saw so few of them these days. The zombies bumped into overturned tables and stopped as though confused when faced with padded booths and the overturned skeleton of the salad bar. The only sound came from the glass and fallen ceiling tiles crunching beneath their feet, but that could change at any minute. Richardson knew that from long experience. They always hunted in silence until they flushed something from the debris. Here, in the ruins of downtown St. Louis, that something would probably be a rat, or, if they were lucky, a dog or a cat. Once they cornered it, the moaning would start. It would begin as a soft, groaning sigh, but that would quickly swell to the breathy, almost desperate sobbing sound that Richardson had come to think of as their feeding call. It would carry for blocks, attracting more of their kind. Within moments, the infected would swarm the streets. Richardson had seen it happen too many times before. And so he waited, with a revolver in his left hand and a machete in his right, hoping these 3 would pass him by. Zombies were the ultimate opportunists, always on the lookout for an easy meal, but they lacked any sort of higher consciousness, and they certainly couldn't anticipate their prey's movements. As long as he stayed quiet and stayed in the dark, he'd be okay. "You're a roving camera," he told himself. "Just watch. Soak it all up." One of the zombies stepped in front of the oven, stopped, and slowly swiveled its head in Richardson's direction. For a moment, the zombie was framed by a faint golden nimbus of morning light. But then Richardson's eyes adjusted to the glare, and he saw the zombie clearly. The man had obviously fed recently. His shoulder-length hair was matted with deep arterial blood that had partially dried and looked like tar. Flies swarmed about his mouth and eyes, resting on his shaggy beard and on the soiled clothes that hung like strips of rags from his body. The smell of rotten meat brought bile to Richardson's throat. He studied the man's eyes. They were a milky white and threaded with cloudy pink lines. The eyes told him everything he needed to know. This was a Stage 1 zombie, probably only infected within the last 8 months or so with the necrosis filovirus, which caused the disease that had turned him into a zombie. He was slow and stupid, his brain charred to cinders by fever, and his body crippled by malnutrition. If he survived long enough for the disease to enter its 2nd stage, and that was highly unlikely from all that Richardson had seen, he would evolve into something far more dangerous, faster, even capable of rudimentary teamwork with other zombies. But for now, the man posed little threat, as long as Richardson stayed quiet. "Just wait it out," he thought. "Be a roving camera. He'll go away." A sudden noise out in the street caught Richardson's attention. The sound of somebody running, breathing hard. A woman's voice, the words indistinct. Slowly, the zombie turned toward the noise. The other two did the same. A moment later, the moaning started. A chill crawled across Richardson's skin. Even after all these years, and all the time he spent telling himself he was just an observer here, none of this affected him. The feeding call still made his bowels clench in fear. He saw a flash of movement off to his left. The zombies were already moving to the exit, going after whatever it was, and so Richardson inched forward to the edge of the oven and craned his neck as much as he dared around the corner. The restaurant windows had been busted out long ago, so that only shards of glass and dangling lengths of weather stripping hung in the frames. Through the window, Richardson had a view of the street outside, weeds growing up through the cracks, and beyond that, the ruins of North St. Louis. He wasn't exactly sure of the name of the street, and he supposed it didn't matter. All the streets of the world seemed to look the same now anyway. Thick with wrecked cars and blown trash, bleak canyons between buildings that had long since been reduced to windowless hulks, their insides gutted by scavengers and rotting from the weather. The zombies that had been inside the restaurant with him were moving off to his left, threading their way through a maze of cannibalized cars. Richardson could see a few more zombies emerging from an alley on the far side of the street. "Hey! Over here!" It was a woman's voice, coming from his side of the street. The three zombies stopped and slowly swiveled around to face the restaurant. "Oh, no," Richardson muttered. "What are you doing, you crazy fool?" "Hey!" the woman yelled again. He inched back into the oven. "You're a roving camera," he told himself. "Don't get involved. Choose the smart option, the one that lets you live." But it had been days since he'd seen another person, and it got lonely out here in the wastelands. God-awful lonely. Well aware he was acting foolishly, he decided to chance it. He poured himself out of the oven and, keeping low, moved to his backpack resting against the wall by the building's side door. Richardson kept binoculars in there, but he didn't need them. The woman had stopped where he could see her easily enough. She was about his age, late 40s, early 50s maybe, slender, with frizzy gray hair pulled back in a loose ponytail that bounced between her shoulder blades like a tumbleweed on the wind. She carried a hunting rifle with a shoulder sling that she waved over her head like she was trying to flag the zombies down. Richardson was stunned. "I know her. Christ, where do I know her from?" He studied her profile, leafing back through the Rolodex in his head, trying to place her face. Where had he seen her before? Montana, maybe? There had been several thousand people living in a commune there years ago. Unbidden, thoughts of the 2 happy years he spent there rose up in his memory. Those 2 years, when Ed Moore and the others who had escaped Jasper Sewell's Grasslands cult were still alive, had been a sort of lull in the apocalypse. Ed had done everything right, and people had flocked from all over to enjoy the protection he offered. Straining his memory, Richardson went through the names of all the people he had known there in Montana, but he couldn't place the woman. But he did know her. He was positive of that. The zombies were getting closer to her now. Their feeding call was louder. Their sobbing had become urgent. The lead zombie raised his arms, his fingers clutching at the air, his addled brain unable to accurately perceive the distance to his intended prey. Then the woman put the gun down on the hood of a wrecked pickup, pulled a wooden baseball bat from a holster she carried on her shoulder, and charged the zombie. "What the hell?" Richardson said. The woman sidestepped the zombie, ducked underneath its clutching hands, spun around, and came up behind the man. Then she dropped him with a practiced swing to the back of the head, grunting loudly as the bat cracked the man's skull. She put the other two zombies down with the same precise movements, and Richardson figured she had to have done that move before. It was too quick, too precise, too practiced. Now she was looking around. Richardson scanned the parts of the street he could see, too. "Don't get involved," he pleaded with himself. "Stay out of sight. Be the roving camera that sees all but doesn't get involved." But for once his curiosity overruled his common sense. This was crazy. What was she looking for? He couldn't figure it out. Richardson kept expecting her to run for it. She wasn't carrying any sort of gear except the bat and the rifle, and her clothes, though dirty, were in good repair. That meant she had to come from one of the compounds somewhere around here. There were 5 or 6 he had heard of. But she was definitely not a roadie like him. She had friends somewhere close by, and maybe even transportation. A bicycle, probably. The sounds of moaning in the near distance shifted his attention back to the other side of the street. It was just as he had feared. The frenzied feeding calls of the first 3 zombies had attracted more of their kind. He reached into his backpack and quickly extracted his binoculars. Scanning the rubble, he counted at least 18 zombies, but it was hard to be sure through the morning haze and the dust clouds rising off the vacant lots. "Roving camera," he thought. "Time to get the hell out of here." He returned the binoculars to his backpack and zipped it up. He was sliding the straps over his shoulders when the woman let out an ear-piercing whistle. "What?" Richardson blurted out, startled. "No." He pressed his body up against the wall next to the door, his pulse quickening as he chanced to look outside. "She's going to get herself killed," he thought. An excited moan rose from the approaching zombies. "Ah, shit," Richardson said. The woman whistled again, then turned to retrieve her gun, and in that instant something in his memory clicked into place. He recognized her. "I can't believe it," he said under his breath. "Sylvia Carnes." 8 years ago, shortly after Hurricane Mardell ripped the face off the city of Houston, and the zombies rose up from the soup of oil and chemicals in the floodwaters, Sylvia Carnes had been an English professor at the University of Texas at Austin. Those were wild, uncertain times. Nobody knew what to make of the infected. They were alive, and infected with a deadly virus, that was true. But did they have to be summarily executed? Didn't America have an obligation to find a cure? Everyone, it seemed, had ideas. Nobody had answers. The military was able to contain the outbreak behind a quarantine wall, built up to shield the rest of the country from the Gulf Coast and the affected areas of South Texas. And for a while, America was able to take a step back and ponder what it was supposed to do next. Diseases could be cured, couldn't they? Shouldn't they? There were many Americans with families still inside the quarantine walls. They lobbied hard for the government to offer some kind of relief. They wanted a cure, at the very least a vaccine. But there were others who were disgusted and outraged by all the stories of cannibalism and senseless violence coming out of the Gulf Coast region. Why not hold the zombies criminally responsible for the things they did, they argued. You didn't waive charges simply because a murderer claimed to have the flu. Why would you do it here, for this disease? Better yet, why not simply exterminate them before the plague they carried had a chance to spread? It had been a confusing time. A lot of people yelling. And Sylvia Carnes was right in the middle of it. She was a member of a radical group called People for an Ethical Solution. They wanted to show that the infected were still people who wanted and needed our help. This was not some bumbling, half-baked attempt at universal health care. This was a national crisis, and we had a moral imperative, Carnes said, to do everything in our power to find a cure, and to do it now. She filed a suit in a federal court, allowing her to take 40 of her graduate students into the ruins of San Antonio to prove her point. And it was a sign of just how crazy and uncertain those times were that a judge actually issued the okay for her to go inside the quarantine zone. At the time, Richardson was a reporter for The Atlantic, tasked to cover every aspect of the outbreak. He had walked the wall with guards from the newly formed Gulf Coast Quarantine Authority. He had interviewed hundreds of survivors from Houston and San Antonio, but he had never actually seen a zombie firsthand. He got his chance when he accompanied Sylvia Carnes and her students into San Antonio. At the time, he hadn't made up his mind about the infected. They weren't very well understood, and the idea that they could be cured appealed to his modern American sensibilities that everybody deserved a second chance, that it was somehow our moral obligation to extend a helping hand, even if there was a very real chance that it would get bitten off in the process. But after seeing zombies attack and kill all but one of Sylvia Carnes' students, his doubts disappeared. Their deaths clarified everything, put his views in focus. A concern for doing the right and honorable thing gave way to the realities of survival. He hadn't thought of that trip into San Antonio in a long time. A lot had happened since then. The Ben Richardson who went on that trip wasn't the same Ben Richardson who now crouched in the doorway of a ruined Pizza Hut, watching the rubble like a hunted animal. The world had changed. He had changed. And he hated that about himself. But she was looking at him. He stared at her, not blinking. Did she recognize him? She didn't seem to. She just seemed surprised to see another living person there. "Run," she mouthed silently. "Run." He didn't move. She hesitated for a moment, then looked over her shoulder at the zombies coming into the parking lot. Their moaning was much louder now. She looked back at him, no sign of recognition on her face, and said, "Run, damn it!" One of the zombies stepped on a large piece of glass, and the crack made Sylvia whirl around. "Run!" she said again, and then trotted off toward the back of the restaurant without giving Richardson another look. The zombies were almost even with the door now. Richardson could hear their feet shuffling across the trash-strewn pavement, their moans forming a chorus of strained, overlapping rhythms. Richardson pulled back into the shadows and held his breath. From where he stood, he could see a small section of the lot behind the restaurant. There was a 2-story red brick building there, with all the windows gone. Tall grass and sunflowers had grown up around the edges of the building, giving it a long, abandoned look. He wondered why Sylvia had run off in that direction. He'd come from those parts on his way into downtown, and he knew there was nothing of any value over there. Just more empty apartment buildings and quiet streets. So where was she going? And why was she trying to get the zombies to follow her? He couldn't see her anymore, and he couldn't hear her over the mounting feeding call. Zombies shambled into the grass at the edge of the lot, still moaning, arms dangling at their sides, heads canted to one side as though their necks weren't strong enough to hold up the weight. Out of habit, he counted them. 16 in all. He'd counted 18 before, so there were at least 2 more up near the front of the building. Richardson wanted to follow Sylvia Carnes, but he knew he had to think of his own survival first. "Be the camera," he pleaded with himself. "Don't be stupid." Ducking back inside the restaurant, he went to the front windows and scanned the street. There was nothing there but ruined buildings and more wrecked cars. He couldn't see the other 2 zombies he'd counted earlier, and that bothered him. He listened, and when it sounded as though the moaning had receded, he holstered his pistol and his machete, grabbed his rifle, and headed out the side door in a crouch. He hugged the wall as he moved to the front of the building. There he stopped and scanned the street again. All clear. The air had a crisp, early-morning coolness to it, and he could smell the pungent earthiness of the Mississippi River less than a mile away. He glanced up at a large cloud bank overhead. He didn't think it would rain, but he had moved his poncho to the top of his pack before he set out that morning, just in case. Looking out at the street once more, he tried to get his bearings. There was a street sign about 50 feet to his right, hanging by a single screw from an overhead traffic light. The sign was covered in grime, but it looked like it read, Florissant. He took the map from his back pocket and tried to figure out which way to go. He had heard of a trading market down near Herculaneum, and he figured he could get there by going south along the river. If he had his coordinates right, that meant going south from his current location to 14th Street, then east on Cole to Broadway, and from there he'd continue south to Herculaneum. It was going to be a long haul, 3 or 4 days maybe, depending on what he did or didn't encounter along the way. He pocketed the map again and stood up, just as a woman's voice sounded from the far side of the road. It wasn't Sylvia Carnes. This was the voice of a younger woman. He'd been conditioned by years of living on his own, surviving by his wits, to drop down into a crouch and look for cover at the first sign of trouble. He did that now. Off to his right, he could see the shell of an old supermarket, and across the street, a Church's fried chicken stand and a bank parking lot. Tall, spindly weeds grew up through the cracks in the asphalt. Richardson started looking for escape routes. He wouldn't be able to make it across the street without being seen, and that meant his only option was to go back the way he'd come, or go around the far corner, into the narrow gap between the Pizza Hut and the white concrete building next door. He'd been lucky once hiding inside the oven, but he knew he couldn't count on being lucky a second time, especially as all the noise was likely to make the place pretty popular here in a bit. He'd outlived everyone else he knew by playing it smart, and that meant not pushing his luck. Roving camera, he thought. Just be the camera. Staying low, he moved quickly along the front of the Pizza Hut and turned into the narrow gap on the far side of the building. He knelt down in the shadows and turned to watch the street. 4 people, 2 big guys with AR-15s and 2 young women in their 20s, were walking through the bank parking lot. The women looked like they were carrying hunting rifles. The men, one walking point, the other, who wore a St. Louis Cardinals baseball cap, trailing behind, were obviously the lookouts. They could be a scavenging party, he thought. But that didn't look right. Like Sylvia Carnes, their clothes were in good repair. Their shoes were fairly new and not held together with duct tape like his were. That meant they spent most of their time inside a compound. But a scavenging detail would have something to carry supplies in, like a horse-drawn truck or a shopping cart, or a sled of corrugated tin with a rope or a chain to drag it by. Maybe they were scouts for a larger party. Someone was running off to Richardson's right. The 4 people stopped and turned toward the sound. A moment later, Sylvia Carnes came trotting across the street. She went right up to the group. They obviously knew each other. The 3 women grouped together to talk. Sylvia Carnes was gesturing back in the direction she had come, and Richardson figured she had intentionally led the zombies away from the street in order to allow these 4 to move through in relative safety. That much made sense, at least. It was a risky strategy, but a proven one nonetheless. But what were they up to? He heard the sound of something hitting a hurricane fence off to his left. 4 zombies had emerged from between a pair of red brick buildings. The zombies were trying to climb the hurricane fence, which meant they were in stage 2, or maybe even stage 3 of the infection. They would be trouble. It was hard to fool them with a simple diversion. The guy walking point had already noticed them and was motioning the others to take cover. But he was too late. 4, then 6, then 9 more zombies entered the parking lot behind them, cutting off their retreat. Richardson spotted another 5 staggering toward them on a side street next to the Church's chicken stand. He swallowed the lump in his throat as he scanned up and down the street. The infected were suddenly everywhere, coming from the alleys between the buildings, and climbing over fences. When the moaning started, it was almost deafening. Richardson felt confused and frightened. How did this happen? Where had they all come from so suddenly? In the early days of the outbreak, the zombies had been able to fill a street like this instantly. He'd read Eddie Hudson's book about San Antonio right at the beginning of the outbreak, and at first he'd thought Hudson was just embellishing to make himself sound more embattled than he'd really been. But then, in Houston, he'd witnessed seemingly empty streets suddenly become as crowded as the hallways of a sports arena right after the game gets out. And that convinced him Hudson had been telling the truth. The zombies, especially Stage 1 zombies, tended to mass together. Slow as they were, it was easier for them to make kills that way. But most zombies didn't survive the first few weeks of being infected. Between the injuries that made them zombies and the things they ate after they became zombies, very few lived the 8 or 9 months it took the disease to progress to Stage 2. That was the main reason he decided to chance a walk through St. Louis. It would have been suicide to walk through the city in the early days of the outbreak, but he figured after 8 years he'd be okay. He realized now the folly of that decision. There were more zombies out on the street in front of him than he had seen in the last month combined. But where had they all come from? Sylvia Carnes and the others made a run for it. They crossed over to Richardson's side of the street and ran south, skirting behind the burned-out hulk of a car to block one of the zombies running their way. They were close enough now that he could hear one of the younger girls tell the 2 men to cover for them. She was the one in charge. Even a quick glance was enough to tell Richardson that. She wore a form-fitting gray sweatshirt, black BDU-style pants, and black combat boots. Her dusty brown hair was cut short. She gestured a command, and the party broke into 2 groups, the men remaining in place to cover the retreating women. A man whose arm had been chewed off above the elbow stepped into the street right in front of Richardson and started to moan. One of the men fired a 3-round burst into the man's chest, spattering the wall next to him with blood and wet clumps of lung tissue. "That one right there," the woman in charge said. Both men were firing now, the street echoing with loud pops. "Fall back that way," the woman said. "There's too many of them," Sylvia Carnes said. "Just go. Move." Richardson lost sight of them in the commotion. The 2 armed men moved to either sides of a wrecked car and fired into the approaching zombies with well-disciplined shots. Richardson knew he had to get out of there. It was stupid to stay. There were way too many zombies out there now, and while these 2 guys were good, they weren't going to stop the flood. But where did the women go? Richardson scanned the front of the building to his right. He didn't see them. Richardson watched the zombies to see if any of them had changed direction to pursue the women, but none had. They were closing in on the 2 men, who were firing with everything they had now. It was only a matter of time for them. Richardson was left with a decision. He knew that. He could stay and play sniper and maybe help the 2 men, or he could turn and run. His instincts told him to run. The 2 men were toast, surrounded, no chance of fighting their way through. But at the same time, there was a part of him that refused to play into that logic. Richardson had traveled the country for the last few years, and he had seen survivors who thought they could eke out an existence by pretending to be one of the infected. Folks called them fakers, and they were disgusting sights, oftentimes looking every bit as zombie as the crowds of infected in which they moved. Their survival strategy was to abandon all sense of self, existing without purpose, without a future. Richardson had watched one such faker get mauled by a pack of the infected in a small town in Missouri, and the experience had left him with mixed feelings. The man had evidently lived for many months as one of the infected, for he had so completely given up his sense of self that he refused to cry out, even as the zombies tore the plumbing from his belly. Richardson's empathy had nearly made him throw up. But another part of him felt an obscene sense of vindication. After all, What kind of life had the man really had? Was he giving up anything worth holding on to? Richardson didn't think so. After all, anyone who would give up their sense of self was already dead. And running out on two people willing to fight to the bitter end seemed too much like giving up. Knowing he was going to regret this, he raised his rifle to his shoulder and lined up the sights on a zombie across the street. But even as he released his breath and flexed his finger on the trigger, the noise of a truck downshifting made him lower the rifle. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen a working vehicle. What had it been, 8 months? A year? Long enough, certainly. And yet, here he was, looking at not one, but 4 pickup trucks advancing down a side street toward the two men. The trucks were matte black and rode on large, off-road tires. They were caked with white streaks that looked like bird shit, like they'd been parked under a tree full of grackles. And from their throaty exhaust notes, Richardson figured them for big block V8s, the kind of super-duty gas hogs he hadn't seen since before Hurricane Mardell wiped out the nation's domestic oil and gas industry. A few of the zombies turned toward the advancing caravan, but failed to get out of the way. The lead truck ran over one of the zombies and knocked several others to the side with its grill guard. At first, Richardson thought they were the cavalry for the two men in the street, but he could see now that wasn't the case. The two men looked terrified. It was plain as day in their expressions, and for a moment he thought the men might try to push their way through the zombies that had surrounded them. The lead truck swung a wide left into the street, the driver positioning the vehicle between the two men and the advancing zombies. The other 3, each of which was loaded with a squad of armed men in black shirts, fell into the right of the first truck. As the two men watched, the black-shirted soldiers jumped from the trucks and surrounded them, their backs to the zombies as though they weren't even there. A man with a shaved, bullet-shaped head emerged from the passenger seat of the truck and walked behind the line of troops that had just climbed out of the trucks. Richardson stared at the man, mouth agape. He wore a ratty pair of jeans, no shirt, no shoes, and nearly every inch of his chest, arms, and face was painted a vibrant red. Thick black necklaces hung in skeins around his neck. From this distance, Richardson couldn't tell what was hanging from the necklaces, but whatever it was looked black and leathery. To Richardson, they looked like they might even have been dog turds. The red man moved slowly, limping slightly, his gaze on the zombies that were standing motionless only a dozen or so feet from him. His face had an odd, punched-in look to it. Richardson stared in disbelief. The zombies didn't attack. They didn't moan. They just stood there, swaying drunkenly, waiting, watching the red man like they were waiting for him to tell them what to do. "No way," Richardson muttered, shaking his head. "Not possible." The two men at the center of the red man's troops lowered their weapons, staring at the silenced zombies. "Drop your weapons," one of the black shirts said. The two men looked at each other, their expressions sick with fear, but obeyed. They dropped their rifles to the ground. Then they slowly laced their fingers together behind their heads in surrender. Chapter 2. From his hiding place in the narrow alley next to the Pizza Hut, Ben Richardson watched in stunned silence. Sugar ants crawled across the toe of his right boot, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. A strong smell of rotting flesh drifted over him from the zombies in the street, but not even that registered. All his attention was focused on the man painted red. He was tall, and though he walked with a limp, he nonetheless moved with the unmistakable menace of a bird of prey hovering over a kill. The red paint that covered every visible inch of his body. It had to be paint, Richardson thought, not some weird form of rosacea. Glistened on his bald head and on his back, and when he turned toward Richardson, there was a self-amused smile on his face, that betrayed a capacity for great cruelty and malevolence. Staring at him, Richardson felt a chill move over his skin. The two captured men were on their knees in the middle of the street, heads down, the black-shirted soldiers forming a ring around them. Even from 30 feet away, Richardson could see that the prisoners were trembling. The red man walked behind his soldiers, watching the two men, as though he were trying to make up his mind which one was the weaker. The zombies followed the red man with their eyes, never looking away, and it was their single-minded fixation on him that fascinated Richardson the most. He had seen plenty of Stage 3 zombies in the past 8 years. Some of them were even capable of limited cognition. They responded to their names. They were capable of delaying an attack, or working in teams with other zombies if it meant making a bigger kill. Once, years ago, in the flood ruins of Houston, he'd been part of a small group of survivors flushed from a building by some Stage 3 zombies, who were using a pack of Stage 1 zombies, the way English fox hunters used to use their dogs. He respected the threat they represented, but he had never seen anything like this. The red man seemed to have them under his complete control. He stepped through his line of soldiers and came up behind the man in the St. Louis Cardinals hat. He slapped the hat off the man's head, then grabbed his chin and turned his face toward him. The man panicked and tried to scramble away on his hands and knees, but the red man grabbed the back of his shirt, lifted him bodily into the air, and threw him face down onto the street. Richardson could see the man's eyes go wide. He could see the man's whole body shake. The other man tried to get away, but the troops grabbed him by the shoulders and held him down on his knees.
"Turn him this way,"
the red man said.
"I want him to watch this."
The red man knelt down next to the prisoner, lowering his face so that he looked like a question mark bent over the man, who was kicking and thrashing for all he was worth now. The red man's eyes were vividly white against the red of his skin. He still wore a hideous, self-amused smile, though now he seemed to be smelling the man, drinking in his fear. One of the soldiers, his combat gear rattling against the nylon rigging he wore over his chest, ran up to the red man and stopped. He shook his head.
"We didn't find them," the man said. "There are some tracks through the mud over there between those two buildings, but we lose them at the next street over."
The red man didn't seem to acknowledge him. Instead, he made a sound that was part moan and part growl. The trooper glanced to his right and saw 3 zombies advancing into the inner circle. He stepped back quickly. The zombies stopped right behind the red man and waited, their eyes fixed on the back of his head. The captured man continued to kick and punch the air between the red man, but as desperate as he was, he couldn't break the grip that held him fast to the asphalt.
"Please," the man begged,
Get them away! Jesus Christ, please!
Richardson was breathing hard, a cold worm of dread burrowing its way through his bowels.
"Where is Nicky Booth?"
the red man said.
"You need to talk fast so you don't waste my time."
I never heard of her,
the man said. He was trying desperately to claw the red man's hands from the back of his neck.
We're on our way to the trading outpost at Herculaneum. Jesus Christ, get those things away from me!
The red man leaned in close to the prisoner's ear and whispered something that caused the man to stop fighting for a moment, then to start up again, even harder. The red man grunted at the 3 zombies behind him, and they fell on the prisoner as though they hadn't fed in days. They tore at his back, at his ears, at his hands. The man's screams filled the street, echoing off the buildings. Richardson felt every single gut-wrenching sound, like somebody was jamming a needle deep into his ears. Richardson closed his eyes. He opened them when the screaming finally stopped. and he had to force himself to keep them open. The 3 zombies were feeding, the prisoner's body jerking as they bit into his back and arms and tore off strips of his flesh with their fingers. Moans went up from the zombies all around them, but none moved. The red man let go of the dead prisoner and stood up. He backed away slowly, his hands and arms dripping with the prisoner's blood. He was opening and closing his fists, breathing hard, almost like he was aroused, his tongue dancing on his lips. He never blinked. Richardson stared in confusion. He had long since resigned himself to the knowledge that men were capable of all manner of cruelty toward their fellow men. That wasn't what shocked him. It was the unmistakable control this man seemed to have over the zombies. How was that possible? The red man motioned to his black shirts to bring the other prisoner forward. They threw him down in the street a few feet from his dead partner and pinioned his arms and legs, so he looked like a scarecrow dropped on his face. He kicked and thrashed, but couldn't move under the weight of 3 soldiers. The red man knelt down next to the man and shoved his bloody hand in his face.
"Stop," he said. "Stop now! Stop fighting!"
Richardson could see the veins standing out on the prisoner's neck. The man's face was taut with fear and rage. His lips were twisted into a grimace that showed his teeth.
"Stop it now!"
The red man stroked the back of the man's head, smearing blood into his dark hair. The man turned his face away.
"I want you to tell me now where Nicky Booth is. I know you know."
"Just kill me,"
the man said defiantly.
"I don't know who the hell you're talking about, and I'm never going to."
"Of course you know."
The red man paused a beat, then said,
"Look at me when I'm talking to you."
The man tried to pull away, his face still turned in the opposite direction. The red man grabbed the hair on the back of the man's head and twisted his head around, forcing the man to stare him in the face. The man kept his lips shut tight. He refused to cry out.
"That's better,"
the red man said. He touched a bloody finger to the man's cheek and ran it from his earlobe down to the point of his chin, leaving a dark smear behind.
"Now you're going to tell me what I want to know, okay?"
"You're insane. He was telling the truth. We're turkey farmers. We were headed down to the trading market in Herculaneum."
"You're no turkey farmer, not armed with brand-new AR-15s like these."
"We have to protect them from wild dogs and thieves."
"And where are these turkeys now?"
"We found a hog farm down by the river, north of town. We left them there."
"Why?"
"We wanted some vodka to celebrate for after we sold the birds. We were going to come back for them after we searched the liquor stores here in town."
The red man sat back on his haunches and sighed. The sunlight glistened off the thin layer of sweat that had formed across his back. There wasn't a hair on him, Richardson realized. Not a one. Just red paint slathered over every inch of skin.
"You try my patience,"
the red man said.
"My people have been following you since you left Ken Stoller's camp. I know you are with Nicky Booth. Now do not make me ask again."
Ken Stoller? Richardson wondered. Not the Ken Stoller. The same one Eddie Hudson had described in his book on San Antonio? The one who founded the People for an Ethical Solution Foundation that Sylvia Carnes and her doomed expedition to San Antonio belonged to. It couldn't be.
"Fuck you," the man said. "Go ahead and kill me."
The red man wasn't smiling anymore. He slammed the prisoner's face down on the pavement and held him there, the heel of his palm grinding into the man's ear. The red man turned slightly and motioned to one of the black shirts. A soldier came forward, pulled a hunting knife, and handed it handle first to the red man. The red man took it, adjusted his weight on the prostrate prisoner, and then ran the tip of the blade around the back curve of the man's ear.
"There are a lot of ways to die, my friend. But you know what? You are not going to be given the luxury of any of them. You are going to have a long life ahead of you. And I fucking own it."
With a sudden, fierce effort, he jammed the tip of the blade behind the man's ear and cut it off with a few rapid back-and-forth sawing motions. The man screamed for a long time before fading off into a series of whimpers. The red man rode the writhing prisoner's back like he was on a startled horse, waiting for the man to stop moving. When at last he did stop, the red man let out a stuttering moan, and one of the zombies rose from the dead prisoner and approached where he waited by his master's shoulder. Richardson could see the zombie was missing an ear. Richardson scanned the motionless zombies that surrounded the red man, and saw that most of them were missing an ear. The skeins of leather necklaces around the red man's neck suddenly made hideous sense. "He's branding them," Richardson thought, as a shudder went through him. "Like cattle." The red man stood up and cupped a hand under the zombie's chin. He forced the zombie's mouth open, and then stuck his fingers in there, like he was rooting around for something. His fingers came away, dripping ropes of blood and saliva.
"What the hell?"
Richardson muttered. The red man knelt again next to the living prisoner and said,
"Tell me where Nicky Booth is. I won't ask again."
The prisoner's eyes went wide. He stared at the ooze dripping from the red man's fingers, shaking his head. His lips were clamped shut. Tears fell from his cheeks, and the muscles in his neck twitched.
"No? Okay, then. I want you to know you chose this,"
the red man said, and he jammed his fingers into the man's mouth, smearing the gore on his gums and the inside of his lips. When the red man took his hand away, the prisoner dropped his face to the pavement and sobbed, defeated. Richardson thought he might vomit. He knew what the man's future held. Depending on his blood pressure and his overall health, he had anywhere from a few minutes to 4 hours of hell to look forward to. The necrosis filovirus would course through him, affecting his muscle coordination first. He would experience cramping and bloating. The muscles in his back and legs and neck would ache to the point that most men curled up in a fetal ball, unable to keep from crying. Next, his breathing would turn ragged, phlegmy, and he would start to smell like rotting food. He would cough constantly, sometimes bringing up big black wads of phlegm. Depersonalization would follow, and the more he lost of his personality and his memories, the more aggressive he would become. By the time the change was complete, there'd be nothing but a hollow husk remaining. Listening to the doomed man sobbing, Richardson could hardly breathe. The red man stormed across the road unexpectedly. He was looking to the east, where red brick apartment buildings were crumbling into streets thick with weeds and blowing sand. He wheeled around, studying the faces of the black shirts nearest him. None of them dared look him in the face. Only the zombies failed to shrink from him.
"They are on foot,"
the red man said.
"I know she hasn't gotten far.
"Search every street, every house, every shed until you find her.
Then when you find her, bring her to me.
I want her alive."
Soldiers and officers exchanged nervous looks.
"Now!"
the red man snapped. His soldiers scrambled out of the street in their haste to leave. It was obvious to Richardson that they moved quickly not simply to obey his orders, but to get away from the violence gathering in his expression. As the soldiers started their search, Richardson watched the red man. The zombies stood like terracotta soldiers all around him, following him with their dead stares. In 8 years of wandering and collecting stories from survivors, and studying every aspect of the outbreak, Richardson had never even imagined that something like this was possible. If someone had told him about it, he wouldn't have believed them. Whatever this was, whatever this man represented, it was completely unprecedented. This was either a new beginning or the worst sort of ending. He just didn't know which. He heard voices and the sound of boots crunching through rotten wood coming from the other side of the building to his right, and he knew he had to leave soon. If he stayed here, they'd be on him in minutes. Slowly, praying his knees wouldn't crack and give him away, he rolled over onto his butt and climbed to his feet. He slid his back up against the wall of the Pizza Hut and was making his way down the narrow gap between the buildings when a zombie stepped around the corner, blocking his path. Richardson sucked in a breath. 3 more zombies rounded the corner behind the first, each of them missing an ear. The lead zombie extended his hands out toward Richardson, opening and closing his fingers like he was begging Richardson for something. The man's neck was bent to one side, the muscles in his face slack, the skin a jaundiced yellow. Flies swarmed around his head, and his clothes were so soiled Richardson couldn't tell what color they had once been. For a moment, Richardson was lost in the pale, white deadness of the man's eyes. He was still thinking of the downward slide the man out on the street was just beginning, and he wondered what, if anything, was left of the person this zombie in front of him had once been. Was there a part of him that still thought and felt and watched through those dead eyes, horrified by the murder and death that surely lay in its path? "I'm sorry for you," Richardson said, and drew his machete as the man began to moan. Chapter 3. Without warning, the zombie broke into a sprint, running straight at Richardson, arms outstretched. Richardson let out a startled gasp and slashed at the man with a machete. The blade glanced off the zombie's left arm, cutting into the meat but doing nothing to slow him down. His momentum carried him headlong into Richardson's chest, and when they hit, they both went tumbling over backward, landing in a pile of bricks and rotten plywood and tall weeds. The attack caught Richardson completely off guard. Watching the zombie's slow, staggering gait and jerky movements, Richardson had thought he was dealing with one of the slow ones, the recently infected. But they were face to face now, rolling around in the weeds and the busted lumber, the man snarling and snapping his teeth just inches from Richardson's nose, and he could see the threads of red veins in the eyes. He could see the intelligence, too. Anger and insanity and intelligence. This was a Stage 3 zombie, and he had tricked him by pretending to be one of the slow movers. He never would have let the man get this close if he'd known he was dealing with one of the smart ones. And, as the zombie managed to roll over on top of him, the stench of his fetid breath in his nostrils, Richardson had the terrible realization that the zombie must have known that, too. The man had tricked him. He grabbed the zombie under the chin and pushed his snapping teeth away with the heel of his palm. The man snarled like a fighting dog, a wet, snapping sound. His fingernails dug into Richardson's arms with unexpected strength.
"Get off, motherfucker!"
Richardson hissed.
"Come on,"
he told himself.
"You gotta fight. You got to."
Grunting, bicycling his knees up into the man's gut, Richardson broke the zombie's hold on his biceps. He turned his head, looking for the rifle, and saw it partially buried in some tall weeds. He was just out of reach. He rolled over to his right, creating distance from the zombie, and scrambled to his feet. The zombie rolled off in the opposite direction, landing with his back against the wall of the Pizza Hut. He climbed to his feet easily and lunged for the machete in Richardson's hands. His fingers caught in the sleeves of Richardson's windbreaker, and for a moment they spun around an invisible pivot point as Richardson struggled to break loose from the man's grip.
The other zombies were halfway down the alley now. Too close. He had wasted too much time. Pushing the zombie's hands up and out of the way, he kicked the heel of his right boot into the man's gut, knocking him backward. When the zombie came at him again, he swung the machete down on the man's outstretched hand and felt the blade whisper through bone. 2 fingers and part of the zombie's hand hit the wall of the red brick building with a dull thud and landed in the grass. The fingers curled toward the sky like the legs of an upturned crab. The zombie's arm dropped to his side, but otherwise the man showed no reaction to the damage. He continued forward. Richardson swung the machete twice more, hacking at the zombie's outstretched arms. Then he stepped to his right and brought the machete down on the zombie's head with a 2-handed overhead chop. The blade connected right above the man's missing ear and sank into the skull down to the top of the mouth. The zombie fell to his knees, bringing the machete with him. Richardson yanked at the machete's handle frantically, causing the dead body to jerk and twitch like a poorly handled marionette, but the blade wouldn't come free. The other zombies were too close. He felt one of them drop a hand on his shoulder, and he twisted away toward the front of the building. The zombies were grabbing onto his backpack, pulling him backward, but he was able to wrest free. Barely. He reached the rifle in the tall weeds and tried to swing it around like a club, but one of the zombies had closed the distance between them and was able to grab hold of the barrel and shake it back and forth so that Richardson couldn't gain control of it. The zombie managed to shift its grip forward and grabbed hold of Richardson's wrist. The gun and the zombie both fell to the ground as Richardson pulled himself loose, and he found himself standing over the zombie. The zombie was on his knees, reaching for him, as Richardson backed away. The other zombies were still a few feet behind the one on its knees, but they were close enough to keep him from retrieving his gun and his machete. Still backing up, Richardson slipped on one of the bricks and nearly lost his footing. He reached down and scooped up a brick, and smashed it down with both hands on the kneeling zombie's face, the brick connecting with a muffled clank, and then crumbling. He let the ruined bits fall from his fingers. He was out on the sidewalk in front of the Pizza Hut now, stunned by what had just happened to him. In 8 years of fighting the infected, he had never seen one use such a complicated ruse as pretending to be a slow mover. The implications of that were staggering. Richardson turned away from the 2 remaining zombies, looking for a place to run, and froze when he saw the red man watching him. The red man had been kneeling at the body of the dead man in the St. Louis Cardinals hat. But when he saw Richardson, he stood up and took a few steps forward. There was no self-assured smile on his face now, just a steady, unyielding stare. He stepped forward again, eyes narrowed on Richardson. Behind him, Richardson heard footsteps in the grass. He glanced quickly over his shoulder and saw the 2 zombies coming out of the alley. When Richardson looked back to the street, the red man was pointing in his direction. Then the red man threw back his head and began to moan. The zombies in the street all turned their heads in Richardson's direction. He made a quick scan of the street, all those dead eyes looking at him, and he swallowed. One of the red man's soldiers fired at Richardson, hitting the wall behind him, peppering the back of his neck and scalp with bits of brick and mortar. He ducked his head and ran. Behind him, he heard the hacking cough of automatic weapons. The air around his head filled with high-pitched whines, like a swarm of invisible hornets. Bullets tore into the facade of the Pizza Hut, blasting off bits of wood and brick that sizzled against the sleeves of his windbreaker. He rounded the corner where he had first seen Sylvia Carnes and veered to his left as the wrecked car ahead of him exploded beneath a hail of bullets. 4 zombies were staggering toward him from the overgrown alley behind the Pizza Hut. Richardson veered to the right of a pickup to avoid a zombie and kept on running, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. There was a ruined wooden fence to his right that ran the length of the property back to the alley, bright green weeds growing along the base. Without breaking stride, he pulled his pistol and fired at the zombie that stepped around the back corner of the fence. The zombie sank to its knees, but didn't fall. A moment later he was in the alley, facing another crumbling wooden fence and a 3-story apartment building beyond that. He looked to his left and saw 2 zombies coming at him through the grass. On the next street over, he heard the sound of a truck engine revving loudly, coming closer. To his right, the alley was thick with trash and weeds. A wooden light pole had fallen across the alley, and it was covered with what looked like lilac. Beyond the pole was a zombie in the remnants of a red T-shirt and jeans, staggering clumsily over a mounded pile of garbage. Tires skidded on the pavement behind him. Men shouted. Again he heard the stuttering cough of automatic weapons, the bullets slapping into the brick wall to his right. He moved to the opposite side of the alley and ran toward the fallen light pole. His chest was heaving, his breath hitching in his throat, but he forced himself to stop, breathe, and focus on putting his pistol's front sight on the zombie's chest. Richardson fired twice, dropping the zombie, before ducking under the light pole and running through the trash-strewn alley. He made it to the next corner and turned left. A long gray street stretched out ahead of him, the concrete cracked into oddly symmetrical squares and choked with weeds and rolls of carpet, insulation panels, soggy paper, plastic bags, and endless piles of concrete scree and lumber. To his left was a 6-story brick building with nearly every window broken. To his right was the fossil of a parking garage, its gray concrete frame cracked and crumbling. Shrubs grew from the ledges. The bottom story had been walled up with a mismatched assortment of bricks, parts of the wall covered with the faded ghosts of graffiti from before the outbreak. One section of the wall had collapsed, creating a way in, and he ran for it.
"There he is!"
came a man's voice from behind him. Richardson turned and saw one of the black trucks turning the corner behind him. A soldier standing up in the bed was banging on the roof of the cab and pointing right at Richardson. "Damn it," Richardson muttered. He ran for the collapsed section of the wall and dove inside it as the truck roared to life and started down the alley. Inside the parking garage, he suddenly found himself in near total darkness. Here and there he could make out the silhouette of wrecked cars, and he could smell the rancid odor of a dead body propped up against the wall to his right.
"He's in there,"
a man's voice said. Richardson spun around and faced the patch of sunlight that led back out to the street. 2 man-sized shapes appeared in the opening. He pulled his pistol and fired. One of the men let out a grunt, like he'd been punched in the gut. The other ducked back behind the corner.
"Choke on it, asshole,"
Richardson said. He ran for the opposite side of the building, found a stairwell, and ran down it. He emerged onto another ruined street, a tall chain-link fence straight ahead of him. He ran for the fence and found a section that was peeled back from the post, and he pushed his way through the hole into the overgrown alley beyond. The alley was little more than an easement between 2 brick buildings. He had to turn his shoulders to fit through. On the far side of the easement he saw another building, and he slipped inside one of its broken windows and stopped for a moment to listen to the silence and the shadows that had swallowed him.
"Come on,"
he told himself.
"breathe. Think. Come on, you have to think."
The room in which he found himself was large and empty, save for a few overturned chairs and ceiling tiles that had fallen to the floor and turned to powder. Electrical wires hung like vines from the exposed rafters in the ceiling. A gray haze hung in the air. The place smelled of rot and dust. Richardson crossed to a window on the far side of the room and looked out. He could see a patchwork of vacant lots, the vegetation dead and brown.
Gray streets led down blind alleys between endless red brick buildings. He couldn't remember ever seeing so much red brick in his life. But he could breathe again. At least he had that much. He looked down at the pistol in his hand and opened the cylinder and ejected the spent shell casings onto the floor. He took a speed loader from his belt and was about to drop it into the cylinder when he suddenly smelled the odor of rotting meat. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a child, no more than 10 years old, staggering toward him, dragging a useless leg behind him. Richardson groaned. The boy dragged himself forward, one arm coming up, the fingers too mangled to work. The other arm hung uselessly at his side. It, too, had been partially eaten. The boy's face was crusted over with dark splashes of dried blood, his eyes milky white with cataracts. He was obscenely thin. He began a long, low growl that ended with a snarling, snapping cough. Then he fell forward. Richardson stepped to one side, coming up behind the boy and pushing him face first into the wall next to the window. Electrical wires hung down around them, and Richardson balled up a section of them and looped the ends around the boy's throat. The boy's arm flailed against the wall, smearing blood on the bricks. Richardson kept pulling the wires down and down until he heard the long, low growl cut off abruptly. Then he stepped back from the wall and staggered back toward the center of the room. The boy turned clumsily and came after him, his head snapping back as the wires went taut. He kept reaching for Richardson with his one working arm until there was no more air left in his lungs. He jerked against the wire, and a choking, gurgling noise came from him. Then his legs bent, and his body sagged, though his knees never quite reached the floor. The head lolled to one side, the dead white eyes still open, watching Richardson. Richardson stood there, unable to look away from the dead boy. This was too much. This was just too much. There was no sound, save for the creaking of the wooden rafters as the boy's body swayed back and forth, and all Richardson could do was stand there, shaking his head. He could hear voices outside the window, but they were not close. A truck raced by, shifted gears, and the sound faded away into the distance until it was indistinct. He'd lost them, at least for now. He went to the window and put a hand on the brick frame and watched the vacant lots outside. A few zombies roamed between the apartment buildings, but for the time being, Richardson felt safe enough to relax a little. God knows he needed it. He glanced back at the dead boy, then lowered himself to the dust-covered floor and slid the straps of his backpack off his shoulders and removed a plastic bottle of water and leaned against the wall while he drank. Sweat dripped into his eyes, and he pinched it away. He was so tired. He wanted so badly to rest, but he couldn't. He could never stop, never rest. He hated living this way. A large black bird, a crow, judging by the size of it, landed on the window ledge. Richardson regarded it without moving. The bird squawked at him, a harsh, rude sound. Another landed beside it, and another. He stared at them, they back at him. Another flew inside and lit near the dead zombie boy's feet. It squawked at Richardson, then jumped onto the dead boy's shoulder and pecked at one of his eyes until it pried the thing loose. The bird held the boy's eyeball by its trailed bundle of severed optic nerves, then tossed it up in the air and gulped it down. Another crow was already prying the second eyeball loose. Richardson turned to the window. The first 3 crows had become dozens. Beyond them were hundreds more, thousands. They sat on the telephone poles and wires and in the street and on the roofs of the ruined apartment buildings. All of them stared back at him with dull black eyes, empty as a void, empty as forever. A crow squawked. Another answered. The sound grew large, bird answering unto bird. It became a din, became a living, breathing thing trying to cover him, beat him down, snuff him out. It was a painful thing, that noise, huge, godlike in its aspect. He clapped his hands over his ears, but it did no good. The noise was all around him. It was inside him. He closed his eyes and pulled his knees up to his chest. He hugged them. He pressed his face into his thighs and thought, "No! Stop it! No!" Richardson sat there, whimpering, for a long time. When at last he opened his eyes, the birds were gone. The dead boy was still hanging from the electrical cords, still creaking with his slow, pendulum movements in the torpid heat of the darkened building. Richardson mopped a hand over his face. He was sweating badly. He finished off the last of his water and sat watching the beads run down the inside of the bottle. He was numb, mentally drained and numb. He tried to clear his mind so he could figure out what to do next. Over the last 8 years, he had seen so many messed up things, so many lives wasted. But he had never seen anything like the Red Man. Sitting there, his head between his knees, Richardson asked himself again how it was possible for a man to control the infected the way the Red Man had. And he didn't have any answers. "You have to think about this," he told himself. "You have to. This is important." But he couldn't. His eyes burned. The muscles in his lower back ached. He was unable to concentrate on anything but the stiffness in his body. From outside he heard the familiar sound of a wooden door getting smashed open. That wasn't good. The zombies were searching the surrounding buildings, maybe looking for him, maybe looking for Sylvia Carnes and the 2 younger women she had with her. But it didn't matter who they were looking for. Whoever they found was as good as dead. He pulled himself up to one knee and looked out the window. From where he stood, he could see row upon row of red brick apartment buildings, with vacant lots between them. So many broken windows. Here and there was a fire-damaged roof. The brown, weed-filled yards were starting to encroach through the ground-floor windows. He was scanning the buildings for the broken wooden door he'd heard, when he saw a zombie falling from a second-story window off to his right. A small crowd of the infected was fighting to get through the front door. Framed in the window above them was the young, dark-haired woman he'd seen at the Pizza Hut, the one who had seemed to be in charge of Sylvia Carnes's group. "Get out of there," he thought. But she seemed to know already that the zombies were coming for her. She turned from the window and thought he heard the sounds of a struggle. A moment later she burst out of the front door with a wooden baseball bat in her hands. Sylvia Carnes and the other young woman emerged behind her. The dark-haired woman sidestepped one of the zombies, came up behind it, and swung the bat at the back of the zombie's head, dropping it with one blow. It was the same practiced move he'd seen Sylvia Carnes do in front of the Pizza Hut, but this woman did it with an athleticism that Sylvia Carnes could only try to mimic. "And I bet this is the one who taught it to you, Sylvia," he said to himself. "Not bad." There weren't many zombies around them now, maybe 20, and the women worked quickly to put them down. When the last zombie fell, the women formed up back to back to back and surveyed the field. They had an easy escape route to the south, lots of wide-open ground. The nearest zombies were still a good 150 feet away. But just as it looked like they were going to make it, Richardson heard the sound of a truck engine racing, tires skidding. He turned to his left, following the noise, and saw one of the red man's trucks coming up the street toward them. "No," he said. He looked at the women. "Run! You have to run!" The women heard the truck, too. The dark-haired woman lowered her bat and turned. She watched the truck approach. "Come on," Richardson muttered. "What are you waiting for?" Then she tossed the bat to the ground. "No," Richardson said. "What are you doing? Run!" Nicky Booth counted the black shirts on the truck racing toward her. 4 men in the back, probably 2 more in the cab. Nothing she couldn't handle. "Nicky!" She turned. Sylvia Carnes was looking at the bat on the ground. Beside her, Avery Harper was scared. It was a bad idea bringing her. She looked like she was holding on to her self-control with both hands. But of course, she'd no choice in that. She couldn't leave Avery behind. Not the way things were back home. This has gone far enough, Nicky realized. She had to do something now, or they were all going to be murdered by the black shirts. And that just wasn't going to happen. "You two need to run. Go. Hurry." Sylvia looked at her. "Nicky, what are you going to do?" "Don't ask me any questions, Sylvia. You and Avery, you need to run. Please. I won't let you get caught." "Nicky," Avery said. "You can't." Nicky nearly barked at her, but she caught the words in her throat. This wasn't a patrol, and Avery and Sylvia sure as hell weren't soldiers. She breathed out slowly, getting herself back under control. To Avery, very gently, she said, "Baby, I mean it. Run. If I don't catch up with you on the road, I'll meet you in the trade market down in Herculaneum. Now go." "They'll kill you," Sylvia said. "These idiots won't even get to first base. Now look, whatever happens to me, you get to a little town called Chester. You understand?" "Chester? Is that where we're going?" "You need to be there by Wednesday of next week. Understand?" Sylvia shrugged helplessly. But what about you?" "I'll be fine." Nicky glanced over at Avery and made sure that Sylvia saw the look in her eyes. "You take care of her, okay?" "Nicky." "Promise me. That's all I ask." Sylvia nodded. "Good enough." "But Nicky," Avery said. Nicky took her younger cousin by the hand. "Listen to me, Avery. It's like when you were a kid, remember? I'd tell you to lay low while I took care of the bad guys. Remember that?" Avery nodded. "It's like that now. I got bad guys that need taken care of. You go with Sylvia. You stay close to her, understand?" Avery nodded. "I need to hear it, Avery." "I understand." "All right." She turned back toward the black truck and pulled both her pistols. Then she looked back over her shoulder at them. "Go," she said. "Both of you." Richardson's pulse raced. He could feel it pounding at his temples. From where he stood, he could see the truck barreling down on the women. He could see the young, dark-haired woman with a pistol in each hand, running at the truck. Sylvia Carnes was yelling something. He couldn't catch all of it, but he heard her call the dark-haired girl Nicky, and he figured this was Nicky Booth, the name he'd heard the red man mention while he was interrogating the 2 men that had been with them. Nicky fired at the truck, and as soon as she did, the driver jumped on the brake, and the men bailed out, running for cover behind wrecked cars. The black shirts were armed with shotguns. They got behind cover quickly, moving in a crouch, the muzzles of their weapons pointed down at the low ready, the stocks up against their shoulders. Richardson had seen pros before, and he knew these men were trained for combat, not just a couple of thugs from the local gangs. But for pros, they sure were taking a foolish chance. The truck had been their biggest tactical advantage. If they wanted Nicky and her group, why not just run them down? A truck against pistols was no fair match at all. Nicky ran to her right, where 3 zombies had just come around the far side of a small apartment building, their focus on Sylvia Carnes and the other woman, who had yet to run. Nicky fired again, but not, Richardson realized, at the soldiers. She shot at the zombies, and her shots caused the zombies to change direction. They came for her, and as they did, they crossed behind 2 of the black-shirts who had taken up position behind a wrecked car. The black-shirts were forced to turn and fire at the zombies, and when they did, Nicky Booth charged them. She ran around the car and fired at the man closest to her, hitting him twice that Richardson could see. The soldier fell onto his back and didn't move. The second soldier managed to squeeze off a shot before Nicky shot him, and the deep whoomph of the shotgun drowned out Nicky's shots. A moment later, Nicky Booth staggered around the wrecked car and into the street. The blast had knocked her backward a good 5 feet, but she hadn't fallen, and there was no visible wound on her either. Her T-shirt was as gray as it had been in front of the Pizza Hut, no blood at all. But she did look punch-drunk. She weaved noticeably, and it looked like she was having trouble aiming her pistols at the other soldiers, who were coming out from behind their cover. She turned towards Sylvia Carnes and the other woman, both of whom had fallen back perhaps 20 yards, and that only because a few of the infected had managed to close on them, and she mouthed the word, "Run." The soldiers were closing on her. She fired at one of them and missed. The man already had his shotgun up. He lined his sights up on her chest and fired, and once again the weapon made an odd, deep whoomph that didn't sound anything like a normal shotgun blast. Richardson wasn't sure, but he thought he saw a flash of something red leave the weapon and bounce off Nicky Booth's chest. She staggered backward. Her arms dropped to her sides, and her chin sagged forward. One of the pistols fell from her fingers and clattered on the pavement. The soldier racked another shell into the chamber of his shotgun and fired. The same sound. The same flash of something red. And this time the shot laid Nicky Booth out flat on her back. Richardson could see her writhing sluggishly on the ground, on her back, a weak moan coming from her. And only then did it occur to him that the black shirts were using rubber donut rounds, the kind of non-lethal ammunition riot police had used on crowds before the outbreak. They were taking her alive. But why? The black shirts swarmed over her then, and handcuffed her hands behind her back. 2 of the soldiers scooped her up off the ground and carried her between them to the waiting truck, while the remaining 2 turned back to the south and looked around for Sylvia Carnes and the other woman. They weren't there, Richardson realized. Quietly, he stepped back from the window and crossed to the opposite side of the room. There he stepped out of the back window and hugged the wall of the building, moving south. When he got to the corner, he stopped and looked around. More windowless red brick apartment buildings. More brown, vacant lots. Gray paved streets with scraggly weeds coming up through the cracks. Sylvia Carnes and the other woman were still there, standing out in the open, just waiting to be captured. Or worse. Roving camera, he thought. You're safe here. You can just watch, record. You can keep yourself safe, detached, uninvolved. Move, Richardson said aloud. Come on, Sylvia, move. He heard the truck start up at the far side of the building. He heard the black shirts yelling, one of them directing the others to the south. They'd be on Sylvia Carnes and the other woman in less than a minute. Decision time, he told himself. You can walk away. You don't need to be a part of this. Richardson leaned forward and cursed himself. He was mad at his own stupidity, and at Sylvia. Why couldn't he ever take the easy option? Why couldn't he just turn his back and walk away? He ran for them. They were watching the lots to the north, still hoping against hope, he knew, that Nicky Booth would come running around the corner. And they didn't even realize he was there until he grabbed them both by the arm. Both women looked like they were going to scream. The younger one actually tried, but the sound caught in her throat, and all she could manage was a weak, choking gasp. She sucked in a breath, and he knew she was going to try again. "Don't make a sound," he said. His voice was barely more than a whisper. "If they hear you, you're dead." "We're all dead," he thought. He pulled them back toward the building where he had been hiding. "Come with me," he said. "There isn't much time." Chapter 4. When Nicky Booth awoke, she was on her stomach in the bed of the truck, a tan-colored boot right in front of her face. Her hands were cuffed behind her back. The truck bounced on the bad roads, telegraphing every bump through its worn springs to her aching ribs. Every breath was an effort. Every bump brought tears to her eyes. "She's awake," one of the black shirts said from above her. She turned her head to the side and looked up at the man. He was a lot older than she, 40 maybe. He had a long, stringy red beard and freckles on his neck and face, and a tattoo of a raven on the inside of his left wrist. She tried to roll over, but the pain in her side made her wince, and then she started coughing up blood. Big, phlegmy wads of it darkened the dirty bed of the truck. She groaned, and then she caught herself. These bastards weren't going to see her hurt. She steeled herself against the pain and looked up at her captors, scanning their faces, their clothes, the way they handled their weapons. The black shirt with the raven tattoo followed her gaze to his hand and adjusted his grip on the shotgun, perhaps thinking that she was debating her chances of getting the weapon from him. "It'd be a mistake," he said, and the faintest hint of a smile touched his mouth. It suggested that he wouldn't mind if she tried, though. Another bump in the road caused her to roll to her left, and when she did, she got a view of the second guard. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette and looking across the deserted city. The shotgun rested across his thighs. He was even older than the first guard. He didn't even bother looking at her. The expression on his face, Nicky realized, was boredom laced with sadness at the way the world was now. Nicky rocked back in the other direction, toward the first man. "Keep still," he told her.
"My ribs hurt. I think you broke something."
"Yeah? I hope it fucking hurts." She rolled over onto her right side so she could get her legs free. "What are you doing?"
"I can't breathe. How about loosening these cuffs?"
"Yeah, right. Just sit still. We're almost there." The truck hit a pothole, bouncing her off the bed. She winced. Every bump sent a pulse of pain through her ribs, sharp as a knife in her side. Nicky closed her eyes and focused on her breathing, forcing the pain down, down, down. A moment later she was still breathing hard, but she had the pain mastered. If she was going to get out of this, she needed to act quickly, and that meant playing dirty. She rolled over onto her shoulder and arched her back, turning her breasts up toward the black shirt.
"Please,"
she said, a bit of the helpless female creeping into her voice.
"Loosen them up just a little. They hurt real bad."
He didn't react, at least at first. He was looking right into her eyes, still tough, still the pro. But she could see the sweat on his forehead, his Adam's apple pumping up and down in his throat. Finally, he broke. He glanced at her breasts and swallowed, and Nicky knew that she had won a little ground.
Men and boobs,
she thought.
God, they're idiots.
The red-headed soldier looked at the older man across the bed from him, hesitated for a moment, as though about to ask permission, then seemed to think better of it. He stood up, took the keys from his belt. "Turn over," he said. "Put your ass up here where I can get at those cuffs." She could see him waiting for it. She could see his grip loosening on the shotgun. And when she saw the barrel of the gun swing up and away from her, she kicked, planting her heel squarely into his balls.
He doubled over with a grunt, the air rushing from his lungs. She twisted over onto her back and kicked again, this time catching him under the chin and sending him sprawling over the side of the truck.
"What the
older guard said. He jumped to his feet. Nicky was watching his knees. As soon as she saw his weight come down on his left knee, she kicked it, and a momentary thrill shot through her to hear the crack of his bones. Spinning over onto her shoulder blades, she jammed a heel up into his teeth. He fell backward, the shotgun falling overboard onto the road when he grabbed the side of the truck to keep from falling. She didn't lose any time. Nicky rolled over onto her knees just as the driver hit the brakes. When the vehicle stopped, she was ready. She jumped over the tailgate and hit the road running. To her left was nothing but vacant lots. She turned right and ran for a series of mismatched concrete buildings, the colors faded from years of neglect and exposure. Where there were buildings, there were places to hide. She heard the familiar whoomph of their shotguns and felt something hit her in the back, but it wasn't enough to knock her down. They were still using the rubber rounds, and those things only had a range of 20 yards or so. Beyond that, they were just a nuisance. She'd been hit harder during sparring practice. It didn't slow her down. She ran toward the buildings and veered to her right, looking for a way to create distance and conceal her position. The more buildings, the better, just like in training. And the building at the far end of the row was a storefront, mostly windows, the glass all busted out. She glanced through it, saw the way was clear around the corner, and ran for it. 3 black shirts were waiting for her near the back of the row of buildings, advancing abreast in a skirmish line. She stopped and turned. The ones from the truck were already sprinting around the front of the store. The older guard she'd kicked in the teeth drew a bead on her with his shotgun, and the last thing she saw before the world went black was the orange-white blast of fire from the end of his muzzle. She was back in the bed of the truck when she came to. The guards pulled her roughly to her feet and handed her down from the truck. Only then did she see she was back in the bank parking lot, the Pizza Hut across the street. The infected were all around her, watching her with their dead, white eyes. Many of them appeared to have fed recently, for their faces and their hands were wet with blood. A zombie crossed in front of her path, dragging a severed arm. From the shred of fabric still clinging to the wrist, she realized the arm belonged to either Steve Lewis or Tommy Bishop, the men who'd volunteered to come with her. "Oh, no," she groaned. But there was no time for her to mourn. The guards were leading her toward a smoky fire in the middle of the road. She felt a cloud of menace envelop her. Squatting in front of the fire, a blood-stained St. Louis Cardinals hat next to his left foot, was Loren Skaggs. He wore only a loose-fitting pair of blue jeans. The rest of him was covered head to toe in red paint. Even from 10 feet away, she could smell the waves of rot and corrupted flesh rising from his skin. Her stomach heaved, but she pushed it down. He looked nothing like the stoner kid she'd known back in high school. The infection had ruined his face. Old abscess scars, barely hidden by the red paint, pitted his face. One ear had been nearly torn from the side of his head, but had since healed. It was an imperfect fit now. The earlobe pointed forward much more than was natural. The rest of his face looked like it might slide from his head at any moment. He was stoking the coals with an iron rod, watching the brand at the end turn orange hot. He turned toward her, still stoking the fire, and his eyes were very white against the red paint on his face. His lips parted to show his yellowed teeth. It wasn't really a smile. There was too much gloating in it, like a predator savoring the prey beneath its claws. She flashed back 10 years, to Gooding, Illinois. Nicky had just graduated from the University of Nebraska with a degree in child development.
She wanted to teach elementary school. And then Hurricane Mardell hit, and the nation's economy just sort of dried up and moved on down the road. The Midwest was already hurting before the storm, but after, it died on its feet. When she returned to Gooding, she found no jobs, no schools in need of teachers. The town was dying. Most of the shops up and down Maine were for sale. Some had their windows boarded over. The scourge of meth was everywhere. The only good-looking, non-druggy guys she'd known growing up were shipping off for the military. And then, while shopping for some canned beans and tomatoes at the family pantry, she turned the corner and saw her town's death personified in the form of Lawrence Skaggs, son of Gooding's police chief. He'd been one of the metalheads smoking in his truck between classes back in school, Queensryche concert shirt on his bony frame, haunted look in his eyes. He played around with meth in high school, but now he was its poster boy. Rail skinny, losing his hair, cheeks sunken, dark circles under his eyes, bad teeth. He'd been trying to read the labels on a wall of antihistamines, and turned to look at her. He smelled like something that had died on the side of the road 3 days earlier. "Hey," he said, "I know you." She'd recoiled from his breath. Looking away, in equal parts horror and dismay, she turned down the first aisle she saw and walked straight to the registers. "See you around, Nicky," he'd called after her, and coughed. She paid and left in a hurry. The memory of that hideously vacant smile shook her, but she would have swum the Mississippi to trade it for the smile he was giving her now. Nicky bit down on her lip, fighting to master her fear. She tried to tell herself that the red paint he wore was just crazy, but the truth was, he sent an icy shiver down her skin. This must be how the people of the Calamar compound felt when he and his army of black shirts and zombies came for them, she thought. Nearly 3,000 people, people she knew. He hadn't wanted more black shirt converts, or even more zombie slaves. His army came with torches lit, their minds bent on murder and sending a message to the other compounds. The Red Man never even gave them a chance to surrender. He and his black shirts burned the perimeter fence and put the school and barracks and medical center to the torch. Those who were able tried to flee, only to get swallowed up by the Red Man's zombie army waiting in reserve. But most were cornered in the dining hall. Nicky had led a contingent of her soldiers into Calamar 2 days later, all of them wearing biohazard masks as protection against an endless plague of flies. Blood had stained everything. There were huge, coagulated pools of it on the floor of the dining hall and spattered on the walls. Swirls of it on the ceiling. There were broken teeth embedded in the tables. Bodies lay mangled and tangled in piles. Nicky had given the order to burn the rest of the complex, and then gone back to Ken Stoller at Union Field. She and Stoller had been at odds for a while before then, but that day marked the beginning of the end of their friendship. And when she considered how she had come to be a traitor to the people of Union Field, and turned her back on the man who had taken her in and turned her from a feral hunter into a leader of men, she thought of that day at Calamar. And now, here she was, about to die at the Red Man's hand. Ken Stoller would probably appreciate the irony. The guards had let go of her shoulders. She hadn't even realized it. She'd been standing there, light-headed, her mind still drifting over the events of the last 2 years, when suddenly she became aware that she was supporting her own weight. She was swaying like one of those zombies waiting on the edge of the road. Nicky squeezed her eyes shut and willed herself not to fall. She would not let herself do that. She didn't dare. And when she spoke, There wasn't the slightest tremor in her voice. "Hello, Lauren." He hesitated for just a moment, then went back to stoking the fire. "What do you think you're doing here, Lauren? This is suicide for you. You know that, don't you? My people are going to tear you to shreds." He shrugged.
"That's the price of doing business where we play, isn't it?"
His eyes never left the fire. "What's this about, Lauren?" The muscles along his back tensed. He jabbed the poker into the fire, no longer stoking it, but attacking it.
"No one is coming for you, Nicky. Let's not pretend."
"What happened to you, Lauren?"
"I would have thought that was obvious."
"No. I can see the change you've been through. All that ridiculous paint you wear. That's not what I mean. What happened to your mind? The last time we spoke, you sounded like the meth that charred your mind to cinders. Now you actually sound like you can string a sentence together. So what happened? 'Cause from where I'm standing, you may be the only person who ever got better by becoming a zombie."
"Ah," he said, "you're trying to tease me."
"Would that do any good?"
"Sexually, you mean?"
He looked back at her and chuckled at the stricken look on her face.
"Ah, no. I see that's not what you meant."
He went back to the fire.
"A pity."
She looked at him coldly, but inside she was aghast and dismayed by the double entendre he'd made. Another chill spread over her skin. He rose from the fire, the poker in his right hand. Nicky watched the smoking orange raven at the end of the iron shaft, and a muscle in her cheek twitched, but she showed no other reaction. The truth was, she was terrified, but she had no intention of giving him that satisfaction.
"Can I tell you something, Nicky?"
Her eyes flicked from the orange tip of the smoking poker to his face.
"Back in high school," he said, "I used to dream of fucking you. Seriously, that was the only reason I ever showed up to algebra. Oh, man, the sick shit I wanted to do to you. Tell me, Nicky, you ever take it in the ass?"
She swallowed, trying hard to breathe in the stench of his breath without gagging. He shrugged.
"Who knows?" he said. "Maybe here in the next few days we'll get a chance to find out. You and me, we're going to be spending some quality time together."
"You'll never get the chance," she managed to say. "Ken Stolar's gonna—"
"Ken Stolar has been betrayed by his little favorite."
He brought the poker closer, passing it within inches of Nicky's face. She could see the glowing tip reflected in his eyes like a sadistic joy.
"He may come looking for you, Nicky, but he'll be hunting, not rescuing. You're a traitor. How does that feel, knowing you turned your back on the one man who believed in you?"
"You don't know what you're talking about," Nicky said. "I'm on a scavenging mission. I'm looking for antibiotics."
"You're looking for Dr. Don Fisher," he said. "Don't lie to me."
He dipped his face close to hers, and the stink of rot that emanated from him made her eyes water. But even worse than the smell, worse even than the bloodstains between his teeth, was the bright glow of insanity that filled his expression. The necrosis filovirus had eaten honeycombed chambers through his psyche, and what remained of his mind was like a window straight into hell.
"You're not on any scavenging mission,"
he went on. His voice was barely more than a whisper now, but still full of hate.
"I have my spies in Union Field. I know the trouble you've had with Ken Stolar, and I know what you're planning on doing. You've sent messengers to Fisher. Where are you planning on meeting him?"
His words sent a chill through her. How could he know that? Was it true? Did he really have spies in Union Field? She forced the questions down.
I don't know what you're talking about,
she said.
Lauren, please, just let me go. You don't have to do this.
He leaned in and whispered in her ear.
That name died when I did, Nicky. Just like your name will die.
Lauren,
she said.
Please.
He took several steps back and nodded to his soldiers. They grabbed her by the arms and threw her face down on the pavement.
Pull down her pants,
the red man said. Nicky felt the guards groping at her belt buckle, then at her waistband as her pants and panties came down over her hips. She kicked and tried to bite the hands that held her down, but there were just too many of them. And when her pants were down around her ankles, the guards pressed their knees into her back and shoulders. She might as well have been nailed to the street with railroad spikes. No matter how hard she fought, she couldn't move. The red man put the iron on the pavement in front of her face, and she could hear the metal hissing.
Hey,
he said,
I've got a confession to make. I don't really care if you tell me or not where Fisher is. You know why?
She shook her head, unable to take her eyes off the smoking tip of the poker.
I used to dream about fucking you. I did. I thought about it all the time, but pretty soon I won't have to wonder what it would have been like, because I'm going to have as much of you as I want. Here, in just a bit, I'm going to be knee-deep inside of you.
Stop it,
she said. She hated the fear she heard in her voice, but she couldn't hold it back now, not with her pants down around her ankles.
Tell me where Fisher is.
She shook her head.
No, I won't.
Where are the others you were with?
There aren't any others. You killed the 2 men who came with me.
She struggled against the hands that held her to the pavement. The red man turned his head slightly, and one of the soldiers ran forward.
Find the others she had with her. Bring them back here alive if you can. If not, just bring them back here.
Yes, sir,
the soldier said. He cast one last longing look at Nicky Booth's bare ass, and then climbed into one of the trucks.
If you tell me where they are, I won't turn them. They'll die quickly, I promise.
Nicky didn't speak.
No? I think that's too bad, Nicky, and a bit hypocritical. I remember you from school. Little Miss Homecoming Queen, Gooding County Corn Princess. You made me sick with your Meals on Wheels and your church choir. Someone who puts such a premium on life shouldn't give it away so casually.
He reached out a diseased hand and stroked her ass lovingly.
You know what I'm going to do?
He grabbed himself by the crotch.
I'm going to take away everything you love, Nicky. And when it's all gone, I'll be there, waiting for you.
The red man stood and walked around Nicky until he was behind her. He forced her thighs apart. He got down on his hands and knees and crawled over top of her. She could feel his bare chest pressing down on her back and feel the heat of his breath at her ear.
Remember back in the old days, he said. I think they used to call this a tramp stamp.
A moment later, the orange-hot poker tip was frying the skin at the small of her back, and Nicky Booth's screams echoed down the lonely street as the windowless buildings and the swaying zombies silently watched. Chapter 5. There was a storm coming. Richardson could smell it in the air as he and the two women watched the Red Man's soldiers moving south through the abandoned buildings. He figured they had 2, maybe 3 hours before the rain started, and he wanted to be out of this place and tucked in someplace warm and dry when the weather hit. But there was Sylvia and this other woman here with him, and that was a problem he hadn't counted on. "You guys know someplace we can hunker down before the rain gets you?" Sylvia Carnes gave him a quick look, then went back to studying the street. Richardson had the feeling he'd just been dismissed. Evidently, she had decided he wasn't much of a threat, or perhaps the least of her worries. Either way, she wasn't saying anything. And as the soldiers and the zombies moved off to other lots and searched other buildings, the younger woman calmed down as well. Richardson was glad for that. He'd never had much patience for sobbing, and even less since he started wandering the roads. Maybe too much of the old roving camera, he thought. Not enough empathy. He smiled. No, screw that. Empathy had led Marshal Ed Moore and the rest of the grassland survivors to their deaths. It wasn't going to get him, too.
"Hey, you hear me?"
It was Sylvia. She was looking at him, expecting an answer. He said, shaking his head.
"I said we can't stay here."
She motioned for him to head toward a large section of tar paper that was hanging from the side of the roof behind him.
"Over there."
"Sylvia,"
the younger woman said,
"what are we going to do about Nicky?"
Sylvia's expression softened. If Richardson was reading her right, the tenderness in her face almost looked motherly.
"Avery, listen to me," she said. "I know we have to get her back, but we have to get ourselves out of sight first, okay? We can't help her if we're dead."
"But they shot her."
Even in the low light, the girl's plump face looked stricken. Sylvia took the woman's hands in her own.
"They were using riot guns, sweetie. They were trying to take her alive."
"So they could torture her."
Sylvia frowned.
"We'll find her," she said. "I don't know how, but we'll find her."
She glanced at Richardson.
"You ready to move out?"
Richardson nodded. He couldn't hear the trucks anymore, but there were still 8 of the zombies out there, searching the apartment buildings on the east side of the street. Sylvia pointed at 2 of the zombies trying to pry the plywood off an apartment window across the street.
"Those are the smart ones. They'll search those buildings systematically. We need to leave here as soon as we can."
"But what about Nicky?"
the younger woman said.
"We'll find her, Avery. Please, just work with us here, okay? Nicky let you come along because she knew you could handle the risk. I need you to be tough now. Can you do that for me?"
The girl started crying again. Richardson looked away. It was humid and sticky. Richardson could feel a thick, oily sweat coating the back of his neck, seeping down under his shirt. He watched Sylvia Carnes run her hands through her frizzy gray hair, trying, unsuccessfully, to press it down on the back of her head. She had tied it back into a ponytail with a black piece of cloth, but the band didn't seem up to the task. It occurred to him that she was actually quite pretty, prettier than he remembered.
"What are you looking at?"
she said to him. "Do you remember me?" he asked. "It was a long time ago, in San Antonio." Her expression didn't change. 8 years ago? You were leading a group of kids from—
"I remember you, Mr. Richardson. I recognized you when I saw you back at the Pizza Hut."
He waited for her to say more, but she didn't. "So, what brings you to—"
"It's a long story, Mr. Richardson. If you don't mind, I've kind of got a lot on my plate at the moment."
"Oh, shit!"
Sylvia Carnes was on her feet and running from beneath the awning before Richardson could react. One of the zombies from across the street had spotted them, and he was advancing on their hiding spot with a crooked, hobbling gait. But he was moving fast, grunting rather than moaning, his eyes locked on them with the keenness of a cat stalking a bug. A rusty ventilator fan had fallen from the wall above them and was resting against a pile of bricks a short distance away. Sylvia reached the fan and scooped it up just as the zombies stepped into the brown patches of weeds on their side of the street. As the zombie closed on her, she swung the fan and caught him on the cheek with one of the blades. The man dropped to his hands and knees, but didn't cry out. He glanced back up at Sylvia. The shiny red gash on his cheek spread open as he reached for her, revealing a row of busted, blood-stained teeth. Sylvia brought the fan down on the zombie's face right as he lunged for her, sinking one of the fan blades deep into his forehead. He fell back into the weeds, dead. Sylvia whirled on Richardson and the girl.
Run!
She pointed at an 8-foot-high brick wall on the other side of the collapsed awning.
That way! Hurry it up!
Responding to the commotion, 4 other zombies were already crossing the street.
Come on,
Richardson said. He grabbed the girl by the upper arm and pulled her to her feet. They ran for the wall, jumped onto a pile of debris that had collected in one corner, and grabbed for the top of the wall. Richardson heard the girl grunting as she tried to pull herself up onto the top of the wall. She's not going to make it, he thought. A moment later, she dropped. She was still holding on to the top of the wall, but just barely. She looked at him, the ligaments standing out on her neck, her expression a mixture of pain and abject fear.
I can't,
she said. Richardson turned back to the street and saw Sylvia Carnes sprinting toward him.
Hurry up,
she yelled. It's okay, Richardson said to the girl. Pull yourself up. I'll help you. He grabbed her by the knees and pushed her up until he felt her crest the top of the wall on her own. Then he pulled himself to the top of the wall and sat facing the street just as Sylvia Carnes reached the debris pile below him. Let me have your hand, he said, reaching for her.
Get out of the way,
Sylvia said, and a moment later was scrambling past him and dropping down on the other side of the wall. She landed next to the younger girl and looked up at him. Wow, he thought. Not bad.
You coming?
Sylvia Carnes asked. They landed in a small, weed-choked alley. Sylvia led them to the head of the alley where they stopped and looked around. There was nothing to see but a tattered plastic bag floating down the empty street on a sluggish breeze.
Come on,
Sylvia said. She stepped into the street, turned south, and moved out at a trot. Richardson, walking briskly alongside her, started to tell her how surprised he was to see her again after so many years. But she frowned, shook her head, and went back to scanning the surrounding buildings.
Later,
was all she said. Richardson quieted down, focusing on his breathing. Though he was accustomed to living on his own, and doing just about anything he had to do to survive, he wasn't exactly in the best physical condition. Over the last few years, he'd had to do little by way of real work. Nothing beyond a light sprint now and then. Sometimes a few whacks with the old machete. Occasionally he had to chop wood with a hatchet, but nothing strenuous. He was about to ask Sylvia Carnes if they could stop, when she turned and looked at the younger girl running along behind Richardson. The girl was not doing well. Her weight, he guessed. Her arms were jerking by her side, rather than swinging back and forth naturally, and Richardson could hear the rattling wheeze in her chest. Sylvia stopped and waited for the girl to catch up. When she finally did, Sylvia put a hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her if she was doing okay. The girl nodded, unconvincingly. "We should rest for a second," Richardson said. "No," Sylvia said flatly. "We need to put some distance between us and the Red Man's people." "That man back there in front of the Pizza Hut? Is that who you mean?" "You see anybody else around here who paints themselves red?" "No," Richardson said, a little stunned. Who is he?"
"The enemy."
"Whose enemy?" Richardson asked. Sylvia didn't answer, but she did slow her pace to accommodate the younger woman. What had she called her? Avery? "He killed those 2 men you were with," Richardson said. Sylvia Carnes had started to lead the younger woman away, but when she heard that, she stopped and stared at Richardson.
"You saw them die?"
Richardson nodded, remembering how he'd wanted to help, and had almost stepped into the street to do it. "He killed one of them, the one in the St. Louis Cardinals hat. The other he turned, I think." The girl let out a sharp, nasally gasp.
"Tommy!"
the girl groaned.
"No, not Tommy."
Sylvia put an arm around the girl's shoulders and squeezed, still looking at Richardson. "Why did he kill them?" Richardson said, when what he was really wondering was why the man would paint himself all red. "Who is he? Why is he after you?"
"Because he's one of them,"
Sylvia Carnes answered.
"He's a zombie."
Her comment stopped him cold, but she wouldn't say more. The younger woman was still sobbing over Tommy. A boyfriend or a relative of some sort, Richardson guessed, and Sylvia was more interested in comforting her than she was in filling in the backstory for Richardson.
"He's going to kill Nicky,"
the girl said.
"just like Tommy and Steve. What are we going to do?"
"I don't think he's going to kill her, Avery. He knows how important she is. She's worth a lot more to him alive than she is dead, or as one of his zombies."
"So what are we going to do?"
"Nicky told me what to do. She said no matter what for us to go to Chester. She said she would catch up with us there."
"But how is she going to do that?"
Avery said. Sylvia drew in a breath, measuring her response.
I don't know, Avery."
"Shouldn't we go after her?"
"I don't know,"
Sylvia said.
"Can't we get somebody to help us?"
"I don't know, baby."
She pulled the girl close to her and smoothed the hair on the back of her head. The girl sank into Sylvia's chest, her wide, rounded shoulders hitching now and then with a sob. Sobbing women made him feel helpless and oafish, so he did the only thing he knew how to do. Richardson took off his backpack and unzipped the main flap. Digging past his poncho, he found a plastic water bottle and removed it. "Sylvia," he said, and motioned toward the girl with the bottle. "Does she want some of this?" Sylvia Carnes looked at the bottle, and then to him, and the hard edge in her features softened a bit.
"Thank you,"
she said, and took the bottle and offered some to the girl. Avery drank it eagerly. When she was done, she wiped the moisture from her lips and handed the bottle back to Richardson. He took the bottle from her without comment, then offered some to Sylvia. They definitely didn't come prepared for this, Richardson thought, as he watched Sylvia drink. She had her eyes closed, savoring the taste of the water. He was about to ask her what they were doing out here when she opened her eyes and extended the bottle to him.
"We need to get going,"
Sylvia said. Okay," Richardson said. He took the bottle and screwed on the cap. Sylvia and Avery started walking, while he slid the bottle back into his pack and zipped it up. And then he stopped and listened. A faint rustling, like rubble shifting underfoot. He scanned the surrounding buildings, looking for signs of movement, and saw only a vast, empty city.
"Hey,"
Sylvia called back to him.
"You coming?"
"Yeah," he said, and took one last look at the empty street. "Yeah, on my way." They walked south, and soon fell into a marching order, with Sylvia and Richardson out front, and the younger woman trailing along about 10 feet behind them. Richardson tried to make room for the girl next to them, but she seemed to prefer to be by herself. Richardson let her be. They stayed on Florissant Street wherever they could. Occasionally they'd hear one of the infected chasing after a rat or a dog, and they would hide. But the infected down here didn't seem to move as packs, and so they were easy to avoid. Gradually, the feeling they were being followed began to fade.
I think if we keep at this pace, we can reach some of the open farmland south of town by nightfall, Sylvia said. The Red Man's troops will be searching the area north of here for us for the rest of the day. When they don't find us, they'll head back to their home base.
Richardson was suddenly interested. Where is that?
About 150 miles south of Herculaneum. The Kirkman Hyatt Hotel and Convention Center.
And you're sure he'll go there? He won't stay around here and try to hunt us?
We are not his priority. Nicky Booth is.
That's the woman you were with?
Sylvia nodded. We're not out of the woods yet. We need to stay off his radar for the next day or so. After that, we'll be able to move around a little easier.
Richardson shook his head. There were 1,000 questions he wanted to ask her, but he kept coming back to what she said about the Red Man. You said he was a zombie. What does that mean?
What do you think it means? He's a zombie. He's infected.
I know what a zombie is, Sylvia, Richardson said.
So then what's your question?
He bristled at her tone. 8 years had passed, but Sylvia Carnes was still the same old bitch. Everything out of her mouth was just plain wrong. Richardson forced himself to smile. How is it possible? He said. That's what I want to know. I watched him walking around. He limped, but he was as coordinated as any of us. And he talked. Zombies don't talk. They don't think. That guy, he may be crazy, but he was capable of carrying on a conversation. I heard him.
That's true.
So how is it possible? It's not.
You saw him control those other zombies.
I don't know what I saw, he said, but it couldn't have been him controlling those zombies.
They didn't attack him, did they? They didn't attack his black shirts? If not controlling them, what exactly do you think you saw?
No, he said, shaking his head. He huffed, but it came out a laugh. No, Sylvia, we're not going to go over this again.
Go over what exactly?
We're not going to do San Antonio all over again. I've seen Stage 3 zombies, Sylvia. I know they can use Stage 1 zombies as tools, but that's not what I saw back there. You keep wanting to ascribe abilities to zombies that they just don't possess. Their brains are gone, Sylvia. For all intents and purposes, they're dead, and they aren't coming back.
You're an idiot, she said.
Calling me names doesn't prove your point, Sylvia. Tell me how he controls the zombies. You can't, can you?
He controls them because he's a zombie, just like they are.
But what's the mechanism?
There has to be a mechanism. You see that, right? If he's controlling them, how does he do it?
She looked mad. Her eyes were drilling holes in him, but he didn't look away. Damn it, he'd forgotten how much fun it was to fight. He was actually enjoying himself.
I don't know, she finally said. I don't. They had arrived at an intersection. Sylvia stopped beneath a faded yellow traffic light and looked left, then right. There was a park to their right that stretched south several blocks. It was overgrown with weeds, the tall grass swaying in the wind. Richardson breathed deep and could smell the approaching rain and the musty vegetable rot of river scent. And something else, too. Something unpleasant. The sour, sweet stench of decayed flesh. Once again that feeling that they were being followed sent a sweaty chill down his back. But there was nothing moving out there amid the wrecked buildings and abandoned cars. Sylvia wiped the sweat from her forehead, then retied the black ribbon that held her ponytail in place. Her hair was wiry as a bird's nest. A part of Richardson wanted to engage again. He had her on the ropes, and it wasn't his nature to stop when he got under an opponent's defenses. But the feeling that they were being followed had sapped some of the flavor out of the fight. He held his peace. "I don't like the looks of that," she said, pointing toward the park. "Better veer left toward the river. We'll be going through more buildings, but that'll also give us more places to hide if we need it." "Okay," Richardson said.
though he got the distinct impression that she wasn't asking for his advice. "Where are you planning on going?"
"The free trade market down in Herculaneum," she said.
"That's where I was planning on going, too." She looked at him, but said nothing. She turned to Avery.
"You okay?"
"I'm fine,"
Avery said, though it wasn't a convincing act. Her face was flush. There were sweat stains all down the front of her baggy shirt. They moved out again, this time at a walk, and entered a wider section of the street. Richardson had the distinct impression that they had crossed some kind of cultural or economic dividing line in the old city's demographics. The red brick buildings were fewer and farther between. He saw more and more banks, modern two-story houses that had originally been painted white but were now peeling and faded, and here and there a dry cleaner's and a grocery store and a theater. There were also lots of wrecked cars, most of which had been cannibalized for parts or destroyed by fire. But luckily, no zombies.
"I remember what you told me when you asked permission to come along with my group in San Antonio," Sylvia said. "You said you were trying to write the definitive history on the zombie outbreak."
Richardson remembered the conversation well. It had taken place in her office at the University of Texas in Austin. Her office was a small room in Parlin Hall with a window overlooking a wooded courtyard, and beyond that, Guadalupe Street, known affectionately on campus as the Drag. The walls were one continuous bookshelf, each shelf sagging beneath dusty rows of novels. She had been a moderately attractive middle-aged woman then, maybe a little plump, a little pale for his taste, but smart. He'd sat in the one chair in the room that wasn't mounded with books. On the desk between them was the court order signed by Justice Allen Woods. The order allowed her to take 40 college kids who didn't know the first thing about the risks involved, inside the quarantine wall around San Antonio. Back then, before anybody really had any idea at all about what was going on with the infected, there were strong feelings on both sides about the proper way to handle the problem. Most of America wanted to eliminate the infected by any means necessary. Dr. Carnes, and a few very vocal people like her, disagreed. The infected were victims of a plague, she said. We wouldn't be talking about wholesale murder if this was a flu outbreak, or rabies, or anything else. But you're leading them into a meat grinder, he said to her.
"I disagree. All my students are dedicated members of the People for an Ethical Solution. They have made informed choices. They believe, as I do, that the infected are still human, and therefore have the same rights and expectations that any human being has in an enlightened society. This trip will show that we don't need to be afraid of them. This trip will show the U.S. government that the time has come to send in researchers to try to combat this outbreak."
"Sounds like you rehearsed that." She simply stared at him. "Your students are just kids," Richardson went on. "How can they make informed choices?"
"Each member of my group is over 21. They're legally adults, capable of making their own choices."
Richardson choked down his objection. He'd never met a 21-year-old kid responsible enough to shop for groceries by himself, much less make an informed choice on an issue where the stakes involved life and death. But he knew it wouldn't do any good to tell Dr. Sylvia Carnes that. She was a zealot, and arguing with a zealot did about as much good as pounding your head against a wall.
"You think this is a mistake, don't you, Mr. Richardson?"
He shrugged. "I thought I'd been pretty clear on that point, yes. I think you're going to get those kids killed. I think we'll probably all get killed."
"And yet you're still going."
Richardson smiled. "I wouldn't miss it."
"Why? You know why I'm doing it. Why are you doing it?"
He just went on smiling. "Because Simon and Schuster asked me to write the definitive history of the zombie outbreak. And because they backed a dump truck full of money up to my door." But it wasn't the real answer, and both of them knew it. Now here he was, 8 years later, and the world was a completely different place.
Everything had changed. Off in the rubble to his left, he saw a zombie trying to wade its way through the debris. But it was no threat. Its injuries were too severe for it to do anything but fall over. It couldn't even moan. It was, in many ways, a lot like the world it haunted. "Did you ever write your book?" Sylvia asked. The question surprised him, and he wasn't really sure how to answer her. "I never really stopped," he finally said. "These last few years I've been wandering the country, talking to survivors, building up a library of stories. That's what has kept me alive." He laughed, an unpleasant sound with a note of bitterness beneath it. "It's given me a reason to get up each morning." She was quiet for a moment. "That zombie you were just looking at," she said, gesturing with her chin toward the building on Richardson's left. "Yeah?" "That's a stage 1. If I had to guess, I'd say he got turned sometime this summer, maybe even a few weeks ago. You know the difference between a stage 1, 2, and 3 zombie, right?" He nodded. She started walking, and Richardson and the girl fell in with her. "Then you know how they are nearly back to where they were before they were infected. Mentally, I mean. They are capable of extremely complex actions, such as—" Richardson frowned. "Now, hold on a second. I don't think I buy that at all. Perhaps they regain some limited cognitive faculties, but to say they—" "Such as manipulate other zombies," Sylvia interrupted. "Use strategy to hunt prey. You even mentioned that one yourself. If you ask me, it sounds an awful lot like near full use of cognitive faculties. But have you ever wondered what comes next?"
"After what? You mean after stage 3? She nodded. Richardson's mind didn't want to take in the possibility. "Are you saying the Red Man is, what, a stage 4 zombie?" She touched the tip of her nose. "That's—" Richardson wanted to say that it was impossible, but it did make a weird kind of sense. Was that really the next step? "Oh, my God," he said. Sylvia nodded. "Yeah, well, the zombies sure seem to think so." Chapter 6. By late afternoon, the rich, muddy smell of the river was thick in the air. The sky above them was churning with storm clouds, and Richardson could see lightning off to the east. He hadn't eaten since before daybreak, and he was about to recommend they stop when Sylvia did it for him.
"What do you think?" she said to Avery. Sylvia was pointing at a small 2-story office building with an upstairs balcony that looked like it might afford a pretty good view of the street. Her hair had once again worked itself loose from her ponytail, so that now it resembled the ball moss that hung from the pecan trees down by the river. But otherwise she looked as solid as ever. Richardson imagined she could walk all night if she had to. By contrast, Avery looked even worse than Richardson felt. Why in the world did they bring her along, he wondered, and not for the first time. Nicky Booth, the other woman they'd had with them, had handled herself pretty well against the Red Man's troops, and Sylvia was no slouch herself. But this girl was about to fall apart. And then she surprised him. "There's no outside staircase," she said. "That's good. And it's small enough that there's probably only one on the inside. It shouldn't be too difficult to secure." "I agree," Sylvia said. She scanned the sky. The wind was out of the east and carried the smell of mud and humus and wood smoke over them. "Rain's coming this way. If we set up a water trap on the balcony, we should be able to get as much drinking water as we need." But Richardson wasn't watching the building. He had turned to the old fire station across the street. Its red brick front, with its dark, empty windows, was absolutely still. And yet he was certain he had heard something. "Something wrong?" Sylvia asked. "Huh?" He turned toward her. "Did you hear something?"
Both women stopped and listened. The street was absolutely silent for a few moments, and Sylvia slowly shook her head. "Nothing," she said. She looked to Avery, who also shook her head. "Let's just hurry up," he said. They went inside and looked around. Like every other building they'd seen, most of the windows were busted out. Rainwater had entered the building, and in places had mixed with fallen ceiling tiles to form a muddy, gray sludge on the floor. The wallpaper had blistered, and in a few places it sagged to the floor in loose scrolls. But overall, the building looked to be in pretty good shape. It would certainly do for an overnight shelter. Avery Harper was right about there only being one interior staircase. They used furniture from the offices to block it off, making it all but impassable to any zombie that might happen to find his way in during the night. That done, they retreated upstairs, and Richardson cleared out spaces for them to sleep, while the women went out on the balcony and set up the water trap in case it rained. When they came back inside, Richardson was unloading his backpack. He removed 2 cans of pork and beans, a small wire rack he'd made from a coat hanger, and a can of sterno. "You guys hungry?" he asked, lighting the sterno.
"God, yes,"
Avery said. Sylvia nodded, her eyes on the open can of pork and beans. "Have a seat," Richardson said, as he arranged the wire rack over the can of sterno. "This thing's only big enough for 1 can at a time. Takes about 5 minutes.
5 minutes is just fine," Sylvia said. "I thought it was going to be beef jerky again tonight."
"You have beef jerky?" She reached under her shirt and removed a belly band. Inside the band were several sheets of dried beef wrapped in cellophane.
"Road food," Sylvia said.
"I've got a can of green beans. If you want to save it, we can have the beans and the jerky for breakfast."
"Deal,"
she said.
"Mr. Richardson?"
Avery said. She was looking over the things he'd removed from his backpack.
"What is all this stuff?"
"Just supplies, things I've picked up over the years." But it was quite an assortment, honed from years of living on the road. Extra socks, canteen, water purification tablets, matches, compass, small LED flashlight, waterproof poncho, a large tarp he'd made from an Army surplus ghillie suit, signaling mirror, bedroll and blanket, a 50-foot length of nylon rope, a slim collection of Wordsworth's poems he'd found in a small-town library in Nebraska, first aid kit, Swiss Army knife, binoculars, ammo and cleaning kit for the rifle he'd lost earlier that morning, jacket, BDU pants, a T-shirt, long underwear. "Living on the road," he said. "You never know what you're going to need." She examined the gear with obvious fascination, and it occurred to him that she had never spent more than a few nights away from her compound, wherever that was. Then she picked up his iPad and said,
"What's this?"
"It's an iPad," he said. "It was state-of-the-art back before the outbreak. I found it in a computer store in Seattle, Washington, about 5 years ago."
"What do you use it for?"
"I store my interviews on it."
"Interviews? Of who?"
"Anybody. People I meet."
"What do you interview them for?"
"To get their stories," he said. "It's what I do."
"Mr. Richardson was a reporter before the outbreak, Avery," Sylvia said. "That's how we met. He was writing a book about it."
"That's right," Richardson said. "But call me Ben, please. I mean, if that's not too weird for you." Sylvia took a long time to consider it.
"I guess that'd be okay,"
she said finally.
"You did kind of get us out of a bad spot today." "Yeah, I guess that'd be okay."
Richardson wrapped a rag around the beans and took them off the heat. Then he got a spoon from his pack and handed it to Avery. "You too," he said to her. "Call me Ben, okay?" Avery took the can and spoon from him and ate a spoonful with her eyes closed. She savored it for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she smiled apologetically.
"That's really good,"
she said. "There's more," Richardson said. "Help yourself." Avery looked at Sylvia, who nodded. Then she helped herself to 2 more spoonfuls and passed the can to Richardson.
"How many interviews have you collected?"
she asked him. "I don't know," he said. 600 or 700, maybe.
"Really?"
"Yeah. Here, I'll show you." He took a battered trash can from the corner and upended it and set the iPad on it like a picture frame. "This should pick up all 3 of us," he said.
"You want to interview me?"
Avery asked. "Sure, if that's okay." She looked uncertain and nervous. She kept touching her hair.
"What do I do?"
"Just talk," Richardson said. "Tell me about yourself. Who you are, what you guys are doing, what you plan on doing in the future. Anything, really."
"Is it running now?"
Richardson nodded. Avery's cheeks colored slightly. She ducked her head and fiddled with her blonde hair. She swallowed a few times, then looked at Sylvia Carnes. From the expression on her face, it looked like she was asking for permission. "Go ahead," Sylvia said. "I think it's all right. We can trust him."
"Okay,"
Avery said. She fingered her hair back from her ears and looked at the iPad.
"How do I start?"
"Tell me your name," Richardson said.
"Avery Harper."
"How old are you, Avery?"
20.
"So you would have been how old when the outbreak happened?"
"I was 12 when Hurricane Mardell hit. I was living with my dad in Houston at the time."
Richardson handed the can of pork and beans to Sylvia. "You were in Houston during the storm?"
"No, we evacuated to Dallas before the storm. We were with some of his friends when all the fighting started. After that, Dad said we couldn't go back."
"Where did you go?"
"To live with my cousin, Nicky Booth."
"That's the young woman we saw earlier today? The one with the short brown hair?" Avery's smile faded.
"That's right. Her dad was a doctor in Gooding, Illinois. It's this tiny little town on the other side of the river, about 100 miles from here."
"So you were 12 and making this big change. What was it like there?"
"Well, at first it was scary, you know. I didn't have any friends. I was in a new school. I had Nicky, but she was just back from college, and I was just a kid, so it wasn't like we hung out or anything. But then, after a while, I got used to it. Living in a small town is actually kind of boring, you know."
"I know," Richardson said, and laughed. "I grew up in Port Arthur, Texas, birthplace of Janis Joplin."
"Who's Janis Joplin?"
"It's not important," he said, trading a sly smile with Sylvia. "So you and Nicky eventually left Gooding, right? How did that happen?"
"Like I said, Gooding was kind of boring. There were a lot of drugs and stuff like that. Nicky used to tell me all the cute guys had gone off to the military, and the ones who didn't were too busy doing meth. The town was pretty much dying when the quarantine wall fell. People had been moving away for a while, but after the wall came down, things pretty much went to hell, you know. We both lost our parents during that second wave. I was lucky I had Nicky. Without her, I would have died too. Probably a bunch of times."
"I'm sorry about your parents," Richardson said. He scanned the girl's face, but the memory didn't seem to cause her any obvious pain, so he pressed on. "What did you guys do after you lost them?"
"We lived on the road."
"What did you do?"
"Nothing. Just sort of wandered, you know."
Richardson smiled. "Yes," he said. "I know wandering very well indeed." Avery didn't look like she knew how to respond to that.
"Before the outbreak, Nicky was just a normal girl, you know. But afterwards—"
She shivered. "What, Avery? What happened while you guys were on the road?"
"Nicky changed. I mean, she loved me. I think she loved me more after her dad died than she ever did while he was alive. But after he died, she turned, I don't know, dangerous. I've seen her do things to people that—"
She trailed off, shaking her head, as though to push unpleasant memories down. "Survival is a rough business," Richardson said. "And if she was looking out for a 12-year-old girl—" He shrugged. Avery said nothing. "But you're not still living on the road, are you? You found Sylvia here, right?" She nodded.
Mr. Stoller was forming his compound just north of St. Louis about that time. We used to see patrols from Union Field scavenging around the river."
"Union Field? That's the name of the compound where you guys have been living?" Avery nodded.
Mr. Stoller was just starting to get control over the area. His patrols were all over the place, but they were sloppy. Most of them were just regular people playing at being soldiers. I remember when Nicky would come back after a day of scavenging to wherever we were hiding out at the time. She would make fun of them. Sometimes she'd steal their supplies. She fought them a couple of times, but it was never a big deal to her. To her, it was just a game, at least at first.
"So what changed?" Richardson asked.
I got real sick. My appendix. It hurt real bad. Nicky didn't know what else to do, so she brought me to Ken Stoller's compound. That's where we met Sylvia.
"Wait a minute," he said. "You said Ken Stoller. You don't mean the same Ken Stoller from San Antonio, do you? The one Eddie Hudson mentions in his book?" Sylvia laughed. "If you ever meet him, Ben, do yourself a favor and don't mention Eddie Hudson. Not a good subject with him." "Yeah, I bet," Richardson said. "God, I'd love to meet him." During the interview, Avery seemed to grow comfortable. She looked at ease. The flame from the sterno gave her plump face a pleasant glow, and when she smiled, her teeth were white and straight and healthy. But the smile drained away from her face as soon as Richardson mentioned meeting Ken Stoller. He could see her body stiffen beneath her baggy clothes. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked. Avery swallowed several times, very fast, but wouldn't meet Richardson's gaze. He looked from the girl to Sylvia. Sylvia looked back at him, and she seemed to be taking his measure, as though she was wondering just how far she could trust him. Finally, she looked at Avery. "Go ahead. It's okay." Avery said nothing. "Avery, honey, it's okay. We're going to have to trust somebody. We can't help Nicky on our own." Sylvia studied Richardson for a long moment. Then she said, "It didn't take very long for Nicky to completely redo the way Union Field sent out patrols. Nicky organized our defenses, trained our people. She turned a bunch of clueless survivors into a fairly professional fighting force. She and Ken Stoller were very close." "Were?" Richardson asked. Avery nodded. "Before the Red Man came." "Tell me about that," Richardson said. "What's his story?"
"There used to be 5 other compounds just south of Union Field,"
Avery said.
"We used to trade with them fairly regular. We knew each other. Then the Red Man came with his zombies and his black shirts, and one by one they took over the compounds."
"When did this happen?"
"The first one was Wagner Green. It fell about 1.5 years ago. After that it was Las Cruces, then the Wilhelm Crowder compound, then Mud Flats. Nicky and some of the men from the Calamar compound managed to push the Red Man back into St. Louis. For a while we all thought he'd given up. But then he went after Calamar. Nicky was there right afterwards. She told me it was awful."
"And Calamar, that was when?"
"About 2 months ago."
Sylvia put a hand on Avery's arm. To Richardson she said,
"Nicky and Stoller got into a really bad fight after that."
"About what?"
"Ben, you don't understand. When the Red Man takes over a compound, he's usually after people. If they'll join him voluntarily, they can become one of his black shirts. If not,
they get turned?"
"Most of the time." She frowned. "But he didn't do that at Calamar. He was furious about losing to them at St. Louis. I saw the pictures Nicky and his patrols took of what they found at Calamar. Ben, he didn't even try to take prisoners. He slaughtered them all.
Richardson was quiet, waiting for her to go on. Lightning flashed outside, followed by a deep, bellowing roll of thunder.
After Calamar, Ken wanted Nicky to take the fight to the Red Man. He thought if they beat the Red Man once, they could do it again.
But Nicky didn't agree? Sylvia shook her head.
She said that would be suicide. She said the Red Man would just keep her busy in the field while the rest of his troops did to Union Field what they did to Calamar.
So she wanted to fight a defensive war. Sylvia and Avery smiled at each other.
No, Sylvia said. Nicky wouldn't even consider fighting a defensive war.
So what then?
Nicky was looking for a cure.
Richardson stared at them, a half smile on his face. You're joking.
No, Ben, I'm not. She was pretty sure she found one, too. That's why we left Union Field. That's what we're doing out here.
Richardson shook his head in dismay. Sylvia, that's absolutely ridiculous. I've been all over this country. I've even been into Mexico a few times. People everywhere talk about finding a cure. It's like some kind of fairy tale.
That's what Stoller said.
Richardson laughed. What do you know? I never thought I'd agree with that idiot on anything.
It's real, Ben. Nicky believed in it.
Yeah. So much that she turned her back on however many people you've got back at Union Field. She's your best fighter, and she went off hunting red herrings when her people needed her most. No wonder Ken Stoller is pissed. Sylvia's eyes narrowed.
Don't talk about things you don't understand, Ben.
I understand things just fine, Sylvia. I understand that there's no such thing as a cure to the necrosis filovirus. The only cure for a zombie is a bullet in the brain.
Now you really sound like Stoller.
Yeah? Well, it sounds like he finally came to his senses, if you ask me.
That's the difference between us, Ben. You never did believe.
And you were always a dreamer, Sylvia. She slapped her palm down on the floor, kicking up a thin cloud of dust.
You don't mean to tell me, after everything you've seen today, that you still believe these people can't be saved? I would think this, finally, would convince you.
What do you mean, after what I saw today?
Were we watching the same thing? Because what I saw was some guy who fed a living person to a huddle of zombies, and then deliberately infected another man. That doesn't sound like somebody in need of saving. What I saw was a man in need of being cut up into little bits and buried beneath a ton of lime. He's insane, Ben. I'll give you that. But he is regaining his sense of self. He is living proof that the disease isn't permanent, that there's hope.
Hope? Sense of self? Sylvia, I didn't think it was possible. But you might actually have gotten crazier since San Antonio.
Crazier?
She pulled her hair and made a noise that, to Richardson at least, sounded a lot like a growl.
What do you think is going on out there, Ben? The Red Man is proof that this disease can be dealt with. You've seen him with his troops. Surely even you can see that he's capable of working with uninfected people to achieve a common goal. That's all we want. We want to coexist until a cure can be found.
That's not going to happen, Sylvia.
Look around you. There's nothing left. We have one chance to survive, and it doesn't involve subjugating ourselves to some freak of evolution. Freak of evolution?
Sylvia scoffed at him.
That's nice, Ben. Is that really what you think this is? How can you study so much about this disease and still be so ignorant? I have tried to—
Don't call me ignorant. I'm not the—
Stop it, both of you!
It was Avery. She had her hands cupped over her ears, a gesture that reminded Richardson of a child cowering in a closet, trying to shut out the noise of the screaming his parents made while they fought. Looking at her, he saw himself a long, long time ago, frightened, alone, feeling small in the face of a very large and very unfriendly world.
"Please,"
she said again.
"don't yell any more."
Sylvia crawled across the floor on her knees to the girl and hugged her. Richardson watched her go. His blood was up, and he still wanted to hash it out with Sylvia. It was just like San Antonio all over again. The only difference was that it had taken them a whole day together before they were at each other's throats. He wondered if that was a good sign. He also found himself wondering about the curious dynamic between the two women. The girl clearly looked up to Sylvia like some kind of mother figure. But why would she lean on her the way she does, he wondered. She's 20 years old. Living in the world she lives in, she should be stronger than that, more independent. Sylvia stroked the girl's blonde hair. She looked at Richardson and motioned to the iPad with her chin.
"Can you turn that thing off?"
"Sure." Richardson tapped the stop button at the bottom of the screen.
"Avery,"
Sylvia said.
"do you want to rest?"
The girl nodded without speaking. Richardson handed her the coat from his pack, and Sylvia rolled it up as a pillow for Avery. Within moments, she was asleep.
"Let's step outside,"
Sylvia whispered. They went out to the balcony and watched the advance winds of the storm blow trash and dust down the street below. The river was a thick, dark line in the near distance, and they could smell it on the wind. Somewhere behind them they could hear a dog barking, very faintly, but otherwise it was quiet. That was one thing about this world that Richardson liked. It was always quiet. Sylvia turned to face him, her frizzled hair rustling against her cheek. He didn't like the strange look on her face, as though she were about to gloat. "What is it?" he asked.
"The cure is real, Ben."
"Oh, come on, Sylvia, you've already tried this one on me. There isn't going to be any cure, because there isn't anyone to—"
"Ben, there is a cure. It's already been found."
The smirk on his face remained for a few moments before he blinked at her. Then it faded. "You're serious, aren't you?"
"Absolutely."
She wasn't smiling anymore. Her light blue eyes flashed in the darkness, and he could tell how excited she was. "But how? Where is it?"
"That's what we're doing here, Ben. We're going to see the man who's working on the cure. His name is Dr. Don Fisher. He's immune, Ben. Or, at least, mostly. Nikki heard about him through her foraging parties. He was bitten more than 4 years ago, and he hasn't turned. It crippled him, but it didn't turn him. He's been working on a cure ever since. This is it. We think he's finally found it."
Richardson was shaking his head. "But you haven't spoken to him? I mean, how do you know this is the real deal?"
"It is, Ben. We just have to find him. Nikki's foraging parties made the arrangements. We were supposed to go to Herculaneum tomorrow and meet a man from Union Field who's agreed to help us. He's got AR-15s like the ones we have. Nikki told me to trade those weapons for passage on a trawler down to Chester. We're supposed to meet Fisher there on Tuesday of next week."
"That's—" He trailed off. He had no idea what to say. To him, the whole thing sounded insane. But at the same time, if it was real, the possibilities were endless. He shook his head. "Crazy. But the Red Man has Nikki now. Don't you think that changes your plans?" She shrugged.
"I trust in Nikki Booth, Ben. I trust in her like nobody I've ever met. If you knew her like I do, you would too. The Red Man won't get anything out of her."
A few light raindrops splattered on his hands and face. The next instant, the rain swept over them, and they moved inside the building. Sylvia looked down at Avery, who had curled up in the fetal position and was cradling Richardson's jacket like it was a child's teddy bear. She was sleeping soundly. Sylvia turned to face him, and when she spoke again, she was whispering.
I know you don't believe in this, but we're going to do it. We're going to bring back a cure. This is too important to fail.
Chapter 7. The next morning, Richardson woke before dawn and dressed by candlelight. The floor creaked as he walked toward the patio door. Sylvia rolled over, murmuring thickly, but didn't wake. Avery was curled in a ball next to her, sleeping soundly. Richardson waited for a moment, letting Sylvia settle, then went outside. The storm had passed during the night, leaving a clean, earthy smell in the air. There was a light breeze, and the early morning chill felt good against his skin. During the night, the rain trap they'd set out had collected almost a gallon of fresh water. It wouldn't be enough to bathe with, which a quick sniff had told him he sorely needed, but at least they wouldn't be leaving here with dry throats. It wasn't all bad, he guessed, but a rude squawk made him freeze. He'd been kneeling next to the rain trap, but when he heard the bird sounds, he closed his eyes and steeled himself against the horror he knew was waiting for him. He opened his eyes. The crows were back, staring at him. There were hundreds of them. They sat on the patio railing, on the light poles and wires, on the edges of roofs, on derelict cars and in trees and on signs. Hundreds, thousands of eyes turned on him in silent judgment. He stared back at them, trembling. He remembered what it was like when he came back to the Paradise compound 6 years earlier, to find everyone he cared about getting fed upon by crows. Remembered the sight of all those people, 1,200 in all, getting picked clean to the bone by birds that squawked and fought over the scraps. "You won't get me, you carrion birds," he thought. "You missed me when you came from our friends in Montana, and you won't get me now. You ate the people I loved most in this world, but you didn't eat my heart. That you won't ever have." Though even now, the memory of all those carrion birds, black as soot, glassy-eyed and squawking furiously at each other, made him cower in fear. Richardson and a few others had gone down to California to get seeds for the coming spring. They were gone 4 months. When he left, Ed Moore and the blind girl Kyra Talbot and Billy Klein and Jeff Stavers and all the others were alive and well, arguing about whether or not to open the compound to the hundreds of refugees coming north, because they had heard of the wonderful things Ed Moore was doing in Paradise Valley. Billy had warned refugees would bring diseases, but Ed had overruled him. Fate had proven Billy right. Richardson never figured out what had done the killing. Bubonic plague, cholera, yellow fever. Anything was possible. But when he was standing there in the middle of the compound, snow swirling around his feet, he remembered thinking that causes didn't matter. Not when everyone you loved was dead. How he had loved those people. He and Robin Tharp and a few others from the original Grasslands group had walked from body to body, shooing away angry birds and trying to figure out who was who. But all Richardson could think about was how much love had just gone out of the world.
"Ben,"
Sylvia said from behind him.
"You okay?"
Richardson stiffened, wiped the eyes with the back of his hand. "Fine," he said, without turning around. "You guys about ready to leave?"
"Just about. How much water did we get last night?"
He turned, sniffled, and handed her the trap. "Looks like about a gallon." She took it from him. She looked at him curiously, watching his eyes.
"Thanks," she said. "You want to have that breakfast now? Green beans and beef jerky?"
He nodded, grateful she had the good grace to leave his grief alone. Later, when they were packed and ready, Richardson dangled his rope over the balcony. They scaled down to ground level, and he pulled the rope down after them and stowed it in his backpack. Then they set out, walking through the darkened ruins without speaking, their feet sloshing in the muddy puddles left by the rain. The ruins seemed deserted, as Richardson expected them to be. Most of the infected, he knew from long experience, preferred to hunt in the daytime. Walking under cover of early morning darkness, they hoped to get out of the city proper by dawn. They got on Interstate Highway 55 and followed it all the way to the southern edge of town without seeing anything. There weren't even any rats scurrying around. Even still, Richardson couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. He kept stopping and turning, scanning the road behind them. Once it took him so long to start back up that Sylvia and Avery had to double back to him.
"What is it?"
Sylvia asked. Richardson strained his senses against the darkness. He heard the dull drone of cicadas in the overgrown fields on either side of the highway, the chatter of birds, the wind whistling through the holes in buildings, and something else, a wet, rattling sound, like a man struggling to breathe through lungs nearly flooded with phlegm. "We're being followed," he said. She scanned the road behind them, and then the buildings off to the west.
"Yeah, I think you may be right."
Richardson glanced east. Daylight was overtaking them. Already he could see reds and oranges spilling over the horizon. Up and down the highway, the ghostly shapes of long abandoned cars waited silently for nothing.
"I don't like this," Sylvia said. "We're too easy to spot out here."
"It can't be the Red Man, can it? Following us, I mean? If he had us in sight, wouldn't he just overtake us with his trucks?"
"I would think so,"
Sylvia said. "Could it be Ken Stoller?" She grimaced.
"God, I hope not."
They passed a ruined movie theater on their left, and Richardson slowed to look at it without even realizing what he was doing. Abandoned buildings like this fascinated him, pulled him in. Even before the outbreak, places like this had held a special fascination for him. Now they were everywhere, like this theater. Grass had grown up in the parking lot. There were a few cars abandoned there, but they had been stripped, and a few had been burned. He could see skeins of metal wire encircling the wheels where the tires had melted. Beyond, the building was a mess. Gone were the windows and the glass front doors, all of them smashed. The lobby was a black maw that resembled the entrance to a cave. They had been showing Duma Key when the outbreak swept through here, but the D was missing now.
"What is it?"
Sylvia asked.
"You hear something?"
"No, just looking."
"At what? The movie theater?"
He nodded.
"Do you miss it?"
Miss what?"
"You know, the world. Going to the movies, tater tots from Sonic, a McRib at McDonald's, concerts, picnics in the park, going to the bookstore, catching a favorite song on the radio."
"And paying bills and traffic jams and politicians," he said, smirking at her. She had seemed playful when she brought up the topic, but her smile slowly dried up.
"I guess not."
"No," he said, suddenly turning serious. "I'm not being fair, Sylvia. I do miss it. Sometimes, every once in a while, I dream about how good things used to be. Do you do that?" She didn't answer, but he could tell by her expression that he'd touched a nerve. He went back to looking at the movie theater, and for a second he almost told her about a piece he'd written comparing zombies to abandoned buildings. Thinking about it now, there was actually something to it. Both, after all, were crippled wrecks, somehow still on their feet. But beyond that, both were single-serving-sized doses of the apocalypse. Both existed in a sort of temporal neverland, so that you could see their present reality, that of the wreck, but also hints of what they once were, and the potential of what they could be in the future. All three realities existing at the same time, overlapping each other. But he knew where the conversation would lead. Where Richardson saw the zombie as a dead end, a being whose only future was a long, slow trek into the grave, Sylvia saw a cause, a soul to be reborn. She was a dreamer. He was a realist. What could possibly come of that but another fight? Yesterday he'd have been up for it, but today he was too tired. And from her expression, so was she.
"You still looking at that thing?"
Sylvia asked. "It's hard to look away," he admitted.
"I thought you were collecting stories of people, not buildings."
"I am." Sylvia considered the movie theater for a long moment. Then she said,
"But there's no passion in it, Ben. Last night, when you were telling us about what you'd been doing, all the interviews you gathered, you sounded tired. You sounded like you were on autopilot. But I look at you now, the way you're looking at that thing, and I see your eyes on fire. There's passion there."
He started to answer, and then realized he couldn't figure out if she'd actually asked a question.
"You know what I think?"
Sylvia asked. "What?"
"I think you've been reading too much Wordsworth."
He hadn't expected that, and the smile that came to his face was cracked. And, as though she possessed some kind of rudimentary mind-reading skills, she said,
"I saw that copy of the Lyrical Ballads in your backpack last night. Let me guess. Tintern Abbey."
He shrugged. "Guilty as charged." Sylvia turned away from the building, to where Avery Harper was sitting on the tailgate of a rusting pickup truck, her feet dangling in the air like a little kid sitting in a big chair. The girl looked very hot and very tired. Her chin was resting on her chest, and she looked like she was having trouble catching her breath.
"Avery, honey, you okay?"
Sylvia called. The girl looked up.
"Don't mind me," she said. "Just resting."
"Okay, go ahead and get ready to move out, okay?
"We'll be leaving in a few."
The girl waved a half-hearted acknowledgement. Then Sylvia lowered her voice so that only Richardson could hear.
"Ben, you want some advice?"
His cracked smile grew wider. "You're offering me advice? I can't wait to hear this."
"I'm serious, Ben."
He waited.
"Put away the Wordsworth. Read some Whitman instead."
He let out a disappointed huff of air. "That's your advice? Sylvia, you should know this about me. I despise Whitman. He was great at first lines, but piss-poor in the follow-through."
"You're not being fair to yourself, Ben. Don't you see? You've lost touch with your real purpose." "You know what I think?"
"What?"
"I think you love the rubble more than the people."
"Sylvia, the people you're talking about, the ones I'm supposed to love more than the rubble, they're eating each other. In a way, I guess that's an improvement over the way things used to be. At least now there's no duplicity. I mean, what you see is what you get, right? A zombie, all it wants to do is eat you. It's not going to try and whine and dine you first, you know?" But he couldn't put her off track with sarcasm. He realized that as soon as the words left his mouth. She leaned in closer to him.
"Ben, I told you to read Whitman. I wasn't kidding about that. You need to see that the zombie and the abandoned building are exactly the same. They are both in need of restoration. They are both in need of us to make the connection with them. Have you read Crossing Brooklyn Ferry?"
He was startled at hearing his thoughts spoken aloud. But at last he shook himself and answered, Yeah, I guess. A long time ago."
Remember how he addresses his future readers? "It is not upon you alone in the dark patches fall. The dark threw its patches down upon me also. The best I had done seemed to me blank and suspicious. My great thoughts as I supposed them Were they not, in reality, meager? Ben, he's talking about the same kind of personal negativity you're experiencing. He's talking about making connections between generations. He's talking about the kind of continuity you're craving, whether it's with the person living 100 years ago or 1,000 years from now. What he's saying is that people are the only kind of continuity that truly matter. It's what you're doing with your stories. But I think maybe you don't believe it anymore.
She stopped there, as though she was waiting for him to argue. But he didn't. Instead, he smiled. And then a thought came to him. Shortly after the quarantine fell, he and a small group of refugees from Houston had made a cross-country trek to the Cedar River National Grasslands to live in a compound built by a mad Mississippi preacher named Jasper Sewell. That had ended in a nightmare, with the senseless suicide of over 1,000 people. But for all of Jasper's madness, he did have the gift of leadership. He had taken a weary collection of suffering survivors and made them into a thriving community, a John Winthrop-style city on the hill. And he had done it by identifying that glowing spark of talent within all of them, that one thing they were meant to do. He had made a porn star into an elementary school teacher, a Harvard-educated millionaire playboy into a manure-shoveling cabbage farmer, and a retired U.S. deputy marshal into an outlaw. What would he have made of Sylvia Carnes? Richardson wondered. The way she so doggedly held to her faith in the cure that might one day turn all these shambling hordes back into the humans they had once been humbled him. She was a teacher at heart. With her unbridled confidence in the potential of the human spirit, could she be anything but? "What are you thinking?" she asked him. "I was wondering if Ken Stoller put you to work teaching poetry in his compound." "Not quite," she said, chuckling to herself. "I do a little carpentry, some gardening. I can also make a fairly good bottle of beer, believe it or not." "Well, you did spend an awful lot of time on a college campus."
"True."
"But no teaching?" Sylvia pulled the black band from her pocket and used it to tie back her frizzled mass of gray hair into a ponytail.
"I'm afraid not," she said.
She looked at Avery Harper, who was finally starting to look ready for the road again, and said,
"Besides, do you have any idea how hard it is to make Wordsworth relevant to 20-year-olds? It was hard even before the world ended."
A little farther up the road, they saw sunlight glinting off something in the trees lining the left side of the highway.
"Could be broken glass,"
Avery said. Richardson wasn't so sure. They were kneeling behind a heap of wrecked cars, watching the trees for signs of movement. The plan had been to follow I-855 all the way down to Herculaneum if they could. But now Richardson didn't think that was going to be possible.
"Should we chance it?"
Avery said. "Hold on," Richardson said. He retrieved the binoculars from his backpack and scanned the trees. He saw a group of 6 men in BDU-style pants and dark T-shirts sitting around a campsite. They were drinking coffee, laughing. At least 2 of them had hunting rifles. The others had AR-15s. "Damn it," Richardson said. Sylvia looked over at him.
"What is it?"
He handed her the binoculars. "Look for yourself. Over there by that bunch of sycamores." Sylvia took the binoculars and pointed them at the camp. Then she lowered the binoculars.
"That's Jude McKinney's squad,"
she said to Avery. The younger woman groaned. "Friends of yours?" Richardson asked.
"That's one of the squads from the Union Field. Nicky trained him. McHenry's about as dumb as the day is long, but he's focused. Once he gets on our trail, he won't lose it easily."
"They don't exactly look like they're ready for an ambush."
"That's not their job," Sylvia said. "Remember, they're used to hunting zombies. The way Nicky trained them, they'll wait for us to get on the bridge over the river. Most of the force will be on the other side. Once we get on the bridge, McHenry's squad will come up behind us, and we'll be trapped.
So Nicky taught them that? And now they're trying to use it on her? I guess they assume she's still with us.
I said he was focused, not smart. Sylvia turned to Avery and said, "Honey, we need a way out of here. Where do we go?"
The question surprised Richardson. "I've got a map, Sylvia."
"And I bet it's nowhere near as good as the one I've got." "Avery?"
The girl looked behind them, then to the west.
"That's Merrimack Bottom Road up there. We can follow that to Highway 21, which will take us to State Highway M. From there we head east and cross back to 55.
Where does that come out?" Sylvia asked.
"Just north of Barnhart. That'll put us about a day's walk from Herculaneum. Assuming, we don't run into any other problems."
Richardson was staring at her. Avery noticed it and looked away bashfully. "You have a map of this whole area in your head?" he said, amazed. She nodded. "What are you, Rain Man?" The girl cocked her head to the side.
"Who's Rain Man?"
"A joke," Richardson said. It was suddenly clear to him why Nicky Booth and Sylvia Carnes brought the younger woman along. "How much of this area do you have memorized?"
"All of it," Avery said. "I like maps. If I see one, I can usually memorize it in a few minutes. City maps take a little longer because of all the streets, but maps for areas like this out in the country, they're easy."
"Impressive," he said, and then to Sylvia. "Sound good to you?"
"If Avery says that's the way, I trust her."
"Fair enough," Richardson said. "After you." Merrimack Bottom Road was a gently curving two-lane blacktop that had faded to gray from exposure and the constant scouring action of the dust that blew in from the open fields on either side of it. Here and there it passed through some thickly wooded areas, and occasionally they saw the remnants of big houses behind screens of trees in the hills above the road, but nothing moved. In the early morning sunlight, the air hazy and golden, it seemed perfectly peaceful. As they walked, Avery began to open up. She made small talk to Sylvia, and sometimes to Richardson, telling him about the country they were passing through. But she didn't have his full attention. Ever since they'd left the highway, the feeling that they were being followed had intensified. At the limits of his hearing, he could almost make out a faint doubling of their footsteps on the road, and while it might have been an echo from the tree line, he doubted it. An image of the red man rose up in his mind, and his guts rolled over queasily. It didn't seem possible, the things Sylvia had told him. But after seeing the red man control the zombies around him, he found it difficult to deny. And not for the first time he found himself wondering how such a thing was possible. Was it really a sign, as Sylvia Carnes believed, that the disease was curable? Was the person that a zombie had once been still inside that damaged husk, waiting to be freed of the infection? That really seemed to be the big question. He supposed it was possible. After all, people sometimes got sick and got delirious with fever. Then they got better. Might this be a far more serious version of the same thing? And if so, if it was possible to restore the person within the zombie to their former selves, would they remember what happened to them during their infection? Would they remember the cannibalistic horrors they committed? He wasn't sure, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to know. Ahead of him, Sylvia was still wrestling with her ponytail. The heat and the humidity were working on her, he could tell. A wide sweat stain spread from her shoulders down her spine. "Sylvia," he said, "you want to stop for some water?" She turned back to him and nodded.
"Over there," she said, "in the shade."
She was pointing to a ruined gas station up ahead and to their right. Most of it was still white, though the paint was curling off the walls, and the metal poles holding up the awning over its pumps were brown with rust. Its driveway and the sides of the service bays were thick with brown weeds. With a glance behind him, Richardson realized it was about as good as any point they could have chosen. From the building, it afforded a pretty good view of the road in both directions. "Yeah," he said. "That looks good." They walked up the driveway and were nearly under the awning when Avery pointed into the shadows and said, "What's that?" "A hammock," Richardson said. It was strung between the gas pumps. He followed the ties at either end and saw where they had rubbed some of the rust off the pumps. Someone had strung it up recently. "Hello?" he called out.
"Ben," Sylvia hissed, "what are you doing?"
A glass bottle skittered across the pavement from somewhere behind them. The three of them turned as one, their expressions full of surprise and panic. A child was standing in the road. A girl, maybe 10 years old. She stood perfectly still, watching them. Her greasy hair lifted in the breeze. Richardson immediately thought, zombie. But something was wrong. The girl's clothes were hardly new, but they were clean. There were no bloodstains, no abscesses on her skin, and he didn't see any signs of injury. Still, his internal alarms were ringing at top volume.
"Ben," Sylvia said, "what do you think—"
"Oh, God! Avery, no!"
But it was too late. Avery was trotting down the driveway toward the girl. Richardson ran after her, and he was nearly close enough to grab Avery and pull her back, when two women stumbled out of the woods to his left. Both were obviously infected. No doubt there. Their bodies were stiff, their movements clumsy. One woman's mouth and cheeks and hair were black with dried blood. Her clothes had been reduced to rags. The other woman raised her hands and began the familiar clutching that Richardson had seen so many times. Both began to moan at the same time. Richardson grabbed Avery by the back of her collar and pulled her behind him. Then he pulled his pistol and fired at the female zombie closest to him. The bullet caught her in the left eye and blasted off black, ropey bits of her face onto the ground behind her. She dropped to the ground without a sound. He pivoted to his right and fired at the second female zombie. The bullet smacked into her shoulder and spun her around in a weirdly graceful pirouette as she staggered down the slope of the driveway. Then she turned back around, raised one arm, and slowly staggered back up the driveway toward Richardson. Behind him, he could see Sylvia pulling Avery out of the way.
"Get back, both of you!"
he shouted. He raised his pistol again and was about to fire at the female zombie when the little girl ran at him. She moved with incredible speed. He tried to point the pistol at her, but she was moving too quickly. She was on him before he knew it. She knocked the pistol from his hand, then lunged for his throat. He staggered backward, but didn't fall. Now he could smell the rot coming from her breath. He could see 2 rows of small, busted teeth behind her slowly spreading grin. She was snapping her teeth at him like a dog, a wet, stuttering growl rising from her chest. He turned and ran toward the building. There was an old sedan there, with a passenger door hanging partially open. Richardson ran around the back side of the car and dove into the front seat. Then he sat up and pulled the door closed just as the little girl reached it, her hands beating against the window, yanking on the door handle. For a horrible instant her face was framed by the passenger window, her diseased mouth pressed up against the glass. Her teeth scratched against the window, her tongue darting out and touching it, testing it like a finger. He saw a smear of dark blood forming across the glass, and a terrible thought occurred to him. They used this one as a decoy. Someone had actually cleaned her up enough that she could pass for one of the uninfected, and was using her as a decoy. But there was no time to follow the thought through to its implications, for at that moment the little girl jumped onto the hood of the car and started kicking the windshield with her heel. Richardson heard a pop, and then the soft, almost liquid splash of glass breaking. Bright white spiderweb cracks formed along its surface.
The windshield separated from the top of the roof and sagged inward, held together now only by the protective plastic film on the inside of the glass. Through the shattered windshield he saw the little girl's ruined face. The glass gave way with a series of loud pops, and the next instant it was draped over him like a sheet, with the girl on top of it, shredding her hands to bloody ribbons as she tried to claw her way through to Richardson.
"Help! God damn it! Get me out of here!"
His arms were pinned between the seat and the steering wheel, and he couldn't get the leverage he needed to push the girl off him.
"Sylvia! Help me!"
The little girl's snarls got louder. Bits of broken glass were flying all around her face. Her blood was spattering across the dashboard, running down into the puddles of water that had collected on the floorboards. Richardson was kicking madly at the passenger door, trying to get leverage against the girl's weight, when suddenly there was a shot. Her face seemed to swell above him, actually growing larger, until it slopped down on the remnants of the windshield and oozed off onto the floorboards. Her headless corpse sagged down on top of him.
"Ben?"
It was Sylvia's voice.
"Ben, are you okay?"
He looked to his left and saw part of the little girl's face on the floorboard, empty, bloody eye sockets staring up at him.
"Ben?"
"Get her off me, Sylvia. Jesus, hurry." The passenger door opened, and they pulled the little girl's body off him.
"Careful of all the glass,"
Sylvia said, and she helped him sit up and then climb out of the wrecked car. He stood and checked himself for wounds, any possible sign of infection.
"You okay?"
Sylvia asked. "Yeah, I think so."
"Come here," she said. "There's something you need to see."
She turned and walked down the driveway. The 2 adult female zombies were there. Both, he realized, had an ear missing.
"Look at that,"
Sylvia said, pointing to one of the zombies. The woman had been wearing jeans and an Ohio Buckeyes sweatshirt. She looked like a scarecrow inside the baggy clothes. Not sure what he was supposed to be seeing, he let his gaze wander down to her ankles. One of her pant legs had been pulled up to her knee, revealing a small black box about the size of a pack of cigarettes strapped to her ankle. It was beeping quietly. "What is that?" he asked.
"It's an ankle monitor,"
Sylvia said.
"The kind they used to put on people who were on house arrest."
He was still feeling a little sick from all the adrenaline going through his system, and it was hard to focus. A lot of half-formed questions rose up in his mind, but he wasn't able to articulate them. Why, was all he managed.
"They were tracking her. They were tracking her while she was tracking us."
Who?
"Isn't that obvious?"
He looked at her, still confused.
"The Red Man," she said. "Remember last night when we told you his father used to be chief of police in Gatling? Where else do you think they would have gotten this kind of equipment?"
"I don't," he said, and then trailed off with a shrug. "Why not just capture us?"
"I think that's obvious. The Red Man is hoping we'll lead him to Don Fisher."
"Why us? Doesn't he have Nicky?"
"That's exactly my point,"
Sylvia said. She looked almost triumphant.
"If he's tracking us, that means he hasn't gotten anything from Nicky. Best case scenario, that means she's still alive, still holding out."
He almost said, "But the worst case." Fortunately, he stopped himself. Avery was hanging on their every word. He looked at her and nodded. Then he turned back to Sylvia. His head was beginning to clear now. He examined the car where he had nearly died. There was blood all over it, running down the hood and the fenders. Richardson let out a long breath, and then turned his attention back to the blinking ankle monitor. "Do you think they have any way of knowing we killed their trackers?" Sylvia shrugged, but before she could answer, they heard the sound of trucks in the distance.
"It's him,"
Avery said.
"What do we do? We gotta hide."
"Not in the building," Richardson said.
That's the first place they'll look.
Where? Sylvia said. Richardson reached into his pack and removed the tarp he'd made from the old ghillie suit.
Under here,
he said. He looked around, and his gaze fell on a section of an overgrown ditch, thick with tall brown weeds.
Over there, that ditch across the street. Come on. Chapter 8. Nate Royal woke with a fire burning in his head. He blinked his eyes open, and the daylight stabbing in on his eyes only made the pain worse. Groaning, he fell back into the hammock he'd suspended between the service station's rusting gas pumps and closed his eyes. He was not doing well. His skin was filmed over with a cold sweat. Sometimes he felt like he was burning up. Other times there didn't seem to be enough blankets in the world to keep him warm. The clouds in his head never seemed to clear, and even when he tried to work through it, really concentrate, his heart would start to race and he'd grow short of breath. Not for the first time that week, he wondered if he was going to die. He suspected that what he had right now was the flu, a really bad case of it. There'd been that old man he'd shared a campfire with the week before, the one who kept him up all night with his hacking cough and sneezing and his moaning in his sleep. Maybe he got it from him. But did it really matter? Hadn't he been going downhill for a while now, anyway? Even if he hadn't gotten sick from that miserable old man, he would still be in a bad way. He was hungry all the time. His face was so badly sunburned that he could barely touch it. He kept losing his supplies. They were stolen or misplaced or forgotten, whatever. They just disappeared on him. A lot like the rest of the world. He'd seen a farmhouse a few miles down the road, but had decided to pass it by because there might have been people sleeping inside, and he didn't want to be around them while he was sick. He felt weak and defenseless, and all he wanted to do was curl up like a dog behind some bushes somewhere and hide, to be by himself. Now he realized how stupid that had been. What he needed was someplace warm to rest, some clean water to drink. What he needed— The thought broke off cleanly. He heard the muffled cracking sound of glass breaking underfoot, and suddenly he knew he was being watched. Very slowly he opened his eyes and turned his aching head toward the sound. There were 3 of them, standing there, watching him. A little girl of about 10, just a few feet from him, and 2 older women behind her. They stood absolutely still, draped in the shadows of the gas station's awning like something materializing out of a nightmare. They didn't make a sound. Even through the fever clouds in his head, he knew they were infected. He could see it in their yellowed, bloodshot eyes, and the way the flesh slacked off the bones of their face, and the deep, black hollows under their eyes. The 2 women had dried blood all over them. It was matted in their hair and crusted around their mouths and down the front of their clothes. But not the little girl. She was a zombie too, he knew that. But she was wearing clean clothes, and her hair, though oily and dirty, was free of blood. He was hallucinating, he decided. A trick of the shadows. Nate raised a hand, his index finger outstretched as though he was about to lecture them, and then he let it fall. He didn't have the energy, not even to defend himself.
"Go ahead and kill me,"
he muttered.
"You got me netted in this thing like a country ham. You ain't gonna get a better chance."
A country ham. He'd seen a bunch of them hanging in fishnet bags from a ceiling in a ruined deli in Atlanta a few years earlier. In the dark, he'd seen spiders moving all over them. Now he was the country ham, and the zombies were the spiders. But the thought didn't frighten him. Nate wasn't afraid of the infection that the zombies carried, for reasons that had been explained to him many times, and yet he still didn't understand. He was immune to the necrosis filovirus.
He had been bitten at least 14 times in the last 8 years, with the attendant scars to prove it. But the disease was unable to gain purchase in his body. When the quarantine wall fell, Nate had been living in Martindale, Pennsylvania, with his dad and his dad's girlfriend, Mindy. Up through his mid-20s, he'd led a thoroughly disappointing life. One spent drinking beer and smoking dope and watching lots of porn and pretty much avoiding anything remotely close to responsibility. But that all changed when the outbreak spread through the East Coast like a wildfire. Bitten by a zombie during the evacuation, he'd retreated, scared and all alone, into a neighbor's lawnmower shed. Shortly afterwards, a roving military squad discovered him and put him in a holding cell with hundreds of other infected victims. But while the others became zombies, he did not. And for several hours he clung to the top of a chain-link fence, with hundreds of the infected snarling below him, reaching for him, while soldiers in biohazard suits watched him from the other side of the fence. Finally, he was taken down by a team of military doctors and turned into a lab rat. But they did derive a cure from his blood. And if only the doctors who worked on him had lived, he thought, maybe that would have counted for something. He blinked at the zombies. They were still standing there, watching him.
Come on, do it.
But they didn't move. Their eyes shone in the dark. The weight of their stares was oppressive. He could smell the faint charnel house odor of them in the still morning air, but he couldn't hear them breathing. They were enveloped by stillness so perfect, so absolute, that they seemed to have been transmuted into granite, like statues in a graveyard. A chill crept over Nate's skin, and he shivered involuntarily.
Run,
he thought. He was immune to their sickness, but that didn't matter. Their stillness was something completely new. It terrified him, and that little voice inside his head began to scream,
Run! Get away as fast as you can!
Then, without warning, all 3 zombies turned their heads as one and stared down the road. And that simple gesture, like their heads were all mounted on the same pivot, turned by the same dial, scared him even more than their stillness had. He leaned his head forward and tried to see what they were looking at, but there was nothing there. Nate turned back to the zombies.
What are you—
But he trailed off, the question left unasked. The zombies were leaving. They turned and walked into the daylight, staggering along a crooked path to the woods at the edge of the pavement. One by one, they slipped into the woods.
What the—
With effort, he climbed out of the hammock and stumbled to the edge of the awning shadow line, one hand on a rusted pole to support his weight. He watched the zombies disappear into the thicket, and he realized with a sense of horror and shame that he had been ready to die. Had they attacked him, he would have welcomed the death that followed. He rubbed the computer flash drive that hung from a lanyard around his neck and coughed. Had it really come to this? Was he really giving up? There used to be writing on the flash drive, but it was worn down and faded now from all the long nights he spent rubbing it with his thumb, thinking about Dr. Mark Kellogg, the man who had encoded the cure onto the drive, and then slipped it into Nate's hand as he lay dying. He tucked the flash drive back inside his shirt. We are put into this hostile, alien world as isolated individuals, Kellogg had told him, shortly before he died of suicide by pistol to keep from turning into a zombie. We can learn to like other people, even love them, but we can't ever truly know them, and so we remain isolated. We're not allowed to know why life has meaning, not for sure anyway, and yet we feel compelled to create some sort of answer. It's an absurd downward spiral of impossible things, and yet it is our lives. Nate leaned on the support pole and stared miserably into the thicket where the zombies had disappeared. He'd never felt so lonely as he did now.
More than fast cars, more even than pretty girls, he missed Kellogg. In the short time he'd known him, Kellogg had become like the father Nate never had. His own father, his real father, was a small, stupid man who saw in Nate a reflection of his own limitations and failure. They had hated one another, and as far as Nate was concerned, the outbreak was about the best thing that had ever happened to them. But Kellogg was different. He had taken the time to talk with Nate, really talk with him. He explained how sometimes the world didn't make sense. He explained how the only thing that really mattered was looking for a way to make life make sense. The answer itself didn't matter, because there probably wasn't one. Not a perfect one, anyway. Only the looking for an answer made any difference, because when you stopped looking, you started dying. Sometimes Kellogg spoke to him. Nate, from time to time, saw him standing next to him, heard him talking with him. He had met a Thai man around Phoenix several years back who told him that holy people sometimes communed with the ghosts of those who had been important in their lives and still had lessons to teach. And sometimes Nate liked to think that the vision he saw was really the ghost of Kellogg trying to keep him alive. It was a pleasant thing to believe. But, of course, Kellogg hadn't appeared to him lately. Nate closed his eyes, and he could almost hear the man saying, "Even a world defined by bad reasons can give you cause to live. You must find those reasons, whatever they may be."
"But I tried,"
Nate said. He opened his eyes and scanned the crumbling gas station around him.
"I tried really hard."
Kellogg was standing there, smiling calmly. Nate smiled back.
"Hey, Doc."
"The cure, Nate. That's your reason. You have to get it to somebody who knows how to use it."
"But what else am I supposed to do? I can't go much farther."
But Kellogg was gone. Nate waved a fly away from his face. He heard the noise of a young woman's voice coming from the road, and instinctively he stepped back into the shadows.
Stop, watch, and listen before you meet new people. Be careful what you tell them. Know who they are before they know you.
That had been some of Kellogg's best advice to him. It saved him numerous times over the years, and he followed it now without hesitation. Turning toward the gas station, he happened to catch his reflection in a grimy, jagged triangle of glass still clinging to the edge of the window, and he sucked in a shocked breath. It was a world without mirrors, and it had been a long time since he'd seen his reflection. He hadn't been a bad-looking guy back in the day. He'd had a few girlfriends, but he looked bad now. He'd lost so much weight. His hair was down past his shoulders, ratty with oil and dirt, as was his beard. Flies swarmed around his face, dipping now and then toward the raw, sunburned cracks in his skin.
"No wonder they didn't attack you,"
he thought, then waved the flies away from his face and disappeared into the shadows of the station's service bays, where it was hot and smelled dusty and stale. There were 3 of them, a man and a woman who looked to be in their 50s, and a younger girl who looked to be about 20. The girl looked nice. A little thick around the middle, maybe, but nice. She had pretty blonde hair, and Nate hadn't seen that in a long time. The man and the woman were out front as they approached the service station, and only then did Nate realize he'd left all his gear strung up out there. They'd steal it all, he realized, and then, Christ, not again. Why couldn't he hold on to his gear? He thought maybe he had time to dart out and grab it before they saw him. But then the pretty blonde girl stepped around the man and the woman and pointed at the hammock and said,
"What's that?"
"Damn it," Nate thought. "A hammock," the man said. Nate studied the 3, and it took him a long moment to realize that the man was dressed differently from the 2 women.
The women wore baggy sweatshirts and BDU-style pants over Magnum high-tech boots that looked practically brand new. But the man wore jeans and a long-sleeve T-shirt and tennis shoes that were held together near the toe with duct tape. He carried a heavy-looking backpack and a pistol at his belt, and he looked to be the only one who was armed. Maybe they were okay. They looked okay. The man came forward and examined the place where the hammock's ropes were tied onto the gas pumps. "Hello?" he called out.
"Ben,"
the older woman hissed.
"what are you doing?"
Kellogg appeared at Nate's shoulder. "Wait a moment," he said. "Just wait and watch. Know who they are before they know who you are."
"Okay,"
Nate whispered. He watched them. They were looking around, studying his meager possessions on the ground, when a glass bottle scraped along the asphalt down at the road. All three of them turned at the same time. It was weirdly similar to the way the zombies had turned, but where the zombies had stared in eerie silence, these three newcomers gasped. Nate followed their gaze down to the road and saw the little girl zombie standing there waiting for them.
"She's trying to lure them out in the open,"
Nate thought, and answered that thought with the same mental breath.
"It'll never work. They can tell she's infected."
"Ben," the older woman said,
"what do you think?"
Then the younger woman muttered,
"Poor thing,"
and broke into a trot down the length of the driveway.
"No,"
Nate thought.
"what are you doing?"
"Avery, no!"
the older woman yelled. The man, the one called Ben, Nate remembered, took off running after the girl. Nate leaned forward, watching them, his hand reaching involuntarily into the empty air in front of him, pantomiming the man's actions as he tried to stop the girl before she ran right into the zombie's waiting arms. Just as he reached her, the girl stopped, turned toward the thicket next to the driveway, and let out a little scream as she staggered away from the two zombie women who had just emerged there. The man pulled the blonde girl behind him and drew his pistol, and shot one of the zombie women with his pistol. The zombie crumpled to the ground. He turned and shot the other zombie, but his aim was bad, and he managed to hit the woman in the shoulder, spinning her around without dropping her. The older woman with the wild gray hair yelled,
"Get back, both of you!"
She grabbed the blonde girl and pulled her toward the building. The child was attacking the man by then. She lunged for his arm and knocked the pistol loose. It went skittering across the driveway out of reach. The man backed away, then turned and ran for the old rusty car that was just beyond the awning. Nate watched, horrified, as the man barricaded himself inside the wreck. The little girl zombie climbed up onto the hood and started beating on the windshield. Then it caved in with a crash of breaking glass, and the little girl fell in with it and landed on top of the man inside the car. She was trying to claw her way through the busted windshield when the woman with the wild gray hair shot her in the back of the head. And then everything went still. The sound of the pistol shot faded away, and seemed to take all the sound in the world with it. The two women pulled the man out of the wrecked car and led him down the driveway, where they studied something on one of the female zombies' legs.
"What do I do, Doc?"
he muttered. "Wait, Nate," Kellogg said. "Just wait, and watch." He heard a rumbling coming from a long ways off, and it took him a moment to realize that it was the sound of a truck coming toward the service station. Nate thought maybe he was imagining it, but then he saw the man and the two women looking at the road too, and they seemed frightened. The three of them started talking as one. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but the pretty blonde girl was gesturing toward the service bay where Nate was hiding. "No," he said, "not here, not here." The man was motioning toward the road. He pulled something that looked like a shaggy carpet from his backpack, and the three of them took off running.
"Yeah, that's it," he said. "Get going. Don't send their attention my way."
With a great deal of difficulty, he pulled himself to his feet and stumbled to the edge of the service bay,
watching them go. Now that the sound was very close, he could tell that it was coming from several trucks.
A caravan, he thought. Jesus. You think it's a foraging party, Doc?
No way to tell, Nate. Stay out of sight for now.
Right. Oh, shit, my stuff.
He ran over to his hammock and started wrestling with the ropes that secured it to the pumps.
Come on,
he said, tugging at the knots.
Please.
Nate heard the sound of tires moving across the blacktop, and he looked to see a line of 4 trucks trundling into sight. They were Fords and Chevys, big black work trucks with oversized tires and loud exhausts. Black-clad soldiers with rifles rode in the first and last vehicle, while the middle 2, with slatted wooden rails around the beds, seemed to be packed with zombies. The trucks rolled to a stop in the street in front of the station, and the soldiers jumped down from the beds of the trucks and set up a perimeter.
"What in the—"
Nate said, ducking quickly back into the service bay. 2 of the soldiers ran over to the dead zombies in the driveway, while another pair checked out the car where the little girl zombie had died. Nate pressed himself all the way back into the corner, murmuring a prayer that they wouldn't come inside the bay and find him. But as he did, he saw something odd. A man, painted head to toe in red, stepped from the second truck and walked part of the way up the driveway. He was bald, and his face looked bad, like maybe it had been scarred by acne when he was a teenager. He walked with a slight limp, and he didn't carry a weapon, but every black-clad soldier hurried to get out of his way. There was something menacing about the man that chilled Nate to the core, and it didn't help that the zombies in the trucks watched every move he made with unblinking attention. One of the soldiers removed the black thing from around the dead zombie's ankle and brought it to the red man. The red man took it without a word, turned it over in his hands as he examined it, and then handed it back to the soldier. Nate was so busy watching the exchange that he failed to notice the 2 soldiers up near the wrecked car where the little girl's headless body still protruded from the busted windshield. They had spotted the hammock and the gear on the ground and were silently peering into the service station's lobby. Nate finally noticed them when they looked around the corner and into the service bay.
"Let me see your hands,"
the soldier shouted, swinging his gun up and pointing it directly at Nate's face. A flashlight mounted below the gun's barrel came on, blinding Nate. He put up his hands and said,
"No, wait, dude, I didn't do—"
But the words were cut off mid-sentence, as the soldier came forward and planted the butt of the gun's stock squarely into Nate's teeth. An explosion of pain went through him, and his legs turned to sand. He sagged forward into the soldier's arms, and a moment later he was being dragged into the daylight and dropped at the red man's feet.
"What the hell is this?"
the red man said. Nate looked up at the red man. Sunlight glistened off his bare chest and off the dome of his bald head.
"We found him hiding in the service bay," the soldier said. "Looks like he killed these other 3.
"You idiot,"
the red man said.
"Look at him. He can't keep his balance. He's not even wearing a weapon."
The red man yelled up toward the station.
"Did you find a gun?"
"No, sir," another soldier answered. "Just a bunch of trash up here. His clothes and stuff."
"What's your name?"
"Nate Royal."
"And the others?"
the red man said.
"Where are they?"
Blood was oozing out of the corner of Nate's mouth and into his scraggly beard. He blinked a few times, trying to clear his head. Things were getting hazy again.
"Dude, why are you all red?" "Where are the others?"
Nate blinked at him.
"I don't know."
The red man grabbed him by the throat and hauled him to his feet.
"I won't ask you again. A man and 2 women came this way. Where are they?"
"Ask me all you want,"
Nate said.
"I didn't see shit."
The red man glared at him. His nostrils flared with every breath he took. And as Nate struggled to breathe through the red man's iron grip around his throat, the red man bit the index finger of his own right hand. When he took it away, it was dripping blood.
"I will own you,"
the red man said, and jammed the bleeding finger into Nate's mouth. At first, Nate resisted. He tried to turn his head away, but the red man had too tight a grip around his throat. Desperate for air, he spread his clenched teeth apart and bit down on the red man's finger with everything he had. And he went on biting until he heard the sickening crunch of bone, and a gout of blood jetted over his tongue as his teeth ripped the finger off at the knuckle. The red man's howls filled the air. It was an unearthly sound, part rage, part lowing moan, but all of it echoing with pain. He dropped Nate to the ground and staggered backward, holding his bleeding hand in shock. Nate, for his part, didn't lose any time. There was a soldier advancing on him from behind. Nate leaped to his feet and spun around, throwing an elbow into the soldier's face and catching him cleanly on the jaw. The soldier dropped his weapon in surprise, and Nate was off, running toward the thicket as fast as he could run. He heard the red man screaming at his back, and a moment later, the soldiers yelling commands. They started firing as he slipped into the thicket. The next instant, the air around his head filled with the high-pitched whistles of ricocheting bullets. Nate didn't stop. He ducked his head and ran with everything he had. Chapter 9. Bullets chewed up the branches around his head. A wall of sound, like a wave, tore at his heels. Nate, breathless and sick, was panting in terror. His vision tunneled. Eyes went wide with terror. Spittle flecked on his lips. Every muscle strained to carry him faster, faster from the red man's soldiers as they bore down upon him, with their guns roaring and their screams swelling up behind him like some huge beast, gaining on him with every step. He found a pig trail. Running blind with his hands in front of him, swatting at the endless tangle of branches in his face, he twisted through the underbrush. The soldiers were on either side of him, closing on him, and above it all he could hear the red man roaring in his pain and rage.
"Get him back here! I want him now!"
And the soldiers, their voices like an echo, yelling,
"Get him! He's over here! I see him over here!"
The steady roll of the guns slacked off to a series of scattered pops, and he turned quickly to look behind him. The red man's soldiers were entering the woods right behind him. He could see their hunched-over black silhouettes moving through the thicket with terrific speed. Panting, sticks and leaves caught in his scraggly beard, Nate Royal ran with no idea where he was going. The will to live that had been lacking earlier, when he was caught in his hammock by the zombies, came back to him as a full-blown, blind panic adrenaline surge. And though his skin was laced with cuts, he felt none of it. The world was a wolf pack snapping at his heels, driving him deeper into the woods. He crossed a muddy creek bed, and when he came up on the other side, the pig trail had vanished. The air was full of leaves and thick with the smell of rotting vegetation. Ahead of him, the ground rose abruptly to a small ridge, the slope of a slick carpet of wet brown leaves. Chancing a look behind him, he saw one of the red man's soldiers closing fast. Nate let out a startled yelp and ran up the slope. He lost his footing and had to scramble up to the top of the ridge with his fingertips digging into the damp earth. The soldier clamped a hand down on Nate's shoulder as they crested the ridge, and Nate screamed. Their momentum carried them over the top, and then they were falling down the slope on the other side. Nate landed in a thick layer of dark mud. The soldier came down next to him, his forehead striking a jagged corner of a large rock, with a sickening crunch of broken bone. Breathing hard, Nate looked at the soldier. The man's eyes were wide open and frozen in sightless surprise. Part of his skull, thick and jagged and honeycombed inside,
jutted up from the wound amid a thick, black, spreading ooze of blood. He could see the brain inside, grayish-yellow, like old cheese. Nate drew back in horror, his breath hitching in his throat. More soldiers were coming. He could hear them just on the other side of the ridge, and Nate was scrambling to his feet when he saw the dead soldier's AR-15 poking out from under his body. "Oh, damn!" he muttered. He pulled on the weapon and managed to free it from the soldier's weight. But it was caught on something. He yanked on the gun, again and again, until he saw the black nylon strap still securing the gun to the soldier's shoulder.
"No,"
he said, still tugging on the gun.
"Come on, please."
3 more soldiers crested the ridge above him. Without aiming, Nate raised the rifle and emptied the entire magazine into their guts. All 3 doubled over and slid face first into the thick carpet of leaves. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds, and though Nate saw every detail, it was as though he was outside of himself, looking down. The guns made no sound. All he could hear was the rush of blood in his ears, his heart pounding in his chest. The moments seemed to stretch on forever. And then, suddenly, the spell was broken. His senses opened up, and it was like a wave breaking all around him. Time accelerated to normal speed. More soldiers were yelling, coming closer. And meanwhile, Nate, stunned and lightheaded, was looking down at 2 dead soldiers and a 3rd who was groaning like an animal struggling to give birth.
"He'll be dead in less than 3 minutes,"
Nate thought, surprised by his detachment. The shouting was growing very loud.
"Oh, shit,"
he said, and dropped the rifle and turned and ran through the woods. He ran parallel to the stream bed for about 100 yards, then dropped behind a tree and sank to his knees in a thick blanket of rotten leaves. Nate could hear voices coming toward him.
"You see him? Clear over here. You 2 cross back over the stream bed, see if he doubled back on us."
"They've lost me," he thought. But he couldn't run anymore. Years earlier, long before the outbreak, he'd shattered his ankle running from the police, and now the ankle was starting to pulse. Any more movement, and that pulsing would turn to unbearable waves of pain. The leaves beneath him felt deep. He tested it by jamming a hand down until he touched bottom, maybe 6 inches. Good enough, he thought, and hurriedly buried himself. 2 of the soldiers passed inches from his left shoulder, and then stopped near his feet. "He couldn't walk through that stuff down there without leaving tracks," one of the men said. "Yeah," agreed the other. "Back up that way."
"Please, oh please, I need a break."
Flat on his stomach, peering out at a little patch of thicket from the cover of the leaves, Nate listened as the soldiers moved away. He let out a long breath and waited, straining his ears for the sound of voices and breaking twigs.
"What do I do, Doc?"
he muttered. Kellogg knelt beside him. "Shh! Don't move. Don't speak. They're moving away." And from the sounds of their voices, Nate knew it was true. They were a good ways off, and moving farther away with every passing second. He closed his eyes and laughed, then winced at the sharp pain in his ribs. But it felt good to know he had saved himself. The pain aside, it felt good to know that he was still alive, and he laughed again. But it was a considerably more subdued Nate Royal who, later that evening, found himself within sight of the Mississippi River without any food or fresh water or blankets under which to sleep. His headache, his aches, his fever chills, they were all returning now in spades, repaying him for the exertions of the morning and the all-day walking. With his vision turning soupy at the edges, he stumbled toward the water, figuring he would drink and take his chances. Rivers that ran through cities had bad water, he had learned. But he was desperate. Ahead of him,
The water was plum-colored in the pale light of the setting sun. It seemed as flat and calm as a sheet of cooled lead. He saw a pair of white birds gliding over the water, and it seemed very peaceful, until the quiet was broken by the giggling of a pair of young girls. He stopped, dead in his tracks. They crossed the trail in front of him, maybe 10 feet away, completely unaware of his presence. He only caught a glimpse of them, a young girl of about 8, and an older one, a teenager, about 13 or 14. They were both dressed in simple white dresses, and they were carrying baskets filled with blackberries and wild corn.
"Wait,"
he said, stumbling after them, though his mouth and throat were so dry, only a gasp of air escaped.
"Nate, no,"
Kellogg pleaded with him.
"Don't. Watch them first."
But Nate wasn't listening. He hurt everywhere. The ringing in his ears had grown painful beyond the point that he could stand. He just wanted to fall over and drink some water before he passed out. He turned down a thin side trail and caught a second glimpse of the girls as they entered a clearing. Nate smelled the faint tinge of wood smoke and heard other voices talking, laughing. Crashing down the side trail, he staggered into a clearing and found himself standing in the midst of a camp, half a dozen people staring at him. It took a moment before anybody could react. 2 young men in their 20s grabbed shotguns and pointed them at Nate. He looked from one barrel to the other, swaying on his feet, and blinked.
"Don't shoot me,"
he muttered, but wasn't sure if the sound came out or not. The others just stared at him. Everyone was on their feet now. He saw an older woman in her late 50s put her arms around the 2 little girls and pull them back. A younger boy, who looked about 5 and was holding a thick stick, blackened at one end, stared at Nate with wide, terrified eyes. There was a pile of fresh tinder smoking and popping in the fire pit in front of him. Nate looked at one of the men holding a shotgun. The man adjusted his grip on the weapon.
"I'm not infected,"
Nate said, and coughed.
"Please, help me."
"Turn around," the man said. He raised the shotgun to his shoulder and squinted one eye down the length of the barrel. "Do it now." With effort, Nate raised both hands and showed the men his palms. He could barely keep his head up. He turned slowly, clumsily, and stopped with his back to the men.
"Run, Nate,"
Kellogg said.
"Run while you've still got the chance."
"I can't,"
he said. "You can't what?" one of the men said. Nate lowered his hands slightly.
"I can't run,"
he said.
"You just stay right there,"
the man said. Then to the other man he said, "You see anything?"
"No."
"Hey, man, you bit any place?"
"No," Nate said.
"What's that?"
"No," he said again, straining to be heard.
"I'm thirsty."
The older woman said,
"He's sick, Jason. It looks like he's got the flu. It looks like he came out the back end of a goat is what it looks like. Eddie, what do you think?"
"Hell, I don't know. I can't see any bite marks on him."
"I'm not bit,"
Nate said.
"I know what you said,"
a voice said. It sounded like Eddie's voice, but Nate was still turned around and couldn't see them.
"Just stay there."
Then Eddie lowered his voice a little and said,
"Go down there and tell Dad we got a sick man up here. Ask him what he wants us to do."
Nate turned slightly and saw the little boy throw down the stick and run off toward the river. He also saw the one named Eddie bring up his shotgun again.
"Just stay there, mister."
"Can I sit down?"
Nate said.
"Nope. Just stay where you're at."
A moment later, the little boy ran back into the camp.
"Daddy said to bring him on down. He wants to look at him."
"All right,"
Eddie said.
"Come on, mister. Turn around real slow."
Nate did as the man asked, and Eddie motioned him down toward the river with the barrel of the shotgun. The path led him down to the bank and around a stand of willows. There was a man there, lying on his side, a fishing pole in his hands. He was a thin man, his high, oddly square-shaped head going bald on top, and the little hair he had left was as soft and white as powder snow. He was smiling when he turned around, but the smile slipped a little as he took in the sight of Nate standing before him. "Good Lord," he muttered. The man planted his hands palm down in the witchgrass, and struggled up from the bank like an animal that has had its back legs run over by a car and is now pulling itself out of the road. It was an ungainly motion, one that Nate found disgusting. Only then did Nate notice that the man's legs were tied together with loose, yellowed bandages that seemed to have soaked through from underneath. "This is wrong, Nate," Kellogg said. "This is all wrong. Get up and run." "What happened to you, son?"
"I was running,"
Nate said.
"through the woods."
"What from?" Kellogg leaned into his ear. "Don't say a word, Nate. Not a word." But the man was waiting, looking him in the eye. Nate found it hard to look at him. The injuries to his legs had an unnatural look that turned Nate's stomach. "What were you running from, son? Was it zombies?"
"I don't know,"
Nate said.
Could have been. Could have been wild hogs, I don't know. I hid in some leaves."
"Well, hopefully you didn't pick up any ticks. Last thing you want is to get sick with Lyme disease. You probably wouldn't survive it." Nate said nothing. "What other symptoms do you have?" the man said.
"Huh?"
"You running a fever? I heard you coughing just a bit ago. You feel congested? Sneezy at all? Achy?"
"Yeah, all that."
"How long you been sick?"
"Couple of days. I'm real thirsty, mister."
"I bet. It's all right, son. My name's Don Fisher. I'm a doctor. You already met the rest of my family, I guess?" Nate just looked at him. His head was swimming so badly he wasn't catching but every other word.
"Could I have some water?"
he said. The man nodded. "Eddie, can you do that for me, please? Get him some water. And bring me a package of Tamiflu." Eddie nodded and started to walk off, but Fisher called out to him. "And Eddie, better bring me a package of Zithromax, too, just in case." Nate was feeling like he needed to throw up. It was getting harder and harder to stand. Fisher, recognizing the look, said, "Go ahead and sit down, son. Sit down before you fall down."
"You're not going to hurt me, are you?"
Fisher gave him a curious look. "No, son. I'm a doctor. Sit down. Nobody's going to hurt you." Nate tried to sit, but what he actually did was closer to falling. He looked over at Fisher, and the man nodded. Then he planted his palms in the grass again, and pulled himself over to where Nate sat. Nate, for his part, tried unsuccessfully not to flinch. It was like watching a poisonous snake inch closer and closer. Fisher pulled himself up alongside Nate and felt his forehead. "Yeah, you're burning up. We need to get that fever down." "Ah, good. Here's Eddie." Eddie handed Nate a mason jar full of water. The water looked clear and clean, but Nate would have drunk it all down, even if it had come straight up from the river. Nate took a sip of the water. His cracked lips hurt on the rim of the jar, and his throat felt like it had broken glass stuffed down it. But he went on drinking. "When was the last time you ate, son?"
"I don't know."
The man nodded to himself. "Well, this won't hurt your stomach even without food." He had 2 shiny tinfoil cards with blister packs of pills on them. "These white and yellow pills, these are Tamiflu. Take 1 in the morning and 1 at night. These pink ones are Zithromax, an antibiotic. You take this once a day. You understand?" Nate didn't, but he nodded like he did. "Let's get you started right away." Fisher popped the pills from the blister pack and handed them to Nate. Nate swallowed both with the remainder of the water in the jar. "You want some more water?" Fisher said, watching him closely. Nate nodded, his eyes closed. His throat was killing him. Eddie brought another jar of water, and Nate took it gratefully. But he passed out before he had a chance to finish it. When he woke, it was dark. The river was an immense sheet of black stretching far off into the distance. Nate could hear a soft murmur of mosquitoes in the tall weeds at the water's edge, and somewhere, out on the water, the muffled plunk of a fish breaking the surface. He rolled over and saw the campfire had worked itself down to a flickering bed of embers, glowing softly in the darkness, its orange light casting a faint glow over the sleeping faces of Fisher's wife and her two youngest children. He couldn't see the two younger men or the teenage girl. "Are you awake?" Fisher's voice, coming from behind him, startled Nate. He rolled over and looked at the man. "How are you feeling?" Nate coughed.
"Still hurting."
"It'll take you a while to get better. A few days at least. You're going to need to get yourself cleaned up before you head off again. It'll do your morale some good to cut your hair and get rid of that beard. You could stand a new set of clothes while you're at it." Nate closed his eyes and tried to make the world stop spinning.
"How am I going to do all that?"
he said. "You're about Eddie's size. We'll give you what you need." Nate opened his eyes, then narrowed them at Fisher, trying to see the man's motives in his face.
"Why?"
Fisher just smiled. "Why not?"
"You don't know me. Why are you doing this?"
"That's true. I don't know you. What's your name?" Warning lights flashed in Nate's brain. This was exactly the thing Kellogg had warned him about. "We can learn to like other people," Kellogg had said, "even love them. But we can't ever truly know them, and so we remain isolated." The words played through his head like they'd been spoken only yesterday, though in reality it had been, 6 years ago? 7? "Don't want to tell me, huh?" Nate shook his head slightly. "That's okay. But listen, son, there is going to come a day when you will have to trust somebody. You can't survive in this world without trust. Look at how hard it is. Look at all the things you have to do for yourself if you're the only one you trust. You'll probably be dead before you're 40 if you don't learn to spread some of the labor around. It's the helping each other that gives the world meaning, son. Gives us a sense that we belong to something."
"But that's a lie,"
Nate thought, once again remembering the words Kellogg had spoken to him all those years ago.
"We're not allowed to know why life has meaning. Not for sure, anyway. And yet we feel compelled to create some sort of answer. It's an absurd downward spiral of impossible things, and yet it is our lives."
"I'm okay for now," Nate said. Fisher looked him over with a doubtful expression on his face. "Well, at least one of us is. Excuse me for a second."
"Huh?"
Nate turned at a sound behind him. One of Fisher's sons, not Eddie, but the other one, whose name Nate had forgotten, was coming down the path with a large syringe in his hand. He walked right past Nate and handed the syringe over to his father. "Thanks, Jason." The young man leaned down and kissed Fisher on the top of his bald head.
"Susan's on the way. She's getting the water."
Fisher nodded. Nate sat there, watching the syringe closely. "Don't worry," Fisher said, smiling warmly. "It's not for you." Nate didn't reply. Fisher's oldest daughter was coming down the path, carrying a white tray. On the tray, Nate saw a glass measuring cup with a little bit of water in the bottom, some kind of stove burner, a couple of red and white packets of Fleischmann's yeast, and a single slice of bread. The girl put the tray down next to her father.
"Good night, Daddy. I'm going to turn in."
"Okay, sweetheart. I'll come check on you later." She bent down and kissed Fisher, just as her brother had done,
and then went back up to the campsite. "Do you see what I mean?" Fisher said. He was setting up the stove, turning on the gas and lighting it with a match he struck on the side of his shoe. Being with other people. Sartre was wrong. It's anything but hell. It's our connection to them that makes us strong. That's what gives our lives meaning. Nate kept his silence. Perhaps Fisher hadn't intended for him to respond, because he went immediately to work setting the glass measuring cup on a small metal rack over the burner's low flame. Both men watched it work in silence, and after a few minutes, Fisher reached into his pocket and removed a thermometer from his shirt pocket. The yeast needs the water at 105 degrees. He dunked the thermometer into the measuring cup and watched the mercury rise. "Takes a few minutes," he said. He looked at Nate and smiled. Nate listened to the mosquitoes buzzing a short distance off. Somewhere out in the woods, an owl hooted. "There it is," Fisher said. He removed the thermometer and poured in the yeast, and swirled the measuring cup around to distribute the mixture. Then he took the syringe and squirted the thick, reddish liquid inside into the yeast mixture. "Stuff tastes horrible without the yeast," he said. Then he poured the liquid onto the slice of bread and ate it, wincing at the taste. Of course, it tastes horrible with it, too, but it won't work without it. Then Fisher pushed the plate away and rolled over on his back, staring up at the stars. Nate did the same. There were no clouds, and very little breeze. A pleasant night. It had been a long time since Nate had looked at the stars, really looked at them, and he was amazed at how many there were. They filled the sky, and for the first time in his life he realized how people could see patterns up there. "You don't talk much, do you, Nate?" Nate turned his head. Fisher was still looking at the stars, his hands laced together behind his head. "Not really, no," Nate said. "How about a family? Mom? Dad?" "My mom died when I was little. My dad was going with his girlfriend to pick up her parents when the outbreak hit Martindale. I don't know what happened to him. I guess he's dead." "So it's just you?" Nate rubbed the flash drive through his shirt. "Yeah, just me." There was a flash of movement as Fisher flipped over onto his belly and pushed himself up with his hands. He dragged himself toward the path that led up to the rest of the campsite, then stopped and turned around. "I hope you find what you're looking for, son, and I hope you find it soon. It's a big, lonely world out there without other people." Nate watched him go in silence, and when he was out of sight, Nate rolled over onto his back again and watched the stars until he fell asleep. He woke the next morning with sunlight on his face. Nate listened for the sound of voices and heard nothing but birds squawking at each other. Slowly he rose to his feet. He was still stiff in his shoulders and in his lower back, but his head was clearer. He touched his forehead, and it was cool. And, he realized, last night had been the first time in 2 or 3 days where he hadn't woken in the middle of the night, trembling from head to foot. Had the fever broken? "Hello?" he called out. No answer came back to him. He turned up the path and climbed to the campsite, but no one was there. There wasn't a single piece of trash anywhere. The stones that had ringed the fire were still in place, but the embers had been buried in dirt. Here and there he saw faint footprints and the impressions of bedrolls where the individual members of the family had slept. The only thing they'd left behind was a cardboard box, tucked just out of sight of the side path that led back to the main path between the road and the river. Nate pulled the box out and looked inside. He found a bar of soap sitting on top of a change of clothes, a blue backpack, a bedroll, a pair of scissors, some razors, a mason jar, a small cast-iron pan, a can of wolf chili, and the rest of the medicine Fisher had given him the night before. The blister packs were stashed inside a plastic zip-top baggie, with a handwritten note under the baggie. It read, "Hope this helps. Cut your hair and beard and take a long bath in the river with the soap. You'll feel better, I promise. Also, don't forget to take one of the yellow and white pills in the morning and at night, and one of the pink in the morning. Take them all, even when you start to feel better. Good luck to you, son. And remember, the sooner you learn to trust others, the sooner you'll find what you're looking for. Best, Don Fisher." Nate took a long time working his way through the note. Even back in high school, when they were putting him through those special classes and working with him every day, he had a lot of trouble deciphering something that was more than 4 or 5 words long. But eventually he got the sense pulled out of it and put the note aside. Then he picked up the scissors and the soap and headed down to the river. Chapter 10. Richardson awoke to the muffled pop, pop, pop of automatic weapons fire. At first he didn't recognize it for what it was. He lay still, his eyes wide open, listening, trying to zero in on the sound and identify it. His eyes were itchy, watery, his sinuses congested. The hay and dust in the barn's loft were playing havoc with his allergies, and his senses seemed wrapped in a fog that wouldn't dispel. Pop, pop! Pop, 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 pop! The second time there was no mistaking the sound. Guns. Lots of them. And he could hear men yelling, too. Richardson sat up and looked around.
"What was that?"
Sylvia said. Like him, she was sitting up, a startled expression on her face. There was hay on her clothes and in her shaggy mass of gray hair. Avery Harper had slept next to her, curled up like a child. All the walking they'd done the day before had left her exhausted, and she'd been the first to fall asleep. But now even Avery was coming around.
"What's going on?"
she said groggily, rubbing the side of her head. "Gunfire," he said. Richardson scrambled to the wall on his hands and knees and peered through the slats. He could see a corner of a farmhouse and a large, overgrown field on the other side of the house. Before the outbreak, the field had been used for corn, and he could still see remnants of that crop out there, though now the ordered rows were rangy and crowded with spindly shrubs and weeds. Looking closely, he saw a dozen or so men crouched in the field, using the tall weeds for cover. They were firing in every direction, pinned down by a squad of black shirts.
"That's Jude McKinney," Sylvia said. "Damn it, how did they find us?"
Richardson let out a sigh. Looking back on it, it wasn't much of a mystery. The scraggly-looking man the soldiers pulled from the gas station service bay had saved their lives. He led the Red Man soldiers away on a wild chase, and when the soldiers returned empty-handed, the Red Man and his caravan moved out, leaving Richardson, Sylvia, and Avery a little confused by what had just happened, but still conscious of the fact that they had dodged a mighty big bullet. Foolishly, he realized now, Richardson had let himself think they were in the clear. They'd walked the remainder of the day, eating fruit they found growing along the road and chatting happily, eventually coming to this farmhouse, where Richardson managed to shoot a small turkey hen with his pistol out of the west side of the barn. The cornfield stretched into the distance some 400 or 500 yards, terminating in a line of trees, the edge of which was thick with early morning fog. He saw the zombies right away, 40 or 50 of them at least, stumbling their way through the rows. "Damn," he muttered.
"What is it?"
Sylvia asked. "No go," he said. "They've got us surrounded." He moved back to his previous position next to Sylvia and squeezed the hay and dust from his eyes.
"You okay?"
Sylvia asked. "Allergies," he said.
"Yeah, well, do us all a favor and don't sneeze, okay?"
He gave her a half-hearted smile, and then went back to watching the battle develop down below. Roving camera, he thought. Don't get involved.
The mantra that had carried him through so many dangerous situations over the last few years seemed ridiculous now. He was in this up to his eyeballs. He leaned forward through shafts of sunlight and put his face up against one of the gaps in the barn's wall. They were in a unique position to see the battle develop, like a high school marching band director up on a ladder stand. A group of black shirts ran forward, firing their guns into the weeds, sending up a spray of exploded corn in the process. McHenry's squad just hunkered down on their bellies, letting the shots tear up the corn over their heads. They didn't return fire until the black shirts broke through the corn rows right in front of them, and then they started shooting back. It was, Richardson saw, a deliberate feint on the part of the black shirts. As soon as McHenry's squad started shooting, the black shirts fell back. One of them popped a canister of orange smoke and threw it at McHenry's location. Immediately a column of smoke rose into the air. A moan went up from the west side of the barn, and the zombies moved forward, converging on the smoke. Beside him, Avery groaned.
"They'll be slaughtered," she said.
Richardson was thinking the same thing. This wasn't going to be pretty. There were even more zombies in the corn than Richardson had at first thought. They were everywhere. The corn rows were writhing. McHenry's men had already spotted the first few zombies coming at them, and were forming themselves into a defensive circle. The men were keeping their cool, firing in controlled bursts at the zombies as they appeared, perhaps because they didn't know exactly how outnumbered they were. But from his position in the hayloft, Richardson could see that the end was a foregone conclusion. It was just a matter of time.
"Where did all those zombies come from?" Richardson asked. "There's way more down there than what he brought in those trucks of his."
"He collects them as he goes," Sylvia said. "That's why he's so strong. No matter where he goes, his army comes to him."
Her voice seemed strangely flat, and Richardson turned to look at her. Sunshine was slanting down into the shadows of the loft through the gaps in the slats. Dust and bits of hay floated around her hair. Her beauty surprised him for the second time, and it was all the more striking for the somber expression on her face. From the cornfield down below, a man let out a sudden, terrible scream, and Sylvia flinched. And in that moment, the tone of her voice and the sadness in her eyes made sense to him. "You know those men down there, don't you?" She nodded. Then she closed her eyes and ducked her chin to her chest as she tried to shut out the noise of the screams and the constant roll of the gunfire. "I'm sorry," he said.
"They came here because of us?"
She rubbed her knuckles into her forehead, as though trying to scrub away a mounting headache.
"Why do so many people have to die because of what I believe, Ben?"
Her question was spoken so faintly he had trouble hearing it. He started to tell her it was going to be okay, that what was going on down there was not her fault, but the end result of a course of action those men had chosen themselves. But then he realized that she wasn't talking about those men down there. He had driven the bus out of San Antonio 8 years ago, when she lost all the students that came with her as part of the People for an Ethical Solution expedition, and he had stolen a few glances at her as they trundled through the ruins. She hadn't spoken a word, and that had bothered Richardson at the time. It had more than bothered him. He'd been offended to the core by what he perceived as her icy indifference to the deaths she had just caused. 40 college kids were dead because they had placed blind faith in her. Richardson knew she hadn't planned on their dying. If anything, their deaths would be a mortal blow to her cause. So no, he didn't believe she had intentionally caused their deaths. But she had used her position as a professor, as an intellectual authority in their lives, to lead them into the meat grinder. And wasn't that just as bad? At the time, he thought so. And a part of him hated her because she sat there on that bus, refusing to utter a word. She simply sat there, her chin in her hand, watching the ruins of San Antonio slip away outside the bus. At the quarantine wall, they'd been stopped by the military. Soldiers had led them off the bus and checked their papers and stripped them and checked them for injuries, and then sprayed them down with antivirals and disinfectant. Right before they were separated, he had asked her, "What are you going to tell them?" She wouldn't look at him even then.
"Tell them whatever you want," she said. "I don't care what you say."
And then the soldiers led her away for her debriefing, and he watched her go, feeling angry and, for some reason that he couldn't quite fathom, betrayed. He had no idea what he had expected her to say, but it hadn't been that. Sylvia turned from the slats in the wall and looked at him. She looked ill, and it occurred to him that he had forced the old wound open by coming back into her life like this. Good, he thought, surprised at how fresh the anger still seemed. "I hope it hurts," she said.
"I told myself I would go to the parents of each of those kids on that bus, Ben. That was the promise I made myself. I figured those kids deserved it for believing the way they did. I knew none of those parents would understand, but I told myself I would do it anyway."
"But you never went," he said. He intended the words to have more heat than they did. She was tearing herself up inside, he realized. She was doing more damage to herself with her memories than he ever could do with his harsh words.
"No," she said. "I never went. I had all their names, all their addresses. The university fired me, of course, so I had nothing but time. But then the weeks slipped by, and I hadn't visited a single one.
All I did was stay in bed and cry. I told myself I'd at least write a letter, but—"
She trailed off there, shaking her head at the memory of her failure. A bullet struck the slats down at the other end of the loft, and a laser of light lanced into the darkness. The yelling was getting louder now, the fight spilling into the driveway in front of the farmhouse. Just a quick glance was enough for Richardson to see that McHenry's squad had completely broken ranks. They were fighting hand to hand now, totally unorganized. "Sylvia," he said, "you two come over here with me. We need to stay—" There was a crack, and something sliced the air in front of his face. He felt a tingling spread across his cheek that suddenly turned into a burn. His first thought was, "I've been shot." And then, as shock gave way to denial, he touched his fingers to his face and felt small bits of wood splinters stuck in his skin. Only splinters, he thought. Oh, thank God. He turned to the wood slats and saw the jagged hole left by the bullet that had narrowly missed his head. Looking through it, he could see one of the last of McHenry's squad down there on the road, swinging his rifle like a club at a zombie. The zombie went down, but there were more pouring out of the corn every second. Richardson heard men yelling orders off to his right, and turned to see several of the Red Man's soldiers running toward the farmhouse. One of the black shirts raised his rifle as he ran, and fired at the last of McHenry's squad. The man who had been using his rifle as a club was struck in the chest and was flung backward, with bloody bits of flesh and fabric spraying up from the wound. One of the zombies behind him twisted suddenly and stumbled to his knees. The zombie's hands were swatting at the air like he was being attacked by bees, bright gouts of blood oozing down his chest from the wound where his face had been. When the zombie fell over dead, Richardson turned back to Sylvia. She and Avery were still holding each other. "Get down," he hissed. "Both of you get down." Avery looked at him from beneath Sylvia's mass of hair. Her eyes were shining with tears. He motioned to her to lie down in the hay, and after a moment, she and Sylvia both lowered themselves down on their bellies. A pair of trucks pulled up to the driveway below them, and Richardson crawled back to the wall and looked through the bullet hole. The Red Man was standing next to one of the trucks, surveying the destruction. There were bodies all around him. Most were zombies,
but here and there Richardson could see a few of McHenry's squad, and even one or two of the Blackshirts. He could also see a lot of wounded zombies, some of them so badly shot up they couldn't even crawl, while others, dragging dead legs or waving armless stumps, staggered toward the trucks. The red man let out a low, rattling moan, and all the zombies stopped. None of them blinked. They just stared at him, swaying on their feet as though drunk. Then he motioned toward the truck, and two of his soldiers pulled Nicky Booth from the cab.
"Oh, my God,"
Avery said.
"Nicky!"
"Shh," Richardson cautioned her. "Not too loud." The red man held out a hand, and one of his soldiers handed him a knife. Then he crossed the driveway to where one of McHenry's squad was dying. The man was on his back, twitching and moaning, trying to point a finger at Nicky Booth. Two of the Blackshirts grabbed Nicky and pulled her over to the red man, who knelt down next to the dying man and began carving one of the ears from his head. Screams echoed over the corn. Nicky tried to turn her head, but the soldiers wouldn't let her.
"This was Ken Stolar's mighty rescue party," he said, holding up the bloody ear.
Black blood dripped off the red man's fingers.
"Nobody's coming for you, Nicky. You realize that now, don't you? Do the right thing, and tell me where I can find Don Fisher right now."
Nicky said nothing.
"No?"
The red man held up the ear he'd just cut off from the dying soldier's head.
"You know that man, don't you? I bet you trained him yourself, didn't you? Well, Nicky, you have the power now to decide how he's gonna die."
Then the red man turned and flung the man's ear between two zombies, who immediately fell on the morsel like snarling dogs in a pit.
"He can die like that. Or you can tell me where I can find Don Fisher, and I'll have my soldiers shoot him in the head. It'll be over in one shot."
Even from the hayloft, Richardson could see Nicky Booth steeling herself against the decision she was forced to make. She shook her head.
"You sadden me, Nicky,"
the red man said.
"You truly do."
He let out another low, rattling moan, and the zombies who had been waiting at the edge of the corn moved forward like a wave and descended on the dying soldier, whose panicked whimpering had turned to screams once more. They ripped him open in seconds, pulling him apart, leaving nothing but a bloody puddle in the dirt. Richardson nearly threw up watching one of the zombies drag an arm across the driveway and into the ditch, where it started feeding.
"Roving camera," he thought. "Roving camera. I'm a roving camera."
He repeated it in his head again and again, as though in the repetition of it he could force the images of the man's death out of his head. A moment later, the Blackshirts were stuffing Nicky Booth back in the truck, and the whole caravan was driving away, leaving a driveway full of bodies and zombies too wounded to climb into the trucks. Richardson fell back on his butt in shocked disbelief. Had life become so cheap that it could be tossed aside like that? He turned to look at Sylvia and Avery, but they were as horrified as he was. They sat that way for a long time, none of them speaking, until they heard a man's voice say,
"Dude, just stay down."
Richardson glanced at the women.
"Who is that?"
he whispered. Sylvia shrugged. Richardson leaned forward and peered through the slats. He saw a scraggly-looking younger man on the driveway. He was holding an AR-15, but it was obvious from his stance and the way he gripped the weapon that he didn't know how to use it. 10 yards ahead of him was a zombie, struggling to stand on the one leg he had left. The other was a burned and bleeding stump, severed just above the knee. Both the zombie's arms looked broken as well. Every time it tried to stand, it collapsed in a heap. It was breathing hard, and when at last it couldn't muster the strength to stand, it tried to pull itself along with its mangled fingers.
"Dude, come on!"
the scraggly-looking man said. He pointed the rifle at the zombie and pulled the trigger. It jumped in his hands as a 3-round burst left the gun, killing the zombie. Then he lowered the weapon and looked around. A dozen more zombies were pulling themselves along with their fingers, inching closer to him. "That's the man from the gas station," Richardson said.
"No," Sylvia said. "Impossible. He'd have changed by now."
"It is. Look at him." All 3 of them did. Then Sylvia sat back and shook her head.
"That's impossible.
Ben, wait! Where are you going?"
Chapter 11. The morning had greeted Nate Royal with a kick in the ribs and something heavy dropping down on top of him. Nate groaned with the pain. He tried to roll over, but the body on top of him wouldn't budge.
"Get off!"
he said, pushing the body away. His arms felt limp as wet pasta. There was no strength in them, and even the slight effort of rolling over left him exhausted. With his head spinning and his stomach threatening to rise up his throat, he blinked at the man who had tripped over him, and was now rising to his feet.
"Oh, shit,"
Nate said. The man was a zombie. He was dressed in soiled rags, his face covered with abscesses and oozing sores. One ear was missing, and that side of his head and the shoulder beneath it was dark and crusty with dried blood. The zombie bared his teeth at Nate, and a stuttering moan escaped his lips. The moan was answered by other zombies all around them, just out of sight in the corn. Backing away from the zombie, Nate looked around. He couldn't see through the head-high cornstalks, but even through his fevered disorientation, he could sense movement all around him.
"Christ, not again!"
Nate tripped over a backpack on the ground, and for a moment couldn't place it. The fever still gripped him. His body felt achy and weak, his head in a fog. But he remembered walking by the river and finding the family that had taken care of him gone, their campsite cleaned of everything but the backpack at his feet. He remembered picking up the backpack and walking most of the day. The smoke and the smell of roasting meat had brought him to this place. He'd hoped that it was the family who had gone off and left him, but he hadn't been able to make it all the way. He got lost in this cornfield in the dark, and when he tripped and fell, he just stayed there, unable to get back up. But he had to move now. The zombie brought its hands up and started clutching for him. Its moans were becoming louder, more insistent, and other zombies were answering it. Nate looked over his shoulder and saw movement in the corn. The zombie put its hand on Nate's arm. He felt pressure from the thing's fingernails.
"Get off!"
he said, and yanked his arm away. The zombie stumbled forward and fell face first at Nate's feet. Nate backed away quickly. The zombie was on top of the backpack, and Nate reached down and pulled it out from under the zombie. And as the bag came away, a can of green beans fell into the dirt between them. The zombie was trying to get to its feet. Nate tossed the backpack aside and scooped up the can of beans, just as the zombie turned to face him. Gripping the can with both hands, he swung it down on the zombie's forehead. The edge of the can struck the thing's forehead and bounced off, and Nate, who with his fever could hardly keep his balance, went tumbling after it. He landed painfully, his hands bunched up underneath him. Nate heard a moan and rolled over. The zombie's head was haloed by morning sunlight, but Nate could still see the enormous gash across its forehead where the edge of the can had cut it. Fresh blood was streaming down the thing's face, getting in its eyes. It was reaching for him frantically, its moaning coming in a quick, animal-like snarl as its fingers tore at the stalks of corn all around it. Nate clambered away on his hands and knees. The zombie was right behind him, stepping on his feet, its fingers at the small of Nate's back. Nate gave the zombie a kick in the knee and rolled to one side, and when he did, he saw a stick about as long as his arm in the dirt.
He picked it up and climbed to his feet. The zombie was turning toward him, its face covered with blood. Nate took the stick in both hands and stabbed the zombie in the face, catching it in the eye and causing it to fall to the ground, where it rolled over onto its side, twitching as if it had been electrocuted. Watching it, Nate let out a long sigh. He felt like he had to throw up, but as soon as he bent over, he saw more of the infected crashing through the corn, coming his way. "Damn it," he said. He didn't have the energy for this. There was a farmhouse behind him. He turned and staggered off in that direction. Nate was aware of noise, but his fever-addled mind couldn't pick it apart. He couldn't identify it. But he could hear the zombies moaning behind him. There was no confusion there. A bite from one of the zombies wouldn't hurt him. Not a small bite, anyway. But if they caught him, there would be no way in hell he'd be able to wrestle with them. 2 or 3 of them would be able to pull him apart, and his immunity couldn't help him with that. The noise was growing louder. He could hear men screaming. And was that gunfire he heard? It sounded sporadic, panicked. Something invisible whistled past his face. The next moment, the air seemed to come alive around his head. A high-pitched sizzle, like the sound of an angry swarm of bees, enveloped him. Stalks of corn and leaves were exploding, filling the air with floating bits of plant matter. "Bees?" he thought. "Oh, shit, bees!" Nate swatted at the air, trying to wave away the dark specks floating all around him. Between the noise and the fever and the floating bits whirling around him, he felt disoriented. He stumbled as he turned, trying to find the farmhouse, but suddenly unable to do so. Someone ran in front of him, a man in a gray shirt and black military-style pants. He was carrying a black rifle. Nate caught a flash of him before the darkness of the corn swallowed him up. "What the—" Nate turned around again, and this time he could see another man, dressed just like the first soldier who had sprinted by him, firing at a pair of zombies. Both zombies went down, but not before a third stepped out of the corn next to the man and tackled him to the ground. The zombie ripped out the man's throat, spattering blood all over the corn as the soldier's body twitched and convulsed under the attack. Nate could only stand there and stare at the ferocity of the attack. Thankfully, the man's screams were cut short by gunfire. He had wandered into a full-fledged battle, Nate realized. Looking around, he could see men in gray shirts and black pants fighting the zombies pouring out of the corn. Bullets continued to fly, but the soldiers had lost control of the situation. Even Nate could see that. The zombies had broken through their lines, and now the soldiers were on their own, firing at random into the corn, swinging their guns like clubs when their ammunition ran out, dropping to the ground beneath a hail of hands and teeth, their shrieks rising into the air, unheeded. Nate was nearing the edge of the corn. Beyond it, he could see a dirt driveway that led between the farmhouse and its barn. A few of the soldiers had managed to make it there already, but they were dying just like the others still stuck in the corn. One of the zombies moaned behind him, and Nate turned. It was the same zombie he'd gouged with the stick, and he could still see its blood and dirt-stained end protruding from the eye. A sickened groan escaped Nate's lips. "No," he said. "Dude, stay down." He was about to rush forward and push the zombie down, when one of the soldiers stumbled out of the corn next to him and opened fire. The bullets whizzed past Nate's head and thudded into the zombie with a stick in its eye. The zombie convulsed and fell to its knees. Nate, for his part, turned to watch the soldier run out of the corn and into the driveway, and right into the path of 2 big black trucks. The soldier turned his rifle onto the men in black pouring out of the trucks, but he wasn't fast enough. One of the men got off a burst of fire first and hit the soldier in the gut. The man collapsed into the dirt of the driveway and rolled over, groaning, unable to get back up. Nate recognized the men in the black shirts right away. They were the same men who had chased him from the gas station. Recognition went through him like an electrical surge. He backed up from the edge of the corn and knelt down. As he watched, he realized that the sounds of the fighting were gone. There was no more shooting, no more screaming. The only noise came from a warm breeze whistling quietly through the corn, and the faint murmur of groans from the wounded.
How did they find me?
Nate thought.
Jesus, it's me. They're here for me.
What do I do, Doc? Nate said.
Come on, Doc, I need some help.
Kellogg stepped through the corn, bits of floating leaves drifting through his form. He knelt down next to Nate, studying the events playing out in the driveway. Looks like you got yourself into a mess, he said.
Just tell me what to do, Doc.
Stay down. Keep quiet. If they see you, run back into the corn.
I can't run, Doc. I'm hurting really bad.
Then keep your head down and hope they don't see you. A flash of red caught Nate's eye, and he looked up. The Red Man, the same one who had tried to infect Nate by sticking his finger in Nate's mouth, was getting out of the truck and walking over to the gut-shot soldier.
What in the hell?
That right there, Kellogg said, is trouble. Bad trouble. The Red Man looked down at the wounded man, then turned back to his truck, where two men in black were leading a pretty girl in handcuffs to the middle of the driveway. Despite his fear and his fever, Nate tilted his head to one side in appreciation. The girl had a nice shape, even in those military-style pants. One of the black shirts handed the Red Man a hunting knife. Without flourish or hesitation, the Red Man knelt down next to the wounded man and sliced his ear off.
This was Ken Stoler's mighty rescue party,
the Red Man said to the handcuffed girl. He showed her the ear, the blood dripping from his hand.
Nobody is coming for you, Nicky. You realize that now, don't you? Do the right thing and tell me where I can find Don Fisher right now.
Don Fisher?
Nate thought.
Holy crap. Doc, what's going on?
Quiet, Nate.
No?
The Red Man held up the ear he just cut off from the dying man's head. His eyes were locked on the pretty girl's face.
You know that man, don't you? I bet you trained him yourself, didn't you? Well, Nicky, you have the power now to decide how he's gonna die.
Then the Red Man tossed the ear to a couple of waiting zombies, who tore into it like they hadn't fed in days.
He can die like that,
the Red Man went on.
Or you can tell me where I can find Don Fisher. Then I'll have my soldiers shoot him in the head. It'll be over in one shot.
Nate had no idea what was going on, why the Red Man was trying to bargain with this girl. But he could tell the girl was tough. She clearly knew the dying man. The way she looked at him, it was obvious she had known him for a long time. But when she straightened her back and shook her head at the Red Man, there was no hesitation.
That one's got some grit,
Nate muttered.
Quiet, Nate,
Kellogg said. Just watch. Don't get involved. Whatever that is, it isn't your fight. The Red Man said something to her after that, but it was drowned out by the dying man's screams as the zombies swarmed over him. The next instant, the Red Man's soldiers were pushing the handcuffed girl back into the truck. Then the trucks lurched forward, gravel popping beneath their tires, and they were gone, leaving only a slowly settling cloud of white dust and the muffled groans of the dying.
Doc, what just happened?
No answer.
Doc?
But Kellogg was gone. Something rustled in the corn behind him, and Nate turned. It was the zombie with a stick in its eye, crawling now, its bloody hands almost close enough to tighten around his ankle.
God damn it,
Nate said.
Dude!
He walked crookedly out onto the driveway, The red man's trucks were a long way off, almost out of sight. Nate breathed a sigh of relief. Turning, Nate saw the bloody mess on the driveway where the gut-shot soldier had died. There was little left but a hand here and a foot with part of a leg still attached over there. But his rifle was still here. Nate walked over to the gun and picked it up. It felt light in his hands. He wasn't quite sure how to hold it, but he could see the selector switch on the side of the gun was set to burst, and he knew that meant it would fire a bunch of rounds at a time when he pulled the trigger. He sensed movement behind him. It was the zombie with a stick in its eye again. It had managed to crawl out of the corn and onto the driveway, its fingernails tearing off its fingertips as it pulled itself toward him.
"Dude, come on,"
Nate said. Nate was exhausted. His head was swimming from the fever, but he forced himself to focus. He leveled the rifle at the zombie and pulled the trigger. The bullets tore into its head and shoulders, and broke open its skull like an egg that was dropped on the floor, its blood and brains oozing into the dirt.
"Fucking right,"
Nate said, swaying on his feet.
"Now leave me the fuck alone."
Richardson had thrown himself over the side of the loft and was going down the ladder. Sylvia appeared above him and said,
"Ben, wait. What are you doing?"
"I'm going out there, Sylvia."
"You can't, Ben. Don't."
He was at the bottom of the ladder, looking up at her. "Sylvia, this is important. That guy should have turned by now. He hasn't. We have to find out what's going on with him."
She tried to argue, but Richardson didn't bother listening. He walked out of the barn and into the driveway. And there he stopped. He'd thought he had a good view of the fighting from the hayloft, and he had. He'd been able to see the big picture, the ebb and flow of the battle. He'd been the roving camera. But down here, on the ground, the view was something else, more visceral, more immediate. Being the camera was fine, but not like this. He saw body parts everywhere. Hands, a part of a leg, a shirt with just a hunk of shoulder left in it. A few zombies were still pulling themselves along as best they could toward the wounded soldiers who blinked at the morning sunlight and reached for Richardson with bloody, trembling fingers, groaning for help. A few zombies had already latched onto the dying men, their diseased faces tearing into the soft parts of the soldiers' necks with eager, slurping sounds.
"Ben, don't go out there."
He looked over his shoulder. Sylvia was standing there, at the entrance to the barn. Her expression was desperate, terrified.
"I'll be right back,"
he said. But when he walked to the middle of the driveway and got a close look at the man from the gas station, he thought that maybe he had made a bad mistake. The man's eyes shone with fever. It gave him an almost feral intensity. His face was flushed, covered in sweat and grime. There were twigs and leaves and bits of corn silk stuck in his long, shaggy hair and beard. He looked like a man who has reverted to a wild state.
"You're not infected, are you?"
Richardson said. The man raised the rifle and tried to point it at Richardson. But he was swaying badly, and he looked clumsy with the gun in his hands, like maybe it weighed too much for him.
"I don't want to hurt you," Richardson said.
The man just stared at him, like the simple act of standing up was almost too much for him. The barrel of the gun was pointed off at the barn. Every few seconds the scraggly man's swaying would cause it to drift back toward Richardson, and then it would just as quickly slip off again. Richardson figured he could probably bum-rush the guy and get the gun away before he had a chance to fire off a shot, but an instinct told Richardson that would be the wrong way to play it.
"There are 2 women with me," Richardson said, "back over there at the barn. We saw what happened at the gas station yesterday, how the red man tried to infect you. Why haven't you turned yet?"
At the mention of the red man, the barrel locked on Richardson and stayed there.
"Stay away,"
the scraggly man said.
"Easy," Richardson answered. "I'm a friend."
"Bullshit."
I ain't got no friends.
The gun barrel dipped to the ground. Richardson watched it sink, suddenly alarmed at how badly the other man was swaying. He's going to fall over any second, Richardson thought.
Doc, what do I do?
Richardson looked around. A few zombies were slowly inching their way onto the road, pulling themselves along with ruined fingers at garden slug speed. Behind him, Sylvia and Avery were watching apprehensively. But there was no one else around. "Who are you talking to?" Richardson asked. "Who's Doc?" No answer. "Hey, can you hear me? Who's Doc?"
Zombies can't hurt me,
the man said.
Nobody can hurt me. Doc said so. I'm immune.
Richardson wasn't sure he'd heard him correctly. "You're what? Hey, can you hear me?" The man's head lolled on his shoulders, and his face blanched. The gun fell from his hand. Richardson rushed forward to grab the man before he too fell to the ground, but he didn't make it in time. The man hit the ground like a bag of rocks. Later that afternoon, Richardson was back in the driveway, this time with a wooden baseball bat in his hands. They had hoped most of the zombies wounded during the fighting that morning would die off within a few minutes. But that hadn't happened. More than a few had gone on moaning throughout the day, and those moans had attracted other zombies, who were not injured. One of those zombies had come crashing through the front door, and Richardson had been forced to put it down before it got a chance to take a bite out of Avery. After that, he'd gone outside with the bat to finish what they should have done as soon as the red man and his soldiers left.
Ben.
It was Sylvia, calling to him from the front porch of the abandoned farmhouse. He looked away from the zombie skull he'd just turned into mush, and saw her waving at him.
"He's starting to come out of it a little," she said.
He nodded, then looked back to the dead zombie at his feet, and his continued existence suddenly seemed so pointless. The wandering, the stories, the fight to survive. Why was he bothering with it? Wasn't he just going to end up like this poor bastard? They all would in the end. And everything he'd done, all the interviews, all the thinking, all the friends he'd lost since the first zombie rose up from the flooded ruins of Houston 8 years ago, all of it would be for nothing. Just wasted effort.
"Ben?"
"Coming," he said, and with a sigh he turned away from the dead zombie and trotted to the farmhouse porch. Sylvia was waiting there, leaning against a doorway that had no door.
"Are you okay?"
she asked. She nodded toward the driveway and the dead zombie he just pounded into a bloody puddle.
"Did something happen?"
"No," he said. He was aware of what she was asking, but he didn't feel like getting into it with her. Not now. "We're good, I think. I checked to the edge of the corn all the way around. I didn't see any movement." She took a long time to answer.
"Okay. Well, that man is starting to come around. He's still burning up, but I think the fever will break soon, especially once that Tamiflu kicks in."
She glanced at the sky, the air already turning hazy and golden beyond the farmhouse.
"Ben, I think we ought to head out as soon as we can. I'd like to be away from here before it starts getting dark."
Richardson stepped over to the doorway and glanced inside. Looters had taken most everything that wasn't nailed down. They'd left trash scattered in with the bits of the ceiling plaster that had fallen to the floor over the years. Avery had cleared away a clean area on the floor. The man was lying in the middle of that clear spot, groaning miserably, with Avery on her knees next to him. But his groaning was an improvement over the tossing and turning and constant fevered babbling he'd been doing most of the day. "And what about him?" Richardson asked.
"What about him?"
"You're not seriously suggesting we leave him here, are you?"
"What would you have us do with him, Ben? We need to go." Avery and we have to get to Herculaneum and charter a boat to Chester. We don't have time for strays.
But he's important, Sylvia. You've heard him calling out for Doc. He's got all that Tamiflu and those antibiotics. He got those from somewhere, from somebody who knew what they were doing.
Well, why didn't those people take care of him?
I don't know.
But you think we should take care of him? Ben, how are we going to do that? We can't even defend ourselves. And somehow we have to find a way to rescue Nicky.
If we leave him here, he'll die.
You don't know that. He's survived since the outbreak. Obviously he can take care of himself.
He grunted, shook his head. You were the one who tried to tell me that the infected were worth all this effort to save.
Well, he's not infected. He's a human being, a living, disease-free human being. Shouldn't he be more important than those zombies out there? You're being overly dramatic, Ben.
And you're being a cold-hearted bitch.
She chewed on her lip while she considered him. I'd slap your mouth if I thought you meant that, she said.
Let it go, he thought. Make a bubble. Count to 10.
Look, he said, that guy is immune to the necrosis filovirus.
That means something huge. In all the wandering I've done, I've never met anybody like that.
Hell, I've never met anybody who even thought that was possible.
And then I meet you and Avery, and you guys tell me you're looking for somebody who's immune. Well, there he is, Sylvia. He's right there. All we have to do is take him with us. All you've got is his word that he's immune, she said. And the fact that he's right there. Sylvia, you saw the red man try to turn him into a zombie. He should have changed by now, but he hasn't. Can you think of any other way to explain that?
Richardson stopped there, waiting for her to reply. But when she didn't, he threw up his hands in exasperation.
Unbelievable, he said. You're as obstinate and bull-headed as you ever were.
He shook his head, turned, and went inside.
What are you doing?
She said to his back. What does it look like? I'm going to talk to him.
You can't talk to him. You heard him raving in there. He's out of his head.
Yeah, Richardson thought. He'd heard him raving. He'd heard him talking to Doc, whoever that was. He'd heard him talking to himself, saying not to ever tell anybody anything unless you know more about them than they do about you. I've got an idea, Richardson said. Avery rose from the scraggly man's side and gave Richardson a wide berth as she made her way back to Sylvia. Richardson, meanwhile, knelt by the man's side and shook him gently. Hey, can you hear me? The man's eyes fluttered open. He took a look at Richardson, and then he crab-crawled away from him. Easy, easy, Richardson said. I don't want to hurt you. My name's Ben Richardson. That's Sylvia Carnes over there, and Avery Hopper there. The man's eyes went from Richardson to the women, and then back to Richardson. But he said nothing. What's your name? The man seemed to consider it. Then, with effort, he said,
Nate.
His voice was soft, barely a whisper. Avery had been giving him water from a plastic bottle, and there were little bubbles of water trapped in his beard. Nate, Richardson said. Okay. It's good to meet you, Nate. Richardson sat down on the floor, grimacing at the stiffness in his joints.
It sucks getting old, Nate, he said, laughing.
Nate's expression didn't change. You've been feeling sick lately, haven't you? Richardson said. I saw that Tamiflu in your backpack and those antibiotics. And you were talking to somebody named Doc while you were sleeping. Richardson was watching Nate carefully, expecting him to glance over at his backpack. When you lived on the road, as Nate surely did, you guarded your stuff like your life depended on it, because it did. But to Richardson's surprise, Nate never even glanced at it. Instead, he reached to his chest and clutched something under his shirt, like he was checking to make sure it was still there. You don't talk much, do you?
No,
Nate said.
Well, that's okay. Sometimes it's best not to say anything until you know a little bit about who you're talking to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do. So I'll make it easy for you. You know my name, Ben Richardson. Before the outbreak, I was a staff writer for The Atlantic. That was a magazine. Ever heard of it?
I'm not much of a reader, Nate said.
Ah, Richardson said. Well, that's okay. It was a magazine, and I was a reporter. My job was to write a book about the zombie outbreak. As part of my research, I went into San Antonio with Sylvia Carnes there. That's her there. Sylvia raised her hand and smiled. San Antonio didn't work out so well. After that, I went to Houston to interview members of the Quarantine Authority. I was in a helicopter that crashed into the ruins of Houston. I met a couple of survivors, and together we slogged our way to the wall. We didn't know it, but we were right in the middle of the second wave of the outbreak. We got to the wall right as it was coming down. Richardson studied Nate's face for some sort of reaction, but there was none. Well, he said, pushing on, after we reached the wall, we just decided to keep going. I mean, we couldn't stay there, you know. So we wandered north until we saw signs for a community this preacher named Jasper Sewell was forming.
The Cedar River grasslands.
The words stopped Richardson cold. That's right, he said. You heard what happened at the grasslands? Nate didn't answer right away. He looked around the bare, dilapidated farmhouse. He wouldn't meet their eyes. Finally, he said,
I was there.
You were there? Richardson said. At the grasslands? Nate nodded. Look, Richardson said. It was kind of a small community, and I was there for about 3 months. I got to know pretty much everybody. I don't remember you.
I was there,
Nate said. A slow struggle seemed to be going on behind his scraggly beard and dirty face, like he was arguing with himself about how much to say. But at last he said,
I was at Minot Air Force Base. The doctors there were working on me because I'm immune to the disease that makes people into zombies.
He ducked his head slightly and reached under the collar of his shirt and pulled out a flash drive hanging from a lanyard around his neck.
They were using me as a guinea pig to find a cure. There was a doctor there named Mark Kellogg. He managed to find the cure, and he put it on this right before the base was overrun. They all died. All of them except for a few of the officers. They put me on a helicopter and flew me to the grasslands, hoping to keep me safe.
Oh, my God, Richardson said. Now I remember you. His past was rushing up to meet him, and it was coming faster than he could process. First Sylvia Carnes, and then this guy, another survivor of the grasslands. He didn't know what to say, but Sylvia didn't give him a chance to say anything. She knelt down beside him and said,
Nate, you said there was a cure. You have it? You have the cure there?
Nate made a fist over the flash drive.
This doctor, she said,
her voice almost trembling with excitement.
Is he the one who gave you the Tamiflu and the antibiotics?
Nate shook his head.
No. Some guy gave me those.
Who? Sylvia said.
I forget. Some guy. I met him down by the river. He was camping there with his family.
What was his name, Nate?
Did he tell you his name? Yeah, something Fisher. Weird dude. Looked like he was crippled or something. His legs didn't work. He had to pull himself around like a snake, you know? He was kind of creepy.
Sylvia made a sound that was part laugh and part disbelief.
Don Fisher, she said. Was that his name? Don Fisher? Yeah, I think so, Nate said. Sounds right. Did you tell him about the cure?
You told him that you were immune?
No, Nate said. You didn't. Nate, please tell me you're kidding. You met the man who could have interpreted that flash drive, who could have produced a cure, and you didn't say anything?
Nate didn't speak, which Richardson figured was probably for the best. For the next moment, Sylvia grabbed 2 big handfuls of her own hair in fists clenched so tightly the knuckles cracked. Her body was shaking with anger. Then she stood up and stormed out the front door, giving the wall a good solid kick as she left.
I'm sorry,
Nate said, turning to Richardson.
I didn't know. Doc Kellogg, he told me to never tell anybody about the cure unless I was sure they were on my side. And after the grasslands, everything's been so confusing.
It's okay, Nate, Richardson said. It's nothing we can't fix. I hope. Chapter 12. 2 days later, after Nate was well enough to travel, they entered the outskirts of Herculaneum. It was late morning and already hot. There wasn't much of a breeze, just the muddy, earthy smell of the river nearby, and the sun was beating down on the back of Richardson's neck. He felt like he was being punished. Richardson and Sylvia were out in front, while Nate Royal and Avery Harper followed about 20 steps behind. Richardson, breathing hard, wiped the sweat from his face with a rag, and then folded the rag into a small square and stuffed it back into the pocket of his jeans. He was carrying his own pack, plus all the rifles they'd collected from the dead soldiers at the farmhouse battle, and the weight was starting to drag him down. "You mind if we stop for a sec?" he said. Sylvia looked at him. She was frowning with frustration. Richardson was certain he saw fear there as well. With good reason, too. The night before, she told him it had been years since she'd been this far from the compound, so this was all new to her. And the carefully constructed plan Nicky Booth had set up for them was falling apart. For the first time in a long time, Sylvia Carnes was working without a safety net. It probably didn't help matters that he'd been with her the last time she did that, back in San Antonio. Sylvia looked over her shoulder at Avery and said, "How much farther?" They were standing in the middle of a long, straight street, ruined buildings on either side of them. Most of the wooden telephone poles that ran the length of the street were still standing, but here and there a few had fallen and were blocking the street. Weeds and spindly shrubs grew out of cracks in the sidewalk and along the base of the buildings. In the distance, they could see the shadowy outline of a big industrial wreck, the remnants of a lead smelting plant. Avery Harper pointed at the smelting plant and said,
"We're almost there. We just keep going toward that. The free trading market is just around the right side of it."
"Okay," Sylvia said, irritably. "I guess we can rest for a second, but just for a moment." She stood the hair off her shoulders, and then pulled it back into a tight ponytail. Richardson watched her as she tied it off with her black ribbon, wondering why she bothered. The way her hair frizzed up on her, she'd be retying it before they made 10 blocks. He tried to remember her the way she'd been back in San Antonio. A little heavier, maybe, softer looking, her hair still black. The years since then had made her lean, and given her face an almost bird-like angularity. A funny thought occurred to him. At times, she looked an awful lot like the lawyers and the pen-and-ink drawings in the Charles Dickens books he'd had in his apartment before the outbreak. He smiled inwardly at the thought. She would be offended by the comparison, even though he didn't intend it that way. Far from it. She was actually quite pretty, knobby elbows and hooked nose and frizzy gray hair notwithstanding. "What are you looking at?" she said, not even trying to disguise the petulance in her voice. "I was trying to remember if you wore glasses." "What?" "Did you? Wear glasses, I mean? I've been thinking back to San Antonio, and I can't remember if you wore glasses back then." "No." "You didn't? I could have sworn you did." "I said no. Besides, you just said you couldn't remember.
I was just asking.
No, you weren't. You weren't making any sense. First you say you've been trying to remember, but you can't. The next minute you're swearing that I did. You don't make any sense, Ben.
He didn't know what to make of that. I was just asking, he said. She let out a frustrated sigh and rolled her eyes. She was carrying their water, and she slid off her pack and took out a bottle of water and drank from it.
You want some?
She asked. He took the water and drank from the bottle and handed it back to her. Thanks. She handed the bottle to Avery. Sylvia scanned the buildings and the side streets for signs of movement. They had already seen a few turkey farmers driving their flocks to market, and vegetable dealers with their carts, and several people hauling wheelbarrows full of pecans and walnuts, and the increased activity had them all on edge. Just out of curiosity, he said, what did you guys do for people who needed glasses? Did you have an optometrist in the compound or something?
What?
It must have come up, right? I mean, Ken Stoller wears glasses. I remember that from Eddie Hudson's book. I'm sure you had other people there who wore glasses, right? Prescriptions change over time. Glasses break, get scratched. People need new ones all the time. How'd you guys handle that? She stared at him, her mouth agape.
What are you asking me for? I told you I don't wear glasses. How the hell should I know what people do to get new glasses?
He adjusted the packs on his shoulders. I was just asking.
Jesus, Ben, drop it, would you? You always do that. You don't know when to leave well enough alone. You just keep picking at me.
Me? He said. I can't leave well enough alone? He knew the argument wasn't going anywhere, and by speaking all he was doing was fueling her fire. But he couldn't help himself. He said, Hello? Pot, you're black.
I'm what?
It's an expression, he said. The kettle calling.
I know the expression, but you've got it backward, you moron. It's the pot calling the kettle black. The hypocrisy is on the pot's side, not the kettle's. You're calling me the pot while you're ignorant of your own hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy? Sylvia, Jesus, I was just asking you what you guys did for glasses. She threw up her hands and made an angry huff.
Idiot,
she muttered. Then she turned away and stormed off. He watched her go. He'd made her mad, and he didn't understand how the whole thing had gotten so out of control. It was just an honest question, and a not very important one in the great scheme of things. He should have just let it go. But it wasn't all his fault, he reminded himself. She'd been like this since the battle at the farmhouse, since meeting Nate and hearing that he could have saved them all a whole lot of trouble if he'd simply introduced himself to Don Fisher. It wasn't hard to figure out she was disgusted by that missed opportunity. He was, too, but that didn't account for her being angry with him. Or maybe it did. Hell, he didn't know. It had been 6 years since he'd spent any time at all with a woman. More than 20 since he'd lived with one. Most of what he remembered of women was like trying to picture a diamond through a pawnbroker's grimy yellow display case. But now that he thought about it, he did remember that they saw the world differently from men. They weren't pragmatists. Yes, they had reason, but it wasn't the same kind of reason that men had. When they thought about a problem, they didn't think in a straight line, from problem to solution. Their way of thinking made countless loops and diversions on its way to a conclusion. They seemed to thrive on subtext and implied meaning, the kind of things that men just didn't have the time or patience for. Richardson found the whole thing really aggravating.
Are you two married?
Huh? It was Nate Royal talking to him. Avery had paused for a second, then hurried on after Sylvia, leaving Richardson and Nate standing there.
You sure act like you're married.
We're not married, Richardson said. He adjusted the packs on his back and started walking after the woman.
Is she still angry with me?
Nate asked. His expression was wide-eyed and innocent. "Yeah, I think so," Richardson said.
"Oh."
Nate walked on sullenly beside him for a few moments before adding,
"So, why is she taking it out on you?"
Richardson stopped and looked at him. Nate's fever had broken that first night after the battle at the farmhouse, and the next morning Richardson had gotten a pair of scissors and a razor and some soap, and helped Nate get himself clean. They'd shaved his beard and his head, and now all that remained of the shaggy mess that had once hidden his face was a light brown shadow of stubble on his cheeks and the top of his head. He had looked like a refugee from an Iron Maiden concert. Now he reminded Richardson of the wraith-like extras Hollywood movies used to show in Victorian-era mental hospitals. But he didn't look so bad that Avery Harper hadn't taken an interest in him. Shortly after his big cleanup, Nate and Avery had actually hit it off quite well. So much so that when Richardson and Sylvia had returned from gathering water and walked into the farmhouse's entranceway, they'd seen Nate on his back on the floor, Avery sitting next to him, his hand on her leg while she laughed at something he was telling her.
"I don't like that,"
Sylvia had said. "They're just kids," Richardson had responded.
"I don't like it,"
she said. "Sylvia, you taught college.
You know how this goes."
Kids will be kids. You can't keep them apart." Sylvia had let out a noise somewhere between a groan and a growl, and with that one gesture she'd made it clear what she thought of Nate and Avery hooking up. And he'd said a silent prayer for Nate.
"Mr. Richardson?"
"Huh?"
"I said, why is she taking it out on you?"
Richardson laughed to himself. "You ever been married, Nate? Lived with a woman, maybe?"
"No. I lived with my dad and his girlfriend before the outbreak. Since then, I haven't had too much time with a woman, if you know what I mean."
"Yeah, well, I knew Sylvia years back. There's a history there."
"You guys—"
Nate made a lewd, two-handed pushing gesture, accompanied by a clicking of his tongue.
"You know?"
"No. Not that it's any of your business." Nate raised an eyebrow, then shrugged good-naturedly and let it drop. A few minutes later they reached a slight rise at the edge of town that gave them a good view of the free trading market below. The primitive collection of tents and carts were bordered to the north by the ruins of a large lead-smelting plant, to the west by a spaghetti-like tangle of railroad tracks, and to the east by the great expanse of the Mississippi River. The free trading market was actually a lot larger than it appeared. Many of the more permanent vendors had reclaimed the abandoned boxcars on the railroad tracks and set up shop there. The main hive of shops and vendors were knotted together into lanes on the vast concrete slab that had once served as a loading area for trains and ships. But other vendors, mostly turkey and sheep herders, were spread far to the south, where their animals could drink from a large tributary that curled around the southern edge of old Herculaneum. "Well," said Richardson, pointing down at the bustle of humanity, "there it is, the Herculaneum Free Trading Market."
"Looks like fun,"
Nate said. He caught Avery's eye and gave her a wink. She giggled back at him. Sylvia's expression was hard.
"There's not going to be anything fun about it," she said. "We all need to keep our heads. There's a pretty good chance Ken Stoller has operatives down there. If so, they'll be looking for us. We need to be on the lookout for them."
They headed down a narrow business road toward the market. There were others on the road with them, women mostly, standing in the doorways of the abandoned buildings. One of the women, a girl actually, no more than 16 or 17, who looked like one of those sad-eyed waifs in the old Feed the World posters, leered at them with a crooked, black-toothed smile. She was skinny as a junkie, but her blouse was open far enough to expose most of her small breasts.
"Hey there,"
she called after them.
"You lonely?"
Nate veered toward her.
"Hey there yourself,"
he said.
"What you want, sweetheart?"
the girl said. Before Nate could answer, Richardson grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back toward the middle of the road. "What are you doing?" Richardson snapped.
"What?"
Nate said. He flashed that wide-eyed, innocent smile.
"What did I do wrong?"
"Just cool it, okay? We can't afford to draw attention to ourselves." Sylvia made another angry huff and walked off. Avery was watching the hooker, who was backing away into the shadows, but still smiling at Nate, and her face was a rapidly shifting pattern of emotions: confusion and indignation and jealousy. She ran after Sylvia.
"What was that woman doing?"
Richardson heard her ask. He gave Nate a slap on the shoulder. "Come on." The crowds got thicker as they entered the market. It had been a long while since he'd been around so many people, and Richardson felt his anxiety rising with every passing moment. They brushed against him in a constant shuffle. Vendors bartered with customers, their voices loud, abrasive. A sense of claustrophobia welled up in his chest. He was sweating, breathing fast. He couldn't stop swallowing. And then he saw the soldiers from Ken Stoller's compound. It was a squad of 5. They were dressed in the familiar gray T-shirts and black BDU pants, each of them armed with rifles. Richardson watched the man in charge of the squad, saw his head swiveling as he scanned the crowd. "Sylvia," he said. The soldier's eyes swept over Ben, then came back to him. He squinted at Ben, his mouth turning down at the corners. 3 women carrying chickens and bird cages crossed the path between them, and the soldier craned his neck to look over the women.
"I see them," Sylvia said. "Ben, we have to get out of here."
"Over there," Richardson said, and pushed Sylvia and Avery between a pair of tents. Nate was right behind him. They pushed their way to the back of the tents, where they butted up against a brick wall. There was nowhere to go. "Damn it," he said. He heard a commotion behind them, people being pushed out of the way. "Hey!" said the soldier. He and his squad were working their way back between the tents. "Get out here, now!"
"Ben," Sylvia said, "what we do?"
Richardson could hear the soldiers coming. Damn, there wasn't time. "Here," he said, lifting the skirt of a tent. "Get under here."
"What are you going to do, Ben?"
He took a water bottle and splashed some against the brick wall. Then he handed the bottle and his backpack full of weapons to Sylvia. "Just get under there, both of you." "Hey!" the soldier barked again. "Hurry, Sylvia." She and Avery got down on their bellies and worked their way under the tent flap. Nate tapped him on the shoulder and said,
"Dude, here they come."
"Got it. Come on, whip out your dick."
"What?"
"Hurry." And before Nate could protest further, Richardson unzipped his fly and pulled out his penis and pointed it at the wall. "Do it," he said to Nate. "Come on, hurry." Nodding slowly, Nate did the same right as the soldiers came around the corner of the tent. "You two," the soldier said. "Turn around. Slowly." "Oh, man," Richardson said, feigning surprise. He turned toward the soldier, still holding his penis in his fingers. "You scared me, man." The soldier, his rifle was leveled at Richardson, glanced down at Richardson's penis, then to the wet spot on the wall. His face wrinkled in disgust. "Ah," he groaned. "Put that away." Richardson did as he was told. "How come you didn't answer me?" the soldier said. "Were you calling me?" Richardson said. "Wow, I'm sorry. I really had to go." He rubbed the hand he'd been holding his dick with on his pants and stuck it out to the soldier. "I'm Ben Richardson," he said. "If you were calling me, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you." The man lowered his rifle. "I'm not shaking your hand," he said. He pushed his way past Richardson and glanced up and down the alley behind the tents. The rest of his squad was waiting in the gap between the tents. "You guys double back," he said to his squad. "Search in between the tents." He turned back to Richardson. "Where are you from?" "Well, gosh, all over," Richardson said, scratching his head. "This is my first time here in Herculaneum.
but I've been all over. Mostly I've been up in the Northwest. That's where I met Nate here. We've been going around together about 2 years now.
You talk? The soldier said to Nate.
He can talk fine, Richardson said. But most of what he says just tends to get us in trouble where there was no trouble before. You know what I mean? He's got a little problem understanding social cues. It ain't his fault. He fell off a 2-story balcony one night when we almost got cornered by some infected. And he ain't been the same since. We go around together. I watch out for him.
The soldier studied them, nodding slowly. And then, much to Richardson's relief, he turned and went back to the crowd at the front of the tents. Watching him go, Richardson let out the breath he was holding.
"That was close," he muttered.
"What was that about me falling from a balcony?"
Nate said.
"You ever read Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, Nate?"
"Huh?"
Richardson smiled.
"Well, that guy hasn't either, apparently. Good thing."
"They gone?"
Richardson glanced down at the tent flap. Sylvia was looking up at him. She looked frightened.
"Yeah, they're gone."
He knelt down next to her and spoke in a whisper.
"Sylvia, this isn't going to work. We're going to have to split up."
"I know. What do you want to do?"
"Nate and I will find us a boat. Can you and Avery make it down to the docks on your own?"
"Yeah, I think so."
"Okay. We'll find somebody. You guys should probably take most of the weapons, too. We need to keep those out of sight. Meet us up at Ferry Street Point."
"Good luck,"
she said.
"Yeah, thanks."
Nate gawked at all the stuff. He saw vendors with carts full of vegetables and tools and canned goods and jerry cans of gasoline. There were carts loaded down with pornography and dried beef and sacks of flour and nuts and sugar, and even one guy selling marijuana. The smell of it caught Nate like a fishhook in his nose, and he stopped to stare at the buds hanging from the roof of the vendor's cart, mouth agape. The buds were so dark in color they almost looked brown, and they were practically dripping with resin. Some of them were as fat as a leg of mutton. The old hippie behind the cart sat puffing on a small brass pipe, his face wreathed in smoke. He gave Nate a knowing smile and a nod. "Come on," Richardson said, pulling him away by the arm.
"Dude," Nate said, "did you see the size of those buds? I ain't seen weed like that since before the outbreak."
"And what are you going to trade for it?" Richardson said. Nate's smile slid off his face. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on." Richardson led him toward the river and into a maze of tents packed together as densely as a hive. They were interconnected, giving total coverage to the patrons inside, shrouding them in shadows. Right away, Nate could see they were in some kind of bar. A still was cooking off to his right, and the air was thick with the smell of tobacco and wood smoke and stale liquor.
"I don't see any soldiers,"
Nate said.
"Shh," Richardson said. "We've been lucky so far. But keep your head on straight, okay? These are rough people. Don't say anything about yourself or what we're doing here. Just try to be invisible."
"You sound like Doc Kellogg."
Richardson gave him a sidelong glance.
"Yeah," he said. "Well, it's good advice most of the time. Just watch yourself, okay?"
Nate sniffed at the tobacco smoke in the air, his mouth watering. Everywhere he looked, people were smoking and drinking, whispering to each other. They glanced up at him as he and Richardson walked into the tents.
"I'm going over there,"
Richardson said, and pointed to a pair of old, heavy-set women off at one corner of the tents.
"Just try to stay out of trouble, okay?"
"Sure,"
Nate said. He watched Richardson approach the women. Their expressions grew hard as soon as he started speaking, and a moment later one of the women picked up her drink and walked away. The other stayed, though, frowning while she listened. Richardson's advice to try to be invisible felt like a joke to him now that he was on his own. He felt like every eye in the place was watching him. But he tried to look like he belonged as he quietly scanned the crowd. Most had gone back to their conversations, though a few weren't even trying to hide the fact that they were staring at him.
"You're not from around here, are you?"
Startled, Nate turned and saw a girl of about 17 leaning against a counter to his right. She was smiling at him, her dark eyes sparkling with reflected candlelight. Her dress was open at the neck, and he could see right down the front of it.
"Hi,"
he said, his voice cracking as he spoke.
"Jesus,"
he thought.
"She's not wearing a bra."
She didn't say anything. She leaned forward a little more and put her chin in her hand, her elbow on the bar. In the shadows, just beyond her face, Nate could see her hips swishing back and forth.
"What's your name, sweetie?"
"Nate," he said, and swallowed nervously. Her gaze drifted down his frame, then back up to his face. Her expression seemed to suggest that she liked what she saw.
"Where are you from, Nate?"
"Up north,"
he said. His throat suddenly felt dry. The girl was giving off vibes that he felt down in his groin.
"They have girls up north, Nate?"
"Girls?"
he repeated. Then, regaining some of his self-control,
"Yeah, sure, they got girls."
"You got a girlfriend?"
"A girl?
"No," he said, laughing.
I'm a lone wolf, you know."
He glanced behind him and saw Richardson sitting on what looked like a roll of carpet, talking in confidential whispers with the older, heavy-set woman. She was smoking a cigar now, not speaking, staring at Richardson through the smoke. When he looked back, the girl had come out from around the corner. She was very close to his right shoulder now, close enough to whisper in his ear.
"A girl gets awful lonely around here, Nate. All these old men. Want to go out back with me and smoke a joint?"
"You bet,"
he said, wincing at the desperate note of enthusiasm in his voice. She winked at him.
"Follow me, Nate."
She took him by the hand and led him to the back of the maze of tents, where she slipped through the seam.
"Come on, Nate."
Her voice was smooth as ice cream. He glanced back at Richardson for just a moment, then at the girl, her breasts rising and falling slightly with each breath, her dress clinging to her erect nipples. He swallowed the lump in his throat and followed her. But no sooner had he made it through the flap when something heavy hit him at the bundle of nerves at the base of his neck. His legs turned to water beneath him, and he slumped to the ground, looking up in shock at the two men who had materialized out of nowhere. He tried to raise a feeble hand to stop the second blow, but it did no good. His vision turned purple, then black. When he came to, there were hands all over him, jerking his body from side to side as they dug into his pockets.
"Hey!"
he groaned, but he was unable to move. Somebody's knee was in his back. The girl stuck a knife in his face. It was old and rusty, a double-edged stiletto with the handle wrapped up in duct tape. Nate had seen a lot of knives and a lot of hands while living on the road these last 6 years or so, and he doubted she knew how to use it. But of course, that didn't matter. The blade was only inches from his eyes, and he couldn't move his arms. He was a Thanksgiving turkey about to be carved.
"Please,"
he said hoarsely.
"Fuck you, sweetie," she said.
Her teeth were grinding together, her lips flecked with spit. The come-on he had seen in the bar was replaced by viciousness now. She looked like a hungry dog, ready to fight for its dinner. He felt the knife dig into the soft flesh of his cheek, and a scream welled up in his chest. He was about to let it loose when the tent flap behind him snapped open. The two men grunted as they stumbled over Nate. In the confusion, Nate scrambled away from the blade and sat against the tent pole a few feet away. Richardson was standing at the tent flap. One of the men who had jumped Nate climbed to his feet just as Richardson reached into the waistband of his jeans and pulled out a black leather blackjack.
The man let out a honking noise like an angry goose as he charged Richardson, but he never finished his attack. Richardson cuffed a backhanded swing across the man's face, catching him in the chin with a noise halfway between a slap and the clink of heavy beer mugs knocking together. The man sank into unconsciousness. The other man watched his partner fall. When he looked back at Richardson, the blackjack was already connecting with his groin. He doubled over with a rush of air, falling to his knees. Richardson followed the blow with a downward slap to the back of the man's head that put him flat on his face.
"Fucking asshole!"
the girl shouted. She charged Richardson, the knife waving wildly in front of her. It did her no good. Richardson punched her in the face with his blackjack, and she sank to her knees. Her hands cupped over the bloody bloom that had been her nose just a moment before.
"You fucking bastard!"
she said. The blood was pouring out between her fingers, her face ruined. "Shut up, bitch," he hissed, bringing the blackjack down on the side of her ear. Nate watched the girl sink into a heap on top of the tent skirts. He stared at her, then slowly became aware of Richardson standing above him, watching him. And behind Richardson was a heavy-set woman, the same one he'd been speaking to on the opposite side of the bar. She was looking at Nate like he was a dog that had just rolled in something nasty. "Are you okay?" Richardson said.
"Huh?"
Nate said. Richardson pointed to the side of his head. "Your cheek. You're bleeding there." Nate touched his own face. His fingers came away bloody.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"I think."
Richardson nodded. "This is Gabby Hinton," he said, pointing to the old woman next to him. "She and her husband own a trawler. I think they might be able to help us."
"That remains to be seen," the woman said.
She turned to leave, spreading the tent flap open.
"You and Odie there want to follow me?"
The Mississippi River moved sluggishly by. Sylvia Carnes and Avery Harper knelt in a stand of tall weeds next to the water, watching the commotion up on the docks. Soldiers from Ken Stoler's compound, men Sylvia had known for years, were patrolling the docks with AR-15s at the ready. She knew they were looking for her, and she knew what would happen if they were found. She pulled Avery close.
"What are we going to do, Sylvia?"
"Shh. Just keep quiet."
A man named Justin Roth stopped a few feet from the weeds where the two women were hiding, and pulled the walkie-talkie from his belt. "Yeah, this is Squad 9. Go ahead." The voice on the other end was broken, but Sylvia did hear it say something about trouble over at the bar. "Squad 9, copy," said Roth. "We're on the way." Roth motioned to his men, and then to one of the other squad leaders. Stoler's soldiers, most of whom looked bored and itching for a fight, perked up at Roth's command. From the weeds, Sylvia and Avery watched as the men huddled together, and then moved into the middle of the trading center.
"What's going on?"
Avery asked.
"I don't know," Sylvia said, "but I don't like it."
Nate followed along behind Richardson and the old woman, feeling a little numb from his close encounter with death. The way that girl had looked at him, he had no doubt she'd wanted to drive that knife into his eye socket. Even now that the danger was behind him, he could still feel his stomach churning with a charge of adrenaline. He scanned the faces that had just a few minutes earlier looked at him with the unabashed contempt one reserves for the stupid, and was surprised to see that none of them would meet his gaze now. Nate shifted his gaze to the old woman. She wasn't that old, Nate realized, just seemed that way at first glance. He guessed she was probably over 60 or thereabouts. She had large, deeply tanned arms, and a bushy mess of hair that reminded Nate of smoke rising from her head. Her bottom wriggled and shifted beneath her brown linen skirt, but despite her weight and her age, she moved with confidence through the crowd, and as he watched it zip her apart for her, he was reminded of a mama bear herding her cubs.
"That's it,"
he thought, smiling.
"She's Mama Bear."
She led them out of the main section of the bar and into a dark back corner. Nate followed with an odd sense of déjà vu. They saw a man sitting in a cloud of smoke, his white-bearded face illuminated momentarily by the orange glow of a lit joint. Right away, Nate caught the earthy, sweet smell of marijuana. Inhaling deeply, he sat down next to Richardson. Gabby leaned down and gave the old man a kiss. He was older than her, and even more rugged. His beard was bushy and unkempt, his dark eyes lit with the severe confidence of a lifelong sailor. He had both of his huge arms on the table, and to Nate, his fists looked like bricks. "Hello, sugar," he said. He winked at his wife as he gave her a pat on her prodigious butt. She giggled as she slid in next to him.
"Get your mind out of the gutter, you dirty old man. These guys want to talk business."
Right away, the smile faded from his face. He put his joint down and examined Nate and Richardson. "I saw what you did to Mary and her brothers over there," he said to Richardson. "That was good work." Then his gaze shifted to Nate. "You, on the other hand, boy, you ain't got the sense God gave cow shit if you fell for that come on in the back with me routine. It's a wonder you're still alive, you know that?" Nate said, fumbling over his words. Richardson came to his rescue. "You have a boat," he said. "That's right," the man said. "I'm Jimmy Hinton. My wife and I are the co-owners of the Sugar Jane. Gabby here tells me you guys want to go downriver." "We do." "How far downriver?" "To a little town called Chester. You know it?" "Chester?" Hinton glanced at his wife. "Gabby, I thought you said these guys were serious." "Mr. Richardson, you have any idea what's going on that far downriver? You two ever heard of the Red Man?" "We know about the Red Man," Richardson said. He appeared amused. "Naturally, we want to avoid any contact with him, but we would like you to take us to Chester, and we'd like to leave this afternoon." "Yeah, well, what you need to understand here, Mr. Richardson, is that an emergency on your part doesn't guarantee a sense of urgency on my part. And it occurs to me that your big challenge right now is to convince me why I need to drop everything I've got going on just to accommodate you." Nate laughed at the man. "Everything you've got going on? Who are you kidding, guy? From where I'm sitting, it looks like you ain't doing much beyond sitting on your butt getting high." "Say that again," Hinton said, both fists on the table. "You heard me," Nate said, rising to his feet. "Gentlemen," Richardson said. He grabbed Nate by the elbow and pulled him back down to his seat. "Nate, please." He turned to Hinton and said, "We understand your situation, Mr. Hinton, and you're right. It is a seller's market." He reached down to his packs on the floor and put a long burlap sack on the table in front of Hinton and his wife. The rifles inside the bag clanked heavily. "What's this?" Hinton said. "Payment," Richardson answered. "Look inside." Richardson waited for Hinton to open the bags. When the man let out an impressed whistle, Richardson said, "You can have those two now. You can have another 9 when we board your boat." "You have 11 of these things?" Hinton said. His voice dropped uncertainly. "That's right. All of them that good. These aren't refit jobs held together with duct tape. They're all military grade." "Military grade," Hinton repeated dreamily. "We have ammunition, too." Hinton let out a laugh. He glanced at his wife, and an entire conversation seemed to pass between them without a single word being spoken. "Okay," Hinton said. "We can leave first— Uh-oh." He nodded toward the opposite side of the bar. Nate and Richardson shifted in their seats. Across the bar, one of Ken Stoller's squads was coming through the crowd. Hinton knocked on the table in front of Nate.
Looks like your little run-in with Mary and her brothers has brought down the law.
Me? Nate protested. But Hinton and his wife weren't listening. They were already rising from their chairs and stepping through a hidden flap behind the table. "Where are you going?" Richardson said.
"To the docks," Hinton said. "Let's see, we have our own reasons for not wanting to talk to Ken Stolar's people. We'll meet you at the Sugar Jane in 1 hour. Don't be late."
"We'll be there," Richardson said. "You can count on us." Hinton cocked an eyebrow at him, and a moment later he was gone. Chapter 13. Jimmy Hinton and his wife ducked behind a vendor's cart draped with tattered winter coats and watched one of Ken Stolar's squads run into the bar. There was no mistaking the soldiers' intent. They were looking for somebody, and it didn't look like they were in the mood to do much talking. Stolar's people were no strangers to Herculaneum's free trading market. In the 5 years or so that Hinton and Gabby had been doing business here, he'd come to know Stolar's people all too well. He'd done business with them many times, and on one occasion, fairly recently, lost a large shipment of beef bound for their compound to pirates up near the Iowa border.
"Jimmy," Gabby said, "we need to go."
"I know. I wonder what they're doing there, though."
"They're looking for somebody."
"Jesus, woman, I can see that." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Stolar had always been unpredictable, even when he got his money's worth. But he'd been especially high-strung lately. Same with his troops. Jimmy supposed it was because the Red Man's black shirts had finally broken and defeated the other compounds in the area. That would certainly account for Stolar and his people feeling on the defensive. Everybody was feeling a little bit afraid of the Red Man's growing power in the area. But even still, Stolar's people were behaving more like Nazi stormtroopers than an embattled private security detail. Jimmy sensed restlessness in them. Uncertainty, maybe. Was there some kind of internal trouble in the compound, perhaps? Maybe in light of the Red Man's recent successes and Stolar's seeming inability to stop him, his popularity with his people was waning. Jimmy suspected that was probably the case. And it was bad for business, too. Everybody along the river was starting to notice that. Regardless of what he thought of Stolar and his people, he did have to admit that at least they always demonstrated a pragmatic streak when it came to commerce. They knew to leave this bar alone. It was where all the river business got done. If your cargo needed to go anywhere on the Mississippi, from Memphis to Minneapolis, you arranged for its transport in the bar at Herculaneum. Now the bar, too, seemed to be a victim of Stolar's increasingly questionable leadership. Raiding the place would upset the delicate economy of trust that had grown up among the river pilots who made the place their home base. For Stolar, the effect was like pissing in his own pantry. Nobody would trust him after this.
"I want to go, Jimmy."
"Yeah," he said. "I think that's a real good idea." They slipped through the maze of carts and the crowds of dazed people, all of them moving slowly in the heat of midday. In his mind, Hinton ran through the list of supplies they were going to need. It would take 3, possibly 4 days to make the trip, and they still needed canned goods, toilet paper, and an auger to fix the crapper on board the Sugar Jane, which had been stopped up for over a month now. They had less than an hour to get it all done, but they could do it. At least he'd had the forethought to gas up last night. That was going to make things a lot easier.
"This is a good deal for us, right?"
"Huh?" Hinton turned to his wife, the fragility in her expression taking him by surprise. After 46 years of marriage, after having a child together, after losing a child together, losing a grandchild together, after walking hand in hand through the apocalypse together, he had come to look upon her as his rudder. She nursed him when he was sick. She satisfied him when he was drunk and horny. She had once pulled his unconscious body from a burning warehouse down in Bartlett. And after all that, he had almost forgotten that she could, at times, look so fragile.
"Yeah, I think so," he said. "You did good setting this up.
11 military-grade rifles. He shook his head in wonder, a smile spreading across his face. "This could be our ticket, Gabby."
"You mean it? We could really leave all this? Head down to Mexico? Finally?"
"You bet," he said, still smiling.
"Tell me again how it'll be, Jimmy."
"I already told you," he said.
"Tell it again. I like to hear you tell it. Tell me about the island with the sand so white it looks like salt, and the fruit hanging off the trees, and the
fish so big and dumb they jump right in the boat. You don't even need to put your hook in the water."
"Yes,"
she said breathlessly. She took his hand in hers and squeezed it.
"Tell it to me again, please."
"Okay," he said. "Jesus, woman, the things you put me through." It had been 6 years since they'd lost their only daughter, Eileen, and her daughter, Sarah, to a zombie attack in Sarasota, Florida. After that, Jimmy and Gabby had taken their trawler, the Sugar Jane, and gone cruising, always staying one step ahead of the zombie hordes, and finally settling here on the Mississippi. For 5 years they'd lived as river Bedouins, hauling pick-me-up cargo up and down the river in a never-ending loop. In many ways, their marriage had taken on the same kind of circularity. They were both running from their memories of the past, never staying in one place long enough for the images of what they'd lost to catch up with them. They floated up and down the Mississippi, Jimmy telling Gabby about the island to which they would one day run. They would settle there, eating fruit from the trees, drinking booze with their toes buried in the white sand, eating pan-seared red snapper by a campfire at night. He told the story so many times that he could picture that dream island down off the Mexican coast as clearly as he could remember the way his granddaughter had squeezed his finger when she took her first steps. But like that memory, the island had always seemed like it belonged to another time, one that he and Gabby would never live to see. The 11 military-grade weapons would change that. They could trade those guns for everything they'd need to make the trip down to the wild zones of old Mexico. It might actually be happening for them. Finally, after all these years, after all they'd been through together. And it was then, as they walked through the market toward the docks, and as Jimmy began reciting, yet again, his description of the island, that he suddenly realized the fragility he had seen on Gabby's face just moments before was actually the fragility of a cherished dream birthing itself into reality. She was scared to let it see the light of day, for it was all that sustained her in this ruined world. If it died, so would she, and so would he. "Hello there, Jimmy Hinton. Where are you guys going?" A tall, bow-legged soldier stood in front of him. His name was Justin Roth, livestock manager for Ken Stoller's compound, and now, apparently, a squad leader. The other men, all dressed in the Union Field gray and black uniforms, stood by looking smug. "Hello, Justin." Justin Roth raised a rifle at Jimmy's midsection. Behind him, his squad did the same. "You have a lot of nerve showing yourself around here, Hinton." "It's a free trade market, isn't it?" Jimmy replied, trying to sound unconcerned and not totally succeeding. His gaze darted across the surrounding maze of carts and the crowd of people milling about. He saw several other squads of soldiers searching the area. They could run for it, Jimmy thought, but they wouldn't get far. "You owe Union Field 6,000 pounds of beef, Hinton. It won't be a free market for you until you've paid that back. Now get your hands up." Jimmy did as he was told. He raised his hands up around his shoulders, at the same time taking a barely perceptible half-step in front of Gabby. "What are you planning on doing, Justin?" Jimmy could feel Gabby's hand inching down his back, then pulling the tiny metal canister from the waistband of his slacks. "I'm going to drag your sorry pot-smoking ass to Ken Stoller. What he's going to do with you I can't say, but I can promise you that it is going to be a rough ride for you getting there. You might just fall down a few times, if you know what I mean." A hard-edged smile played at the corner of the cowboy's mouth, exposing his tobacco-stained teeth. "Yeah, I think I get you loud and clear," said Jimmy. "Gabby, what do you think?" "Loud and clear," she said, stepping around from behind Jimmy with a metal canister raised high. She pulled the trigger on the head of the canister, and it let out a liquid spray of oleoresin capsicum. Justin Roth and his squad flinched as the pepper spray hit their faces, and for a moment nothing seemed to happen. But then, suddenly, the air seemed to catch fire. Roth and his soldiers dug their fists into their eyes. They were screaming. A few of them doubled over, coughing. Gabby pulled Jimmy back into the startled crowd. He too could feel the pepper spray burning the back of his throat. "We gotta move," she said, and before they turned and ran, she sprayed the remainder of the canister into the crowd. Angry yells rose up all around them. People elbowed each other, trampled one another in a mad dash to vacate the area. The scene was complete confusion. Carts were upended. People were yelling, fighting, scrambling to scoop up their belongings amid the rush of bodies. Through the panic, Jimmy could see other squads of soldiers turning their heads toward the outburst. A few were already running. "This way," Gabby said, pulling him through the crowd. He tightened his grip on her hand and let her lead him. They ran with the crowd, slowing to a walk only when they encountered people who were facing the direction from which the couple had just come. Jimmy glanced left, then right. Stoller's soldiers were everywhere. "Jimmy, there," said Gabby, pulling at his sleeve. "You see it?" She was pointing at a man who was trying to guide a flock of sheep away from the turmoil. The big dumb animals were bleating irritably, but reluctantly obeying their shepherds' pushing and prodding. Gabby ran for the flock, and before Jimmy had a solid idea of what she had in mind, she was ducking down onto all fours and crawling into the middle of the flock. He shook his head, laughing. "God, I love that woman." And then he jumped down onto all fours and crawled after her. Watching Nate gawk at the vendors and the hookers and the crowds of people, Richardson had to laugh. The man was acting like they'd landed on Sunset Strip back in its heyday, instead of some run-down flea market at the edge of a dead world. Nate's reaction was humorous to watch, but also a little sad once Richardson really thought about it. This is what they had been reduced to. Places like Herculaneum had become their Mecca, their temples. Good God, he thought, have we really fallen so far as all that, where even our dreams are small? "Keep an eye out for the girls," Richardson said, adjusting the pair of packs on his shoulders. The rifles and the ammunition were surprisingly heavy when you had to carry them all day. Nate chuckled. "Dude, I see a couple of them right now." They were almost to the docks, where 10 battered trawlers rocked gently in the river's current. Richardson looked back at Nate and saw him waving to a pair of rough-looking women, whose occupation was obvious at a glance. "Seriously?" Richardson said. "After what just happened, you haven't learned your lesson?" "What?" Nate said. His smile was huge. He was really enjoying this. "You know how long it's been since I got laid?" "No idea," Richardson muttered, and thought, "And I don't care, so please don't tell me, even though I know you're about to." "Yeah, well, I don't know either. And, brother, that's too long." Richardson smiled perfunctorily at him, then went back to scanning the riverbank, hoping to catch some sight of Sylvia Carnes and Avery Harper. The market thinned out quite a bit this close to the docks. He saw a few vegetable stands and the occasional flock of turkeys or sheep or goats, but no sign of the women. He was worried about the squad of soldiers from Ken Stoller's compound who were standing on the dock, but he and Nate had bought the women a change of clothes that he hoped would make it easier for them to sneak on board the Sugar Jane. They'd play it by ear, adjust as needed. "How long has it been for you?" Nate said. "Huh? How long has it been since you know?" Nate clicked his tongue suggestively. Richardson rolled his eyes.
He had no desire to fill Nate in on the details of his sex life, just as he had no desire to think of how little there was of it to tell about. The last sexual encounter he'd had was in the winter, 3 years earlier. He'd been sleeping in a tent next to a road outside of Laramie, Nebraska, a foot of snow on the ground outside. A woman had come along. She was too skinny, too hungry-looking to be attractive, but she needed shelter and food, and Richardson had enough of both to spare. He let her stay, and they slept side by side in his sleeping bag, cuddling each other, not for the thrill of it, but for warmth. Richardson had gone straight to sleep, not expecting the woman to give up anything in exchange for his kindness. But he woke up with her stroking his cock with her hand, tugging on him until he came. It had been an empty, pathetic scene, devoid of passion. He hadn't made a sound. They hadn't even kissed. He never knew her name.
"That long, huh?"
Nate said. "What?" Ben said. Nate smiled and shook his head.
"Say, what do you think about Avery Hopper? She got a little meat on her, I know, but she seems pretty cool. I wonder if she's got a boyfriend back at that compound she's from."
"I doubt it," Richardson said.
"She told you that?"
"No, Nate. She didn't say a word to me about it. But seeing as all these soldiers around here are trying to kill her, I doubt she has anyone back at the compound anymore. Know what I mean?" Nate nodded, the smile leaving his face.
"Yeah," he said. "I think I got you."
They found Sylvia and Avery hiding behind a row of wrecked cars that had been there so long that weeds were growing up around the wheels and through the empty engine compartments. Richardson gave them the clothes he'd found for them, and he and Nate waited while the women crawled inside one of the wrecked cars and changed. When they came out, Richardson told them about the boat he'd chartered.
"Hinton and his wife," Sylvia said. "Do you think we can trust them?"
"I think so. The wife seemed to have a pretty good head on her shoulders, and I got the feeling they weren't any more eager to meet up with Ken Stoler's soldiers than we are. That's their boat right over there, the white one at Slip 6. It's called the Sugar Jane." She nodded. The ponytail between her shoulders looked as lively as a squirrel back there, and he frowned, looking at it.
"What is it?"
she asked. "Your hair." The clothes he'd obtained for them managed to change their appearance somewhat, but that head of frizzy gray hair of hers was going to give them away for sure if any of Stoler's soldiers got close. And they still had to get past the squad stationed at the entrance to the docks. "Have you ever thought of cutting it? I mean, really short?"
"Cut my hair?" she said.
She looked momentarily horrified. But she didn't get to finish the rest of it. Before she could say anything else, they heard a lot of yelling coming from the edge of the market. The soldiers, who had been lounging around the entry to the docks, sprinted toward the disturbance.
"That doesn't look good,"
Nate said. They heard 2 shotgun blasts, and more screaming. Avery put a hand on Sylvia's shoulder.
"There's no one guarding the docks," she said. "We should get going."
Sylvia took the young woman's hand and squeezed it.
"She's right, Ben. Let's move while we have a chance."
Another shotgun blast from the edge of the market made them turn. Jimmy Hinton and his wife, who was wielding the shotgun, were running into the clearing. Though it wasn't really a run. Both husband and wife were in their late 60s and overweight, and they advanced with an awkward, loping gait that looked terrifyingly slow compared to the soldiers chasing after them. Richardson saw one of the soldiers bring his rifle up to his shoulder and fire at the couple. Little umbrellas of dirt exploded around Hinton's feet, and he raised his arms and wobbled like a man trying to stay balanced on a high wire. Gabby Hinton turned and jammed the stock of her shotgun into her belly and fired twice at the advancing soldiers. One of the soldiers dropped to his knees, holding his side. Then she turned and ran after her husband, who was still gesturing to Richardson, to get onto the dock. Richardson ran up the short flight of stairs that led to the dock. 20 feet ahead of him, Sylvia, Avery, and Nate were face to face with a soldier. The man was barely Avery's age. Just a kid, really,
who had his rifle leveled at them. The soldier looked frightened, almost like he was seasick, but when he saw Richardson charging up the stairs, he turned and fired at Richardson. The bullet whined through the air, narrowly missing his face. Richardson ducked behind a thick wooden pylon and drew his pistol. He gave a quick glance over his shoulder and saw that Jimmy and his wife had almost reached the dock. Then he looked back at Sylvia, Avery, and Nate, who had backed up to the edge of the dock, their hands in the air. The soldier was still standing in the middle of the gangway, the rifle down around his hips. His mouth was hanging open, and his eyes were darting back and forth between his prisoners and the pylon where Richardson was hiding. It looked like he couldn't make up his mind what to do. Richardson made it up for him. He stepped out from behind the pylon with his pistol in both hands, leveled it at the soldier's chest, and fired twice before the man could register what was happening. The soldier kept his feet, even after getting hit. He staggered back to the opposite edge of the dock, his hands hanging limply at his side, the rifle dropped and forgotten on the wooden planks. His face had an elastic, slack-jawed expression as he stared about him. He never cried out. He saw a wooden pylon and fell against it. There was a look of utter disbelief on his face as he sank down onto his butt. His eyes never closed.
"David!"
Avery shouted. The girl ran over to him and stopped, wanting to touch him, but unable to do so. Sylvia gave him a sad, pained look before grabbing Avery by the shoulders and pulling her toward the Sugar Jane.
"Good shot,"
Jimmy Hinton said from the top of the stairs.
"You seen the boat yet?"
"Huh?" Richardson said.
"No time like right now."
He turned to his wife.
"Gabby, you got this rifle?"
"Got it," she said, as she too crested the top of the stairs.
"Get the boat started." "Yes, ma'am."
Gabby Hinton ran over to where the dead soldier's rifle lay on the dock and scooped it up. More soldiers were coming up the stairs. She turned the rifle on them and started firing in short, controlled bursts, aiming every shot, making them count.
"You got those rifles you promised me?"
Hinton said to Richardson.
"Now's the time to prove they work."
The world seemed to be swirling around Richardson, going too fast. Feeling dizzy, he took one of the AR-15s from his pack and started firing at the soldiers who were running toward them from the market. From where they were firing, he and Gabby had both cover and concealment behind the heavy dock timbers, while the soldiers had to cross nearly 30 yards of open concrete slab. They were sitting ducks down there.
"I'm out,"
Gabby said to him.
"Go to the boat. I can cover us."
"We'll need at least 2 minutes to get the boat loose from the dock."
"I got it," he said.
"Go."
Gabby slung the rifle over her shoulder and waddled down the length of the dock. Richardson watched her go, then turned back to the concrete slab between the dock and the market. Nearly all the vendors had fled. Here and there he saw carts overturned, their contents spilled on the ground. Dead soldiers were everywhere. Here and there he saw a few dead vendors and their animals. The soldiers had taken up cover and concealment at the edges of the market. He could see their gray shirts and black pants moving in the shadows. He fired whenever he had a chance, then stopped to reload. He ejected the empty magazine, slapped in another one, and brought the rifle back up. It had taken him less than 5 seconds, but in that time 2 of the soldiers had sprinted from their hiding places to an overturned vegetable cart off to his left. "They're trying to flank me," he realized. "Draw me out." He could see their feet under the cart, and that was enough. What he knew of fighting he'd learned from Ed Moore, the retired U.S. Deputy Marshal who had helped Richardson and a handful of others escape Jasper Sewell's compound years before. And he could almost hear the old marshal's voice in his ears, reminding him that, when it came to gunfights, there was no such thing as cover. You could conceal yourself, but you couldn't ever cover yourself. That was a myth. "Damn right," he muttered, as he centered the rifle's sights on the vegetable cart and started to fire. The bullets cut through the cart like a chainsaw, filling the air with splinters of wood and bits of vegetables. And when the dust settled, the cart was in 4 large pieces, dripping with the remains of pureed vegetables. The 2 soldiers lay dead on the concrete behind it. From behind him, he heard the Sugar Jane's engines coughing and spluttering to life. Sylvia was calling his name. He fired at the few gray shirts he could see moving in the shadows. Then he turned and ran for the boat. It was already pulling away as he reached the end of the dock. Sylvia and Gabby Hinton were motioning to him to hurry up. "Hurry, Ben!" Sylvia shouted. He heard more yelling behind him, and the sound of running footsteps on the wooden pier. Richardson glanced over his shoulder and saw a handful of soldiers coming up the stairs. Jimmy was right beside him. "Let's go," he said. Suddenly, Gabby popped up behind Sylvia. She had something in her hand. "Get your head down!" Gabby yelled, and lobbed what looked like a green baseball over Richardson's head. A second later there was an explosion that knocked him off his feet. He looked behind him toward the market. The dock was in a shambles. Men were dead or dying. Burnt pieces of wood floated on the water. Smoke drifted on the breeze. There was a giant hole where the stairs had been. "She threw a grenade," Richardson realized. "Holy shit, that woman's nuts." But the shooting hadn't stopped. More of Stoller's men were emerging from the edge of the market, firing toward the Sugar Jane. "Hurry!" Gabby said. "Come on!" He ducked his head and jumped into Sylvia's open arms, the 2 of them crashing into a padded seat on the far side of the dock. A sharp pain went through his right shoulder, and he groaned. "Are you okay, Ben?" He opened his eyes. He was face to face with Sylvia, their noses only inches apart. Richardson nodded. "You did good back there. Thanks." He smiled and let out an exhausted sigh. "Yeah, you're welcome." They were powering away from the dock now, the diesels making a huge noise, but it still seemed to Richardson like they were creeping along. He licked his lips, all at once aware of just how close he was to Sylvia. He didn't look away. He could hear her breathing and see the sparkling drops of river water in her hair. "You still want me to cut it?" she asked. He was about to laugh when he heard sobbing behind him. Frowning, he rolled over and saw Avery Harper with her face pressed into Nate Royal's chest. Nate seemed at a complete loss as to what to do with the crying girl, and as he put his hands on her back and slowly patted her shoulders, he looked like he'd just been handed more responsibility than he wanted to deal with. "Is she okay?" Richardson asked Sylvia. Sylvia shook her head. "That boy you shot on the dock, that was a friend of hers." "Oh, Christ," Richardson said. He gave the sobbing girl another glance. "Oh, Christ." He pulled himself up to a seated position on the gunwale and watched the Missouri coastline slip slowly away.
Chapter 14. The truck lumbered to a stop. Rough hands pulled Nicky Booth from her seat and threw her to the ground. Even before she rose to her feet, she could smell the sour, sweet stink of putrescence in the air. She was wearing a burlap hood, and the stench of rotting bodies mingled with the heat of her breath and her own suffused terror. But her isolation under the hood was also a small blessing, for it gave her a chance to steady herself before she had to face the place she had only heard of in whispered rumors from the river Bedouins in Herculaneum. She felt a hand grip the top of the hood and yank it off. Nicky wheeled around on the soldier, but he had already stepped back out of range of her feet. Apparently, he had learned his lesson after the incident the night before, when they agreed to uncuff her so she could go to the bathroom. Two of the guards, she saw, still had nasty bruises on their faces where she had kicked them. But her anger evaporated when she saw what lay before her. And despite her best efforts to look like she could handle herself come hell or high water, she couldn't help but gasp. She was standing on a gravel road that led down to the dock at the riverside. A forest of heavy stakes. There were 200, maybe more, rose up on either side of the road. Most were topped with the naked bodies of dead men who had been impaled through the rectum and allowed to slide down the spikes. Each body had its hands and feet bound together, their mouths hanging open in eternal screams. Some had been burned from the feet up, the ground around them blackened by the fire. Others had been partially eaten by the infected. The air swarmed with black crows and flies. There were more of the loathsome birds roosting on the impaled bodies, while still others fought over scraps of rotten flesh on the ground. The smell was enough to make the bile rise to the back of her mouth, but she managed to keep it down. And somehow she was able to maintain that control, right up to the point where she saw the mouth of one of the men on a stake near her start to move. One look at the man's eyes, and she knew he was still conscious, aware of every bit of the hell he was experiencing. At that point, Nicky doubled over and vomited. When she looked up again, she saw one of the guards watching her, smiling, like he was enjoying her suffering.
"What's wrong with you?" she said. "These are men. You're a man. How could you do this?"
The smile left his face. Behind her, she heard a chorus of moans. She turned and saw Lauren Skaggs leading an enormous troop of zombies toward them. Nicky began to back away, but one of the guards stepped close to her and grabbed her arm tightly.
"It'd be a mistake," he said. "Stand still. Don't move."
She looked at the man as she struggled to break his grip. He wouldn't let go. Lauren and his zombies were almost on them now, and she could smell them. Their moaning had blotted out everything, even the squawking of the crows.
"Hold her still,"
Lauren said, and the sound of his voice sent a chill through her. She stopped struggling and watched him as he passed, the red flesh on his bald head glistening like a puddle of oil.
"Bring her over with us on the ferry,"
Lauren said to the guard. "Yes, sir." And with that, Lauren walked on down to the river and the waiting ferry, his zombies following behind like a congregation headed for baptism. They passed on either side of Nicky, so close she could have reached out and touched them had her hands not been cuffed behind her back.
"Let me go,"
she pleaded to the guard. "Stand still, girl. Don't you move or we'll both die."
"Please,"
she said. She heard the whining in her voice, but she didn't care. She felt utterly defenseless and more terrified than she had been since her father died, leaving her to fend for herself and for Avery in the wilds of a blasted landscape. Her skin was crawling, the goose flesh rising on her arms and neck. She was holding her breath, trying not to scream. "Easy," the guard holding her arm said. "Almost through them." A zombie, a woman in her late 50s, passed just inches from her. The zombie turned to look at Nikki as she staggered by. Her face was covered with boils and abscesses, and swarming with flies that probed her sores and the oozing fluid at the corners of her milky white eyes. Unable to stand it anymore, Nikki squeezed her eyes shut. She couldn't stop trembling. When the zombies were loaded onto the ferry, 2 guards led Nikki aboard. The guards put her in a chair in the back of the boat, and she didn't resist. In front of her, the zombies swayed with the motion of the boat. Lauren Skaggs stood at the head of the ferry, looking off toward the crumbling ruins of the Kirkman Hyatt and Convention Center on the opposite bank. The 2 guards pulled on the guide rope that connected the 2 sides of the river, and slowly the ferry inched its way across. The only sounds the creaking of the ropes and the squawking birds behind them. Before her, silhouetted by the setting sun, was the hotel that Lauren had turned into his own private hell on earth. Nikki watched as it grew closer, and a feeling of deep despair washed over her. Into the land of the dead, she thought. Flanked by guards, with zombies in front of and behind her, Nikki Booth was led up a concrete ramp to the ruins of what had once been the loading dock for the convention center portion of the hotel. The building was falling apart now. Everywhere she looked, she saw broken windows. The floors were covered with mud and leaves and trash, the walls spray-painted with fading graffiti. But there was no furniture, no equipment, no signs that an army was using this place as its headquarters. It took her a moment to notice that. All she felt walking into the facility was a distinct sense that something was off about it. And then a soldier ordered her to stop, and his voice echoed inside the 2-story-high emptiness of the loading dock, and it hit her. There's nothing here. No signs of occupation. What is this place? She said. No one answered her, and she knew she'd made a mistake. Don't show them you're afraid, kiddo. Keep 'em guessing about you. She sensed the guards behind her had stopped, and she tried to turn around. Somebody hit her in the shoulder. Don't turn around, one of the guards said. Come a little closer and say that. A different man spoke, this one older, and a smoker, Nikki guessed. His voice sounded like gravel. You heard the lady. Uncuff her. Nikki tensed. So they wanted to have some fun with her, eh? Well, bring it, assholes. One of the guards grabbed her handcuffs and worked the key into the hole. He was a bundle of nerves. She could feel it in the way his hands fumbled with the key and hear it in his breathing. Nikki curled her fingertips up into the man's palm and smiled when he jumped. But she didn't move. She just waited for him to come back, and when he did, she curled her fingertips into his palm again and gently stroked the length of his index finger, purring under her breath as the muscles in his finger relaxed. She heard him swallow, and then one of the cuffs fell away. It was the break she was waiting for. She slammed her elbow back into the guard's face and felt the satisfying crunch of the bridge of his nose. Blood gushed from the man's face. He bent forward, screaming, his hands over his nose. Nikki raised her boot and brought it down hard on the side of the man's knee, breaking it. He sank to one knee, the other leg bent the wrong way, eyes rolling wildly in his head. His mouth was hanging open in a scream that he couldn't quite get out. Nikki still had one cuff around her right wrist, the swing arm on the left cuff dangling free. She swung the open cuff down on the man's face, and the exposed swing arm caught inside his cheek like a fishhook snagging a river trout. She yanked back on the cuff, and it tore through his cheek, widening his mouth by a good 2 inches. The man fell to the floor, writhing in pain. 2 other guards were charging her from the left. She swung the dangling handcuff at the closer of the 2, catching him across the side of his face, dropping him to his knees.
The other guard had his hands up like a boxer, ready to block her next swing. Nicky feinted with a backhand, then stopped midway through the arc and mule-kicked him in the balls. He doubled over with a gasp, and when the back of his head was exposed, she slammed the handcuff down, catching the swing arm around his ear and yanking back as hard as she could. The man barrel-rolled in midair, landed on his face, and didn't move. Nicky didn't know if he was dead or just passed out, and she didn't care. One of the guards yelled, "Beanbagger!" She spun around to face the rest of the guards and got a glimpse of a shotgun's muzzle blast. The round hit her in the stomach and doubled her over, the pain blindingly intense. Every muscle in her gut and her chest had constricted, and she couldn't breathe. She fought with her body to pull in the air she needed, but couldn't make it happen. All she managed was a thin, croaking groan. She coughed up blood on the floor, and a wave of dizzying nausea overtook her. She nearly fell over on her side.
"Come on, kiddo,"
she told herself.
"You gotta fight. Get up."
She lifted her gaze to the narrowing circle of guards around her and tried to stand up straight. One of the guards racked a shotgun, and Nicky had just enough time to mentally brace herself when the second beanbag round hit her in the chest and dropped her to the ground, unconscious. When she awoke, one of the guards had her by the ankle and was dragging her across faded red carpet.
Stop,"
she said, still feeling groggy. Her vision was a blur. She tried to grab hold of something, anything, but the floor beneath her had been worn smooth, and all she managed to do was rake her fingernails across Berber. The guard glanced back when he felt her start to squirm, and jerked her leg even harder. "Fucking little bitch," he said. The side of his head was dark with a livid bruise and dried blood where the handcuffed swing arm had caught him. Beyond him was a large room. He was dragging her straight for it.
"No,"
she said.
"No, stop."
"Stop my ass," he muttered. He reached the middle of the room and grabbed her ankle with both hands and flung her across the wooden floor. "Stay down, you little bitch," the guard said. She looked up at him in time to see his heel come crashing down on her face, and then her world went black again. Nicky hurt everywhere. She curled into a fetal ball and cried. She had never been hurt like this before. Every muscle ached, and her mouth was thick with a coppery taste of blood. The room was dark and heavy with the smell of rot. The floor beneath her was cold. She blinked the purple spots from her eyes and tried to peer into the darkness. She could see dim shapes, people, but couldn't make out details.
"Hello?"
she said, her voice coming out like a groan. Her call was met with a chorus of moans. The moans rose and fell in an uneven but urgent ululation that she had come to know all too well over the years.
"No,"
she said, shaking her head. She pulled herself to her feet, forcing her way through the pain, pivoting around in a circle, waiting for the attack she knew was sure to come. The moaning grew louder and louder. The zombies in the dark were in a frenzy now. She heard the musical clinking of a chain-link fence, and in her mind she remembered visiting the St. Louis Zoo as a child, holding her father's hand as the two of them stared at a chimpanzee, shaking furiously at the bars of his cage with both hands. She was hearing the same kind of noise now, and knew there was a terrifying, frustrated, insatiable rage fueling it. But the question that mattered, indeed, the only question that really mattered, was which side of the cage was she on? Turning in a circle, she bumped into something heavy hanging from the ceiling. Her shoulder hit the bottom edge of the object, and it rocked away from her. It felt like a huge birdcage. And as soon as she moved it, the zombie inside it turned wild. Its moans rose from a fevered panting as the ghostly shape of its diseased arm shot out at her from between the bars. Nicky jumped back, her heart in her throat, her hand over her aching chest. "Oh, Jesus," she said. "Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus." She staggered backward and fell, landing on her butt. She was surrounded, and for the first time in her life, she found that she couldn't make herself get back up. This was the end of the line. Her train stopped here. She was down in the bowels of the zombie king's lair, and she was going to die here. The realization made her feel like she'd been run over by a truck. It flattened her, numbed her to the point that she was prepared to just let it happen. It wasn't scary anymore. All she had to do was sit still and wait for death to clamp its filthy jaws on her. She was crying, sobbing, when a series of bright lights came on. Black shirts, she realized, standing on the edge of the room holding hand-cranked spotlights. Nicky lifted her head and saw at once that she was in a large room, lined on either side by improvised cells constructed of chain-link fencing, strung over recessed chambers in the walls. Leering from behind the fencing were hundreds of zombies. They pressed against each other, clawed at each other's ruined faces, trying to squeeze through the diamond-shaped holes in the fence to get to her. And hanging from the ceiling were 3 large bell cages, each one containing a zombie. It was the middle cage she had run into. The zombie inside was on his knees, his face wedged between the bars, his hands reaching for her, clutching at the empty air between them. Its milky white eyes never blinked, never looked away from the vein throbbing in her neck. Horrified, she crawled away from it. A door at the far end of the room opened a moment later, and Lauren Skaggs, the Red Man, strode into the room. Instantly, the moaning stopped. A calm spread over the zombies, as each one focused on Lauren. He walked straight for her, stopping at her feet and looking down at her with a murderous hunger in his eyes. For a terrifying moment, Nicky wasn't sure if he intended to eat her or not. He just stood there, breathing heavily, watching her. "You're bleeding," he said at last. She didn't respond. "What? No nasty comeback? Where's the fire, Nicky? What happened to Nicky Booth, the ferocious zombie fighter?" "Your soldiers hurt me, Lauren," she said. It was suddenly very difficult to keep her eyes open. She wanted to pass out. "My soldiers haven't even started to hurt you, Nicky. The worst is yet to come. There's so much more." He knelt down so that he could look her in the eyes. "But you could stop that from happening. You know that, don't you? You could tell me where Don Fisher is. Tell me where he is, Nicky." "Or what?" Nicky said. Being threatened woke something primal in her, something that refused to be cowed by Lauren Skaggs. Zombie King or not, he was still the same old meth-head loser she'd known back in Gatling. "Or what, Lauren?" she repeated, her voice stronger this time. "What do you think you can do to me that will make me betray everything I've worked for?" He smiled. "Nicky, don't fool yourself. You're brave now. You're full of anger and meanness. You even dare to look me in the eye. But I can take away everything." He motioned toward the wall of faces, watching them from between the bars. "Do you see them, Nicky? There's nothing behind those eyes but what I put there. They have no will but the purpose I put in their heads, and they will obey it, even if it means their own death. I can make you like that, Nicky. I can take away your very soul.
And when I do, there will be nothing left inside but what I put there. I will own every inch of you. I will do everything I ever dreamed of back in school.
Go to hell, Lauren, she whispered. He laughed as he stood up straight.
Nicky, I heard you say earlier that I have gone insane. I don't think you've judged the situation right. You see, I can be reasonable.
What are you talking about?
I want Don Fisher. You know that. I know you can give him to me. And so, I propose to make a trade.
You've got nothing I want, Nicky said.
Oh, I think I do.
He walked over to the hanging cage and stuck his hand through the bars. He waved away the flies that swarmed around the zombie's sores. Then he turned back to Nicky.
I remember you back in high school, Nicky. You were everybody's darling, weren't you? A cheerleader, class valedictorian, volunteer at the Special Olympics. You were all kinds of hot shit.
The past is what it is, Lauren. We can't do anything about who we used to be.
That's true, he said. But the past can tell us about who we are now. It can tell us the kind of things we're likely to hold dear.
You're not making sense, Lauren.
Aren't I? No? Then let me put it to you this way. Tell me where Don Fisher is right now, or I will pull every zombie for 1,000 miles and use them to overrun Ken Stoller's compound. Is that plain enough for you? Every person you have come to care about, every man, woman, and child, will be gnawed to the bone. There will be nothing left of your home. What happened to Calamar? That will be a mercy killing compared to what I do to Union Field.
His face was lit with madness, and it rattled her. But it wasn't the looming threat of his red body that frightened her. No, it was more than that. She had been a member of Union Field since she was 22. Ken Stoller had taken a nearly wild young woman in charge of a 12-year-old little girl and turned her into a leader among men. She had made friends there.
No, don't mince words, she thought. They're your family.
The people there in Stoller's compound had become her family. Her recent fights and falling out with Stoller were beside the point. They didn't change anything, at least not where it counted. When she left Union Field, she left a lot more than a safe haven. She left her family. And the idea of Lauren's zombies killing them, improbable as it was, rattled her to the core.
Do whatever you're going to do,
she said, praying that he would believe her.
I've got nothing there anymore.
A sneer played at the corner of his mouth.
You fight better than you lie, Nicky. I know what you're really thinking. You're scared, but not scared enough. You don't think I can make good on my promise, and that's why you think you can lie to me. You've seen, what, 100, 200 zombies? You think that is all I control. You're wrong, Nicky. I control them all. Have you ever watched an enormous flock of birds in flight? Seen the way they wheel and turn like one mind is working them all? It's morphic fields. I don't know how, but I can see those fields. It's like a fog that I can move and push. I can control it.
He gestured to the zombies behind the chain-link fencing.
I can control all of them without making a sound.
You believe that? Lauren, you really are insane.
Nicky. he said, shaking his head. You haven't been paying attention. I know you've seen a quiet street suddenly fill with zombies. You've seen that, right? You've seen one zombie turn into a stadium full of them in the blink of an eye. Haven't you ever wondered how that happened? How they converge on a victim so suddenly, so completely? She didn't answer. Yes, you have, haven't you? I can see it in your face. You're wondering how it happens, but I know the answer, Nicky. I know because I can see what connects them. I can make them do anything, go anywhere, and I can do it without ever leaving this room. I don't believe you. Like calls to like, Nicky. A virus will invade a host, but it won't make its presence known until it has sufficient numbers to control the host. We've known that for a long time, even though we've never understood how it works. I still don't. But I can use it, Nicky. If I concentrate, I can make a zombie in Los Angeles walk into the Pacific Ocean. I can make a crowd of them in Mexico City come north. Viruses are like that. No matter where they are in the host, they can communicate. It's not telepathy, or pheromones, or any of that shit. But it happens just the same. He stopped there, watching her. You know what I think you need, he said. You need a demonstration. He didn't take his eyes off her. He didn't do anything but stand there. And yet, somehow he delivered a message to the zombie behind her. It suddenly slammed itself against the bars of its cage, snarling, pounding on the metal. She staggered to her feet and turned to watch it. The zombie tried to tear a strip of iron with its teeth. He clamped down on the metal and tore at it, even after shattering its teeth. And when that didn't work, it jammed a shoulder into the gap and pressed hard. An uninfected person would have given up. But the zombie pushed and pushed until it bent the bars, stripping the flesh from its shoulder as it forced itself out of its cage.
Oh, my God,
Nicky said, backing up. He left here a long time ago, Nicky. She turned to look at the red man. He smiled back, then gestured toward the cage. One of the strips of iron snapped from its rivet and clattered to the floor. The zombie, a huge flap of bloody skin hanging loose from its shoulder, slid through the newly opened gap and dropped face first to the floor, its right arm snapping beneath it. With its skin hanging down around its waist like a skirt, the zombie rose to its feet.
No,
Nicky said.
No.
That's a man, she thought. How can he still be alive? It took a few faltering steps toward her, smearing the ground with blood. The zombie was less than 5 feet from her when it stopped and turned its diseased face toward the red man. It was swaying in a circular motion, barely able to keep its feet. He will walk 1,000 miles more if I want him to, the red man said.
Lauren, stop it, please.
Then tell me where I can find Don Fisher.
Herculaneum,
she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. She couldn't bring herself to look at anything but her own boots. All the fight had bled out of her.
I was supposed to meet him in Herculaneum this morning. He's probably still there.
The red man smiled. Better and better, Nicky. My zombies will move through Union Field, and then we will go looking for Dr. Fisher.
What?
She said, aware of the fear in her voice, but unable to stop it.
You can't. You said you just wanted Fisher.
I do want Fisher, Nicky. And when you're ready to give him to me, I'll take him. But you're still lying to me. You have 3 days to give me what I want. It will take at least that long for my zombies to gather at Union Field. If I have not heard the truth by then, it won't matter. Not for you or for Fisher.
With that, he turned and strode out of the room. And when the black shirts turned out the lights, the only sound she heard was the exhausted breathing of the dying zombie on the floor, just a few feet away.